I was just like, yeah, you're right, bro. I don't want no problems. I'm chilling, bro.
Okay, I just put the stream back up, so I'm gonna try this, and then if this doesn't work, the remote play once again doesn't work, then I'm just gonna do it how I was gonna do it before.
And
What the heck is this?
see, I don't have a problem with him getting mad, but when he started saying, like like F you to both of us, Clan, I was kind of
Yeah,
getting
the
annoyed,
cursing.
honestly.
I was just like, damn, bro. Like this.
Like some built
Like I
up
said,
animosity. I'm like,
yeah. I'm like, bro,
Like,
this
especially against you,
is
because
his
like,
channel. I'm over here like, bro, this is his channel, bro. You gonna telling him to make a
yeah,
video, tell him to make a video about it. You know what, Clan, bro? Just go ahead and make a video.
like,
I was like, what are you
yeah, that's so
talking about?
disrespectful. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was like, what are you talking about?
I was getting kind of mad. He was lucky it's like 11 p.m. and I'm like almost tired. So
And I was
Yeah.
like, what are you talking about? It sounds like you had like something against me before or something. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Why you now you're
That's
gonna make a
'cause-
plan? I was like, why would I make a video out of you? What are you talking about?
You know how many people that you've gotten mad at, but you don't like actually like make an entire video about? Okay, well that's kind of false. You literally make Spurs hater videos.
I get, like I get.
But that's like all in like reaction and you like counter arguing. That's not you actually hating on the person.
Yeah, I don't just hop in and just be like, this person, this. Like it's usually something. Like, all right, let me see if this works.
Yeah, but at the same time though, it's like, come on, man. This is his channel, bro. Like, you know, like I don't think you should be over here like, you know, cursing at the dude and all that. I don't care if you curse. I curse all the fucking time, but it's just, you know, like
It wasn't just like he yeah, privileges are done.
there's a lot of like, you know,
It was kind of low key, like, you know, calling somebody out of their name.
yeah.
But honestly, when he started getting like that, I did become a little gaslighty, just because I knew that would make him even angrier.
Nah, but yeah, but I mean, when you're debating about stuff, kind of like, you know, people's tones change, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't get too invested in it. You can't get in. I'm trying to word this right. You can't like get too like mad about it.
Nah, you can't.
Because what happened was all I said was, "Nah, I just don't agree with you, bro," because he wasn't MVP at that time, so they're not super team. And then he got like really mad at that, and then they like spiraled down from there. Like, bro, come on, man, you can't get mad at that. You can't get mad.
It's like what they end up becoming. It was like, oh, okay, yeah, those were great picks, because of what they became. But yeah, that team was not a super team when they were like on
And OKC.
Yeah,
OKC,
yeah, it wasn't a super team.
Yeah, it took Harden, and then at the same time too, like they didn't become what they became until later.
Yeah, and Kobe had a fun time.
Personally, I don't think super teams are homegrown.
And what was even honestly, what was that? Let me see. James Harden draft 2009. James Harden was drafted number 3. Kevin Durant was not number 1, right? He was number 2. He was number 2. And then what was
really?
Yeah, he was number 2. And then Westbrook was number 4. Bro, that's not that. I mean, I'm not trying to be that guy, but that's not that hard when you have top 4 picks.
Damn, bro, they got 2. What? Damn, they had 2 to 4. Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's why I say that I don't count homegrown like talent super teams.
I don't count it either. It's usually
because if it was like that, it would have been Michael.
Is that super team?
It would have been Michael and Scotty too.
And then, I don't think that's a super team.
At least in the modern day sense of what we say, what is a super team? We obviously have a definition for it today. Like,
the Miami Heat.
Yeah.
The Miami Heat.
They created
the Miami Heat.
You could say Celtics, honestly.
Golden State when they added KD, I would say. Like, because before I wasn't calling them a super team, even though they were amazing. But when they added him, I was like, come on.
They weren't a super team before KD.
Yeah.
because they drafted their players.
Yeah.
And then the Nets.
They were basically us.
With Kyrie Irving, the Nets are a super team.
Yeah. And then Cleveland. And technically, you can say the Celtics were. You could technically say Celtics were a super team, but at the same time, Rajon Rondo wasn't Rajon Rondo.
Right.
Until those games.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
and then you had Ray Allen too. You know.
I mean, Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen is freaking good.
Yeah,
like
that's what I'm saying.
Ray Allen.
Yeah, but they don't add him as that super team.
I wouldn't. That's because they didn't win. That's because they lost to the Lakers, so there's kind of like, and the Lakers are not a super team. That's why they kind of did that. I just think that shows how good Kobe is.
Yeah, of course, man.
Kobe whooped on OKC. Or what? No,
they
gave him a run for their money, but
yeah, we whooped on OKC.
2 years straight, right?
Huh?
2 years straight, right?
Yeah.
2013, 2014.
When we had the squad. They were the squad, bro. The squad. That's why the squad. You know.
Yeah.
your boy Timmy, your boy, all these dudes. I'm over here like it was hard to even get through them, bro.
Oh, the Spurs super team, bro.
Yeah, basically. It was usually people wanting to see the Lakers versus those guys.
Man, I cannot believe I still can't believe that with all the talent they had, the Thunder didn't win one though. Honestly, like I still can't.
Yeah. It's I don't even know either, dog. I wanted that.
Even with just KD and Russ, that is still crazy.
Hey man, I'm just glad. 2014, we done gave that whooping to LeBron, and LeBron realized he need to get the fuck out of Heat.
I keep saying that too, and it's like, I don't know, some people don't believe that. It's like I think we low key kicked him out.
Yeah, bro. He had another year.
Yeah.
He had another year. He didn't have to leave. He could have tried to go run up again.
Yeah. He said no.
But I think he knew that he couldn't. I think he knew that he couldn't win again because. Well, first off, Dwayne Wade was not Dwayne Wade no more. He was like getting older. Chris Bosh, same thing with him. So he knew he had to go.
Them knees weren't what they used to be, dog.
Yeah, them knees. It's like getting them old man knees.
Yeah, bro. Like, you just seen it, bro. There was some spurts that the knee was high.
Some goat yoga, and he was like, I gotta get out of this team. Too many old people.
Nah, bro. But when that game when Mills was going 3 for 3, I already knew it was over. And you just knew that.
Oh yeah.
When you hear your boy,
oh my god, that was fine,
bro. When you heard your boy bang, when you hear that, bro, it's just like damn. It's just like damn, and then you're up 3-1. Nah, yeah, bro. It's over, bro. Especially with Timmy trying to get his last ring. But yeah, we made that dude. We made that dude leave, bro. A lot of people don't think that, but we made that dude leave, bro. He realized what a real team can do.
Yeah, he has a tendency of doing that when his teams gets kind of rough. He just like bounces.
Yeah, he does.
I don't think he's gonna do that at the Lakers. I honestly think the Lakers are his last rodeo. It's his last rodeo. My bad.
Oh yeah,
unless he goes back to unless he goes to wherever Bronny goes.
Yeah,
that would be
weird. Yeah, that'd be some funny shit. Sit your ass down, Bronny. You ain't going in right now. Sit your ass down, right now. Yeah,
time to beat the DeJounte Murray Finals MVP and the Spurs.
What if he did? What if he did to Bronny what he did to JR?
Ooh.
What was that?
Where he missed where he missed the pass or whatever, or the shot?
Yeah.
Nah,
that's fine.
Yeah, was it that one where he? Yeah, it was like he didn't want to run out. He didn't run out the clock or something like that. I forgot.
He ran out the clock when he was not supposed to.
Yeah. That. Yeah.
Yeah. He could have tried to shoot. All right. Well, let me. What is this connected to?
It's just that, bro. That man.
I'm gonna try.
I fuck with LeBron, bro, but I'm just not enough of a fan. I don't know what it is. I'm just not enough. Like, you know, I pay to see the Spurs game. You know what I'm saying? I go ahead and pay that $5.99 each game when I'm available, which is almost when they play. It's the time when I'm already home, so I'm usually paying every time. And it's just like I don't know if I want to. I'm not paying for no Laker game. I'm not paying for no LeBron game. It just doesn't interest me.
I'm more of like an NBA fan, just in general. So I do watch a lot of other teams. Like I do watch the Lakers play.
I do watch the games. I do watch the games. Don't get me wrong, I do watch the games. But it's just, you know, if there's a Laker game and there's a better game on, I'd play the better game than the Lakers. You know?
Oh yeah, I always play the better game.
Yeah, it's just, and then sometimes if I don't get to watch the game, I just go in the morning as soon as I wake up and I just play NBA and then see what the plays of the day, you know, the plays of the night and all that. Run back all those games on how they went.
I need to watch more other team stuff.
For sure.
Watch a lot of other teams.
I watched a lot of other teams, but like I said, like I like seeing teams that are coming up, you know, that are improving.
Who would that be?
Yeah, I mean, like Chicago right now. Chicago looking good.
Yeah, Chicago.
Looking good.
Chicago has DeMar, Vucevic, their center, who's underrated, and of course Levine.
Yeah.
Actually, you know, another good team is the Hornets.
The Hornets. I be watching the Hornets because I be like, damn, bro, your boy, LaMelo Ball, bro. Like a lot of people were trying him before he even got on here, and look at him now. But like I was watching LaMelo Ball when he was legit.
Yeah.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm laughing.
But not like that. Because I said
I'm laughing. I didn't expect that.
Oh, you haven't heard? You don't hear that a lot?
I don't hear that a lot. Actually, no, I do hear that a lot. I just didn't expect it to be from.
Oh.
Well, hey, bro. When you hear, hey, bro, when you from Florida, bro. Well, I'm not from Florida.
Yeah, I know.
I was raised in Florida, bro. So you know, that's just what it is, bro.
That's why it caught me off guard because I don't be talking to other Florida people about this. I'm the only Florida person.
When I go to Jersey or when I talk to my cousins and all that, they be like, "What, bro? You say that?" Nah, but I used to watch LaMelo Ball and his dad and all that shit, all that bullshit. You know, Ball in the family and all that shit. But and before Lonzo became a bust and shit, and now he's back.
Yeah, Lonzo's playing decent with the Bulls right now. Yeah,
he's back now. I mean, he's playing how he should be playing.
I think
that's how he should.
I think the Nets are trash.
They have no defense.
I gotta see how Kyrie play.
Kyrie Irving's not playing right now.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I gotta see how Kyrie playing with everybody.
I don't see
to make that point. Defense is trash. Of course, you got James Harden.
I know we did just beat them, but low key the Bucks might run it back. I won't be surprised.
They should. I mean, they have a great chance. I wouldn't be surprised if the Bulls get close.
Oh,
that'll be cool.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, and I salute them, bro. I salute them. Who's the coach of the Bulls right now? Who's the coach of the Bulls right now?
Nash?
Billy Donovan.
No, that's Nets. I'm sorry.
Billy Donovan.
Wow, Billy Donovan.
Billy Donovan's there?
Yes, the choker on your diss track. Yes.
I hope he don't do what he did in OKC, dog. Wow. It's like, bro, honestly, bro, they have like a perfect starting five.
I'm trying to remember that lyric from your pop diss.
Mine?
Not pop diss, but the Greg Popovich disses everybody song.
About Billy Donovan?
Yeah, wait. he chokes.
Billy Donovan. I don't know. I don't know what I. I went on a long rant.
We better beat the Bulls.
Yeah,
we better beat the Bulls.
But Billy Donovan's doing pretty good over there.
We better beat the Bulls.
The Heat are also a good team to match up. The Heat are 5-1 right now. Jimmy Butler.
I watched the Heat.
Them my bog going off. Yeah, we both from Florida, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, bro. Let's see what
Warriors
we got.
are good right now too.
I kind of watch the Warriors every now and then. I'm just waiting for Clay, bro. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm just like, damn, bro, Clay, bro, you missing right now. And it's like, and I hated Golden State.
I cannot hate Steph Curry. I just can't. I just can't.
I don't hate him. I used to. I don't hate him no more. But
bro, like every single. What's up, Clan?
So you guys used to hate him? I never hated.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is I never could have hated him, even when he was on a super team. His play style is so freaking awesome to watch, bro. I just can't hate him.
Yeah, you're right.
Every game I'm impressed.
I mean, I was just too hardcore on Spurs, you know. It's just like I hit it with three, bang. I was like, God damn it, bro. But I didn't like Golden State. The reason why is because when they let go of Mark Jackson.
Okay.
When they let go of Mark Jackson, I was just like, bro, you put Steve Kerr now there in the playoffs and the finals, near the finals and all that. I'm just like, you realize that Mark Jackson would have had him there.
Yeah.
And it's just like Mark Jackson built that shit.
There's only like one NBA player that I don't really like, which is James Harden. I don't like James Harden.
Yeah, I'm not too big on James Harden. I'm not sold on it. If he gets to the Spurs, I hate it.
No, it's every time he plays against the Spurs, he has this stupid thing about him. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just like Grizzlies. For some reason, we got this guy. Who's damn? I forgot his name, man. I was saying it earlier.
Ja?
Damn.
Ja Morant?
No, not Ja. Dude, it always goes off on threes on our asses every time, bro.
On the Grizzlies.
Dillon Brooks.
Dillon Brooks, bro.
Yeah.
Dillon Brooks.
Every time, bro. I'm just like, bro. I watched another game with him. He ain't even going hard, but for some reason, every time he gets in the building, bro, and against the Spurs, this man is like unstoppable. It's just like, John Morant. You know, you let him be. Shut everybody else down.
Dillon Brooks is probably a Steve Nash fan. That's why.
Steve Nash, boy. That man getting paid. That man getting paid in Brooklyn. Let's see how long he lasts in Brooklyn.
Man, I don't think they're gonna be. I don't know. I just don't think they're constructed that well. They got the player, the stars, but that's about it.
Yeah. It takes defense, bro. I mean, when you got Mike D'Antoni on the bench, of course you ain't going nowhere, bro.
Yeah.
The difference between like LeBron making a super team and like what happened to the Nets is that LeBron is kind of the coach also. You know what I mean? He's kind of like structuring the team to benefit himself and his other stars, right?
He's a leader.
I can see in the background.
And I'm not saying. Because KD and James Harden, of course, they're gonna have good chemistry since they were from OKC, yada yada yada.
Not leaders.
But, and the team around them doesn't really fit them. Honestly,
no,
I don't think. They don't need shooters. They don't need Joe Harris. They need defense.
Yeah, they need defense.
They need some more defensive guys.
They're running that D'Antoni offense, bro. What was the heel of D'Antoni's offense? What was the Achilles heel?
He had like twice.
Oh, no one played defense.
Yeah, he had like twice the offense, half the defense.
And they struggle getting past us.
Man, but Pop always whoops on D'Antoni.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Every time he faced Pop, it was like fuck. You know, it's because you realize that yeah, we need defense.
It's kind of funny we're talking about coaches and stuff right now because I like listen to his like clans, Greg Popovich. This is everybody.
Yeah.
It's like all about the coaches and stuff. Like today.
Yeah, I mean, look at how much shit Stephen A. talk about Pop and all these guys talk about Pop, and then like how you were saying the other day.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like the other day, Skip. That's why I don't know if you remember when I put on the chat. I was just like, these guys on the chat sounding like Skip Bayless.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, bro. Because man, it's just like they're talking reckless, dude. Everybody was talking like, damn, they ain't even a fan no more.
Yeah, it's a little, I don't know, it's a little reactionary. The thing with Skip, he just finally pissed me off because I used to always think, well, man, at least Skip got our back because I still do like Skip because he's entertaining, but that's it. But man, the way he talked, like how he just straight up said, "Oh yeah, they used to be my team." It's like, what is that? What did they do
what the hell is that,
you,
bro?
Yeah, what did they do to force you not be a fan no more? What are you talking about? They used to be like
it's not good.
Like we just. I don't know. We had some type of fiasco happen, or I don't know. Like we had some type of controversy. I don't know. Our owner said something racist.
Because
what are you talking about?
I low key think it's because ESPN ratings and all that kind of stuff.
But why?
I don't know. Like it's kind of.
Not a fan. I just don't get that. Why are you not a fan no more?
It's kind of weird how that happened. Like he went from like hating Kawhi every second of his life to hating us, and then to being like then to hating us. Like, how did that even happen? Like, what?
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah.
What?
It's just like Clan said. I was the same way, man. I was just like, bro, I thought he was the only one that had our back, dog.
Yeah.
And now it's just like, I was at work one time, man, and I got on the Stephen A. show, bro. Right?
Oh, wait, you got on there?
Yeah, I got on there.
Is it out there?
I had to call like 100 times nonstop to get through, dog. And I finally got through. I was at work, and I asked him. I was like, "This was when AD was thinking about going somewhere," and I was just like, "Bro, we had 8 new players, and look at how good we're doing and how we still winning." I was like, "We still winning at the time, you know." It was like mid-season, I think, right? Yeah, and then I was just like, if he wants to join a winning team, why don't he join a winning team, especially with the best coach? You know? And he's still young. Right? He was just like, San Antonio's good and all, blah, blah. Damn, I forgot. It was a while back, bro. It was like three years ago.
He's like, are you smoking weed?
Nah, he didn't really knock it. It's just what he was basically saying. He didn't knock it because at the time we were doing good for what we had.
Yeah.
And then he was like,
he
was like, that it was just the Kawhi thing, and then also the fact that we're not a big market, which is true.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you know, I was just like, but I just hate these guys, man. They just want to go to LA, Miami, or these fucking big places. I'm just like, damn, bro, you guys don't want to win, dude. Like, y'all just want to go ahead and just join like 5 all-stars on one team. Y'all wanted to have a super team and all that. Like, whatever happened to being competitive?
I feel like I think I have a good point. Like, I feel like with a lot of these guys, like, just if you like sat down with them and like had a conversation or something like that, it'd be like a fine, good conversation. Might even like it, but I don't know. I just kind of feel like, yeah, I kind of feel like some of these people get like way too invested into like, especially with Skip. I don't know what his problem is with just coaches in general. Like you said, Clint. I don't know why I don't know why he gets so invested in like the players and like how he like emphasizes how good and great Tim Duncan and Tom Brady is and doesn't give like any credit to Belichick or Popovich like, at all.
Yeah.
It's very strange.
Yeah, like I think he said on when he said about in one of his takes, that same take that you were talking about, where you know he kind of turned on us when he was talking about Pop. It's just like when Duncan left, he's done or something like that, you know. And I was just like, bro, what's wrong with you, bro? Like, what got you hurt, man? Like, what got you hurt, man? The man's rebuilding. Let him rebuild. And when he's done rebuilding, Becky Hammond's probably gonna take Becky Hammond.
Bro, Becky the next thing, bro.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait.
What?
Wait.
What happened?
What?
It's unreal. It's this. What I'm doing. I think I figured something out. I forgot. I have to do. Determine some game apps can be used.
All right, y'all. It was nice talking to you. I think I'm gonna go to bed though.
All right, man.
Yes, sir.
It was nice meeting. It was nice talking to you, like always, Clan.
Yeah,
And Fat Boy, nice meeting you, bro. Nice meeting you.
Yeah,
man.
my name's
cool,
Omar, man. My name's Omar, dog.
Omar? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Nice meeting
I just
you,
been
man.
called Fat Boy for my whole life, so you know. This is what it is. They either call me Big O or Fat Boy.
Big O.
Yeah, Big O or Fat Boy, bro. That's how it was, man. It was nice meeting you too. What was your name again, bro?
My name's on here is Corrupt.
Oh, Corrupt.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah. Hey, bro, I better see you on here too when we get like these talk streams and stuff like that with Payne. He has them sometimes.
Yeah, dude.
Oh yeah.
And I'd be the only one joining up. I'm lonely, bro.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Well, man, I didn't know it was this easy, bro.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was this easy. Hey, bro, I don't know, bro. You a celebrity, bro.
Look, keep it on the down low, you know?
Huh?
Keep it on the down low. Keep on the down low.
Yeah, hey, Clan, bro. Like, you know, it's like I said, bro. It's cool that I even got on here, bro. Like, I didn't even expect that.
Yeah, dude. It's all good. Like, really, I don't mind whoever come on, but I am gonna have to at least be like, all right, I need to be careful, because it'll be that one person that hop in that want to be a troll, and all of a sudden it's nothing but derogatory terms, like.
Yeah.
Nah, yeah, I be seeing that shit, man. I be like, damn, bro, you can't have nothing nice, bro.
Yeah, it'd be like that.
I be seeing that, bro. That's why. That's also sometimes you gotta be careful out there with dudes, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
What's up?
Hey, Omar, the Discord is actually pretty easy to handle, you know? Same thing with, like, going through the voice chat. You can go to other, like, you know, text things, right? Text channels and stuff. You can talk about, you know, food. You can talk about Spurs stuff, NBA stuff. There's a bunch of stuff like that, you know?
My audio's low?
A lot of good stuff. What's up?
Yeah. There we go. Well, wait. That's stupid. I could have just did it this way. Yeah, sorry. I don't know. Somebody said my audio's low.
But yeah, good night, y'all. Thank you for having me on, Clan.
Yes, sir, bro.
Good night, man.
Oh my god, and as soon as I'm about to leave, he joins.
Who?
Swishel.
Swisher.
Yeah, y'all left me right when I was about to get on here.
Oh my god.
He knew. He knew you were coming.
I can't believe.
He's like, yeah, guys, I gotta go. I gotta.
They knew about me. They're like, oh fuck, get out of here, yeah.
Like,
You straight, Swishel?
What's up?
You straight, bro?
Yeah.
he's the one that comes in and says the N-word and leaves.
Wait, me? No, don't throw that at me. That's that right there. Like, that's some hot potato shit. You just threw that in my lap right there. You're gonna get my ass beat.
I'm gonna give him 3 minutes.
Someone start a timer.
Hey, bro.
He's turning red already.
A new world record, bro. I mean, how long have you not said it for? What the heck?
It's like, bro, I'm waiting for Corrupt to get the hell out of here, dog.
It's my time to shine.
Yeah, bro. Now, what happened earlier?
I feel bad because I was just like trolling big time. Because my thing is, like, if you grown and you come on here and you can't take having someone disagree with you and you get that mad, come on, man. So, like, I'll admit I was stirring the pot and instigating some. I didn't think it was gonna get that out of hand.
No, I was okay. I'm really not trying to be that guy, but did he say that?
Bro, I don't even know. That's the thing. I had you on my TV waiting for my dinner to get here, and I was like chatting on my phone, and I was sitting there with my girlfriend, and we were just laughing at me trying to piss this dude off.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I was like, oh damn, he took that personal. Okay. But
yeah, I just didn't expect it to go like that. I didn't expect it to take it personal because I mean, if you're on here, like, you know, when you debate against certain things, like, of course you're gonna get all emotional. All that. It's just like when you're with your boys, like, you know, it's your boys. You're gonna go ahead and be like, oh yeah, you know. Then next thing you know, you taking a drink together. You know, well, that's how you're supposed to be.
Well,
yeah, I don't know.
Well, like, I know last stream he was on, and we got into it like a little bit, but I wasn't genuinely mad. I got mad at the chat for real, but I wasn't mad at him. And I remember
I seen you, bro. You were pissed at the chat, boy.
Yeah, they pissed me off.
I seen that, dog.
But he said, what did he say? Like, it was like near the end, and I was like, it's okay, man. It's all right. It's okay. Don't cry. Like, I was like messing with him. He was like, I'm a man. Men don't cry. So you can kind of, you know, it was like, all right.
I was like, dude, this is turning into an episode of like InfoWars or Ben Shapiro's podcast.
We still on YouTube?
Right now?
That's what I was saying. I was like,
yeah, I'm on YouTube.
I was like, damn, bro, this guy's about to shut us down. I was like, damn. I'm like, bro, I'm just here with my fiance and my baby, bro. Like,
yeah, he didn't have to. He went a little far. You can tell, like, keeping it cool made it worse. It's like, it's okay, man. What's wrong?
That was what had me dying. Is y'all were so calm and he was so not calm.
I was probably the calmest guy in here.
No, you were like, it's okay. You know, we're just here. I was like, man, this turned into a emergency therapy session really fast.
Yeah,
like a family session.
Damn. I was like, damn. I was just like, I don't even know the guy, so I don't even know how to calm this guy down.
Yeah, he was very.
I just don't. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. The guy probably just doesn't like being told he's wrong or right.
Well, I think that was part of it. Cause Swish, I forgot what you said. Cause I was trying to validate like what you were saying, because he kind of like called you off almost as if like you haven't done those things. I was like, well, hold on, like, I know him. He is legit with the stuff that he's talking about. Like, he's been around these people. He got a lot of knowledge, man. I was over here like, okay, he talking about Magic Johnson. He's over here like, yeah, cause I'm right in saying that, right, Swishu? Like, you've been around this stuff.
I mean, not for a long time, but yeah, for a couple years, yeah.
That's more than like anybody on, you know, on my streams.
Well, I mean, and I won't say that I did like all that important stuff, but I mean, I've had my scouting assignments before. I won't say I'm all that great at it either. I like doing it, but
see how humble you are? Like,
it's just you got to be honest with yourself. I mean, because I've met a lot of people who are really good at it, and they see things that I don't, and that I just never would look for. So I mean, but it's all about just learning. That's the thing. That's why I like coming on here.
Just stop. Tell him about that time you crossed over Vince Carter.
I did not cross him over, but
come on, man.
No, okay. So like, I worked at North Carolina for a while for their athletic department.
Okay.
And you know, like, they would have all the people come back and play. So they'd invite people to play, and I'd go play. And they had, you know, a bunch of all their former players come back, and he was one, and he was playing against me, and he was not trying at all. And like, I'm not that good at basketball. I could talk about it, but I'm not that great of a player. I'm like a 6'3" center, if I had to describe myself. And I hit like 2 3-pointers, and I got all like, I wasn't talking shit, but I was like, yeah, I'm feeling good. And So the next play, he like put his testicles in my face, dunking on me, and it was just like, okay,
Jordan on you, bro.
Yeah, I was like,
Jordan
okay,
you, bro. Then
I
he
get
told
it.
everybody to leave the room.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I get it. Know my place.
Okay. So I remember the story a little bit differently. I thought that you crossed him over, and then that was the same year he decided to retire. No.
No shit.
Yeah,
shit,
no, that's what I heard.
The year he played me
what I
was the year. The year he played me was the year he decided he could go to the Hawks and rejuvenize that team.
Oh
he
no!
played against me. Was like, damn, I still got it.
Damn, bro. And he treated you like that center in the USA team.
I still got it.
Well, and like, I'll give those guys. They were all like super nice about like trying to get people involved, but like I had no business being on the court with them. Like, they are so freaking good.
What's
Hey
up,
man,
that sounds like he
that's
hit 2 threes in his face.
Hey, bro,
It was not even in his face, dude. He sagged off like 10 feet from me.
The fact that you got to even do that though is like something special, bro. That's a moment that you're probably always gonna remember.
Yeah.
Oh, it definitely is ingrained. His crotch is ingrained in my brain. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, though. You don't think he goes to sleep at night thinking about those 2 threes you hit? He's keeping it up.
I mean,
I feel like Jordan would.
I'm not gonna say he. I'm not gonna say he
that
doesn't.
personally.
Yeah, whoever said Jordan would, Jordan would definitely remember your ass. Jordan would definitely remember your ass. I don't know if he got the same mentality as Jordan though.
So I've met MJ twice before, and he's by far like the most intimidating person I've ever met. Cause like
he's got an aura.
Yeah, it's like normally I'm pretty good talking to people, even if they're like, you know, like Greg Oden walked into one of the games I was working at, and like I got to talk to him, and he was a super cool guy. It was just like chatting like we're doing now. But when I met MJ the first time, I just like couldn't even talk. I didn't know what to do with like my hands. I didn't know if I was standing the right way. It was just like
everybody idolized that man, bro. It's like, bro, he's a walking. It's like, bro, his chakra is out of this world, bro.
His chakra.
It's like, bro, like I would probably be the same way, bro. Like, come on, let's be real, bro. Anybody out here, bro, right now walking, and you see Michael Jordan walking, you know damn well, bro, you're gonna take that breath. You're gonna be like,
Well, and like I got brave because he came. I met him before the one season when they first got the football team to start wearing Jordan uniforms. So he was like there working out with stuff.
yeah.
And then I met him when he came to the Virginia game against Carolina back in 2017. Or excuse me, 2018. And that's when I got brave. I was like, all right, I'm gonna go take the elevator down into the tunnel and go see if I can talk to him again. And so like we talked to him, and it was funny because I was with one of my friends, and we're just like, you know, I asked him like, you know, is it true that you could beat all the Hornets one-on-one? And he was like, yeah, easily. And I was like, do you play them anymore? And he was like, no, I hardly even pick up basketballs anymore. And my friend's like, you don't even do it just to like prove you're the best? And he stops and looks at him. He goes, you think I have to pick up a basketball to prove I'm the best? I was just like, yeah, let's go. Let's get out of here.
I bet you he can still dunk.
Oh, easily, dude. Easily.
I bet you he can still dunk, no problem. Bro, that man, bro, Doc, if I was to ever meet that man, bro, you lucky, man. Like, that's something I'll be like, bro, I'm even nervous to talk to you, Mike.
I thought I was gonna cry. I'll be honest. I was just like, I have no clue what to say to this guy. It was like one of those things. I felt like in this situation, I have nothing that can relate to this man. I am nothing. He is everything. But he was really nice. I swear, there's nothing that guy does that is not the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, I mean, they say he's mad competitive.
Yeah.
I've watched his videos. I always, every other time, I always come up to on YouTube, and like I see all the like Michael Jordan clips and all the videos and all that. Because there was like a point of not too long ago, like like probably like 4 months back, where a lot of people were reacting to like his videos for some reason. Like they were like reacting to like, LeBron fan reacts to Michael Jordan tapes, you know, and now it turns into that Michael Jordan is the greatest instead of LeBron. I don't know if you guys seen them.
It's literally night and day. I've done the same thing where I like watched through an entire Jordan game. I'm like, bro, his normal regular seasons look better than a lot of our stars today in the playoffs. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, bro. It's just like Dennis Rodman said, bro. He's just like, if he was here right now in this league right now, he would average 50. Hell yeah, he would average 50. Mm-hmm. I admit, I believe that 100%. Why? Because you tap somebody on their arm, bro. He's on the free throw line, and who probably has one of the best free throw percentages and can shoot without his eyes open. Yeah, and you would never want Michael Jordan on the line. You would never, bro. That man's a walking, bro. I don't even know, bro. Like they had All-Star Weekend over here in Orlando one time, bro, and I was just seeing all these guys walking around.
Hey,
in the mall.
Hey, this is gonna be off topic, but Swishio, you might know this. I got a capture card here. I'm trying to put the PS5 on the stream, and I don't know how to do it.
Oh shit, dude! I'm not gonna lie. It's been years since I've done anything with that, so I don't really remember how to do it.
Okay, that's fine.
Man, how the hell did you get a PS5? Right. I finally have money saved up for it, and I can't find one for the life of me.
You can find one for $1,000. I
don't want to pay $1,000 for this shit.
You sure?
Damn,
bro, that's like. I mean, I have a PC that costs twice that, but like, I'd rather just save another like $1,000 and get a better PC than a PS5.
I got it because it was around that time. You remember when it first got announced and then all of them got sold out pre-orders?
Yeah. But damn, it's still backed up like that right now?
Yeah, I think I read something that said they were going to try and like release a whole bunch more for Black Friday and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was probably all that crap that's been happening in the ports.
Yeah, well, that and like all the people bought them up and started trying to scalp them.
That's
because they didn't put a limit on how many you could buy. I'm like, God damn, I don't want to pay $1,000 for a PS5.
Nah, yeah, that's OD. I'm good.
Yeah, they don't even have any like great games out for it yet. I'll wait till they put out the first console seller and then I'll get it.
Hey, there's some great games out.
Yeah, but there's none like eye-opening. Like I have to have this console to play it.
Yeah, I was before like I stopped playing video games, bro. I was just like on like, you know, Call of Duty and all that shit. But in like 2K and Mortal Kombat.
It's been a minute since I played 2K.
But then Mortal Kombat, you know, my like I told you earlier, Clan, about my hands and all that. Mm-hmm. I just press buttons.
Oh, you just spam.
I just be, but I be beating my homeboys. They be like, "How the hell you do it?" I was like, "Bro, I don't know, bro. I keep doing this, and bro, I'm already doing my move."
This is so frustrating. I just want to play Demon Slayer. I don't know what to do.
Damn, boy.
I don't know what to do. It shouldn't be this hard. It's like I guess I just don't know what I'm doing. Wait a minute, let me see this.
Are you setting it up with the stream, or are you actually like plugging it in and everything?
Oh, I got the capture card with me. So, yeah, I plugged into the capture card and then plugged the other part into my computer, which I thought that's what you're supposed to do. But now I'm not like fully finding it anywhere on the Streamlabs OBS.
Oh, you're using Streamlabs. I'm trying to think. I helped someone with this once before. I'm trying to think what it was.
Oh, really?
It should come up as an option under
Streamlabs and video capture device, right?
Yeah, it should be under video capture device. I'm pretty sure, unless it's
No, think that is it. It's just not. Yeah, it's just not here. Like it's not in the options. But I have it.
Is your PS4 is on right now, right?
Oh yeah, it's on.
Yeah.
And see, yeah, because I'm right here. Here, I can show it on screen. Wait, can you see that? You can't see that. Oh my god, I'm moving everything around. Crap. Okay. There you go. Like, so I go here. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, let me zoom in a bit. There we go.
Yeah, I guess I can just do this. Yeah, and then when I go to video capture device, and then I go to add new or whatever, I'll just leave that as is. It's not in here. There's this one, but yeah, it's not here. Where do I? Maybe
What are the other capture options?
the other ones are all my webcam.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I just got it plugged into the wrong place. So I don't have it plugged into my
It honestly, as dumb as it sounds, it might be under display capture listed as a display. Like it might be treating it like a monitor.
we can see. Hold on. Why is this doing this weird
I
thing?
mostly use OBS Studio though, not Streamlabs OBS, so I don't really know the layout very well.
Let me get rid of this. Okay, what is this one? Why is this here? I don't know what that is. All right. Keon for mod. You want Keon to be the mod, Swish you? Just
he seemed cool.
Okay. You're a mod now.
Yeah, I got a question, you guys. You guys watch UFC?
A little bit.
I don't.
Nah, I don't.
Oh shit! Today was crazy.
It was a good one.
I didn't see any of this stuff today, man.
Yeah, it was, well, I don't know if you guys know, but like, you know, your boy, what's his name? Hamzat choked this Chinese dude out in like a minute. Then like Islam almost broke the man's arm in like a minute.
Dang.
And then Glover Teixeira, dude's like 42 now, just won the belt after trying to chase it for like the past 20 years. It was pretty crazy. Mostly waiting for next week though. Next week is that fight card's crazy.
Yeah, I used to like. I mean, this is nothing related to UFC. I used to watch a lot of wrestling. That's about it.
Oh yeah, I used to too until they changed it to WWE.
Yeah. My dad. I went to a convention recently, and it was like an anime convention / comic convention. And Booker,
I'm trying to go to those things, man. I'm trying.
Well, Booker T and Sting was there, and my dad got their autograph.
Word.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Sting was kind of a joke.
Can you dig it? Did he do? Can you dig it?
He was super personable. He was like talking to everybody. He was holding conversations. He was really nice.
No, that's what's up.
Sting wasn't very nice. He was only there one day, and he was only gonna be there for like a couple hours. So it's like,
that's whack.
Yeah, he didn't say much to people. He just, sign it and like, get the hell on. I'm Sting.
Yeah, he's just there for a check.
Yeah,
that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, he made a lot though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited to go see these guys, bro. I'm excited, dog. Seeing these guys, especially I'm gonna be that close.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be able to hear Pop letting them have it.
Yeah, that's gonna be dope. I'm thinking about going to the one in December in Memphis.
Oh
I
yeah,
want to see that one. Yeah, I think that's gonna be cool.
That's
gonna be crazy. Actually, that's gonna be a good one. That's gonna be good.
Who are you in the chat? D16.
Delon. I haven't typed in it.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
You're cool, man.
Yeah.
You're cool.
Yeah,
I
man.
got tickets for December at the Kings Spurs, right behind the Spurs bench. I'm excited for that one.
Yeah, I'm right behind them too, dog. I'm just like, damn, bro. Hopefully they say what up, and they ain't like on that, and they ain't bullshitting, you know. Even if they were assholes, I don't care. I'm still rooting for them.
Yeah, they're gonna play they're gonna play hard every single night. I didn't get to ask you, Swish. How did you feel about the game, or did you get to see any of it?
I got to see some. I'm really happy we won. It kind of felt like both teams were playing awful the whole game.
Really?
So I was glad we played through that. Yeah, it's just I don't know. I was really happy because that's the first time this season I think DJ's put up that kind of stat line, and I felt like really, really good about the efficiency and the way he got to it and all that kind of stuff. So like that was cool. No, I don't care that Drew Holiday was out because I'll take a win when I can get it. But
what do you mean they played horrible?
Nah, I mean it's gonna be a lot of mistakes until like 12 games in, just because it's a new season. It always happens. But I mean, and like I got a lot of hate for saying this in the off season, but it's like I fully expect us to have a really rough season in terms of losses. But like, you know, I'm here for it. And if it gets us better, I'll go with it. Doesn't mean I'm gonna love losing that much, but hey, it's all about the future.
Yeah. I like I said earlier, like I think they're gonna be 7 AC, but I'm happy with whatever we get, honestly. And like these, you know, as long as I see effort out there, you know, I don't want to see a Luka in every one of these guys. I don't want to see none of that. I don't want to see none of that. As long as I see that effort, I'm happy with the team.
Well, I'm just gonna say it because I know we're all thinking it. 78-4. 78-4, man.
Yeah.
Fuck it, dog.
It's not unrealistic to believe, you know.
Yeah, I think you need to be a little more realistic. I'll say 73-5.
Maybe 77-5. We could have an off night.
Yeah, bro. Let's go for that. That Golden State record. These guys got a lot on them right now. So they got a lot of people to prove wrong. I won't be, hey, bro. Mark my words, though, bro. Watch, bro. If we start doing really good, Clan, let's see what Skip Bayless said about that.
Skip Bayless, I don't know.
Yeah, let's see.
It is weird, man. Like I never got that. Like I wouldn't trip about it. If before he said that, he never said that before. This was something totally new. Like
yeah,
he was only
everybody. I'm pretty sure anybody as a Spurs fan kind of shocked everybody.
Yeah, he's only a Tim Duncan. When did he say that? He never said that.
Yeah.
He never said that.
Not to mention, he previously was like, "Yeah, I'm a Kawhi Leonard fan."
Yeah, he did say that too.
I was like, "You were on the Spurs bandwagon after Duncan retired."
Yeah. Ugh. It's just kind of lame.
Skip frustrates me because I seldom find any kind of commentators that like my teams, and for a while there, like every single team, he liked the Astros, he liked the Cowboys. I was at A&M when Johnny Manziel was there, and he was like rooting for them. He was rooting for the Spurs. I was like, I can't stand this guy, but he likes everybody I root for.
Yeah,
like,
that's how it is for me. It's like, wow, you're a Cowboy. Like, I don't know why he hasn't. Well, I guess did he grow up with the Cowboys? He grew up loving the Cowboys, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think.
I don't know.
That might be a little different, but I mean, he never jumped off the Cowboys when they were trash or when we were trash.
Yeah, they were trash for a while too.
Yeah,
and not even a little period for a while. And I don't even fuck with football like that. The only person I really like, I like the players, which was like my quarterback. I always love Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I was always rooting for Aaron Rodgers.
Gotta admit, I've never been that big of an Aaron Rodgers fan, but I love him now that he gave us that beautiful meme from this past weekend.
Oh, I hate that one so much. I hate that one so much, man.
That was the funniest shit in the world. I was dying.
I didn't saw
so-
that. What was I saw the picture. I didn't get it though. What happened?
He threw the ball and he got hit and fell, and he was like waiting to see if it was gonna be caught for a touchdown or something. And
Yeah,
his helmet was like half off. And
yeah, he looked crazy.
It was so funny to me the first time, but now it's all I see on Twitter, and it's all the same
like-
damn
it was-
caption every time.
It was one of those, you know, when you're like, when you're like the way you look. I don't know why it just look like that.
Yeah, I saw a lot of comparisons to Brady.
he looked like a turtle about to get run over by a car.
Yeah, I just liked Aaron Rodgers. Every time he was in the playoffs, bro, the man came to play.
Well, he's fun. He's fun to watch. I'll tell you that. I hate Aaron
That's
Rodgers.
what I'm saying.
because of what he
My
does
boy
to
is an
us.
Eagles fan. My boy was an Eagles fan, bro, and he hated seeing Aaron Rodgers.
I hate him too because of that. Because he always like kills us.
Yeah, bro, and then like
I was in the last minute too.
Yep.
Yeah, and then my other boy's a Giants fan, and I was just like, bro,
I can't imagine that. That's pain.
Oh yeah.
exactly. So and we was watching the game together. I think it was like years back. I think it was a while back. I don't even remember, but we was watching it together, and the man was like, I was like seeing Aaron Rodgers like throwing crazy passes, and these dudes were catching them. And bro, he was pissed that game, bro. That's when they lost the Giants.
Can we just be real for a minute, though? Like, can we just acknowledge that we live in a world where there are kids born in New York that have to choose between being a Jets or a Giants fan?
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
That's rough.
And then now
Oh,
they gotta
God.
choose. Now they gotta choose between being a Nets fan or a Knicks fan.
Hey, Swish Hill.
What's up?
You know we were talking about Thad Young last night.
Yeah,
So I know you saw some of it. Did you see
Dog,
how good Thad was
I
playing?
think he heard us. Yeah,
You thought he heard us?
I think he heard us.
Oh, heard us. Oh, okay. Man, we were about to argue. Yeah, I think he heard us tonight.
No, we were just like, God, I like that. He's just been playing so bad, and then like tonight he shows out, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely played better today, man. Especially guarding Giannis.
Yeah, he did pretty decent. I didn't
He
think
did pretty good, man. He caused a lot of turnovers.
Yeah, he did pretty good. I was,
Yeah.
I was impressed.
He'll start playing well. He's still getting used to this
Yeah.
and all
You
that.
you could tell. He's running with these young ass cats, and they're like, and they ain't stopping running either.
No.
As soon as they get the ball, they're already going towards the rim.
Yeah. I loved what I saw from him tonight. You know, not only that, I thought that his passes was probably the most impressive thing out of this game. He made some really good passes.
Yeah, Trey Jones made a good pass to him too.
Look at Impeccable. Impeccable always do this, man. He always show up at the last minute.
I told him. I said, "Hey, the number one stream guest has arrived. We were
See,
waiting on it."
See, man, drama hits, and he's in the chat. When drama hits, he's in the chat. He just don't want to say nothing. When it calms down, he's like, "Hey, how everybody doing?"
Was he like the Spurs Keemstar or something?
Yeah. He just waits around.
I guess didn't Keemstar retire or some shit like that? I don't know. I don't
I
watch
think
this.
he's
he
back or something. I don't know, man. Like, he said he put that out, and then he was like, "All right, new video out tomorrow."
Dang, I got excited.
I know, right?
Yeah, I got excited. Oh well.
Are you gonna have a new video
Can't
out?
keep getting away with this.
What'd you say?
Are you gonna have a new video out, man?
Tomorrow? Yeah. It's gonna be about this. It's gonna be about this drama, and about Drew show. Yeah, it's gonna be all about him. Like, what the? Why would he? I don't know, man. That's just so weird. Like, wait,
Guys,
you
let's
gonna make a
get
video?
1,000 likes.
And then what you gonna do? You gonna make a video, and then what? And then your wife is gonna leave you? It's like, whoa, hold up. Where all that come
Yeah,
from?
Dude, I was
Let's
like,
get 1,000
he
likes.
left. I was about to tell him like, my dad works for Nintendo. I'm gonna get you banned. But he left before I could say it.
I think he got more triggered when I started talking about your credentials. Like, it was like, well,
Dude, I mean, I didn't even care. I was like on a mission to serve.
But here's the funny thing: if he didn't say, because I think at one point he did say Presti was a good. It was so confusing because if he why did he get so angry at what you were saying? If he agreed with what you were saying.
I feel like I missed so much in the 30 minutes I wasn't here.
Yeah,
You got the video, bro.
It's in the other stream.
You got the video, Clan. You finna find out.
All I said was that everybody wants to say Sam Presti's like the best GM of all time, and I'm like, he drafted all those guys in like the top 3, top 5. So I mean, yeah, he's gonna have good players there, but also he's made all these trades, but we have no idea how they're gonna turn out.
Okay, he wasn't agreeing with you. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. Then.
Yeah, I mean, all I said was that like I don't think you can say he's the best GM ever when you have no idea what is gonna come of what he's done. And I said the same thing with Danny Ainge. Like everybody said, Danny Ainge was great because all the good trades he made, but like, what has that brought the Celtics so far?
Right now,
and all that,
right now
like
it's looking bad.
Yeah, like he's got some good players, but they haven't won yet. So like I don't know. I think the idea that like you're only a good GM if you can put together a super team is kind of stupid. Because like. Look at what the Grizzlies GM has done. He's done a good job. Charlotte's starting to do better. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I think Charlotte is gonna be like, bro, like Jordan's stock is about to go up right now.
Would you say? Here's a question: would you say like the Sixers have a good GM?
The Sixers just need to find a consistent GM. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And that's the thing too, is like Sam Hinkie was considered a failure of a GM because he did the whole tank over and over strategy, and now people love him because it got them Joel Embiid. So it's just such a skewed version of what people consider good in a GM.
Yeah, because that whole thing, like, oh, he created a super team, or he created a team with a lot of talent. Like, yeah, like they were picks 2, 3, and 4. Like we could do that too if we, sucked enough.
Yeah, well, that's why I won't like. Yeah, I'll critique certain things and praise certain things Brian Wright's done. He's only been the GM for 2 years. I can't really say whether or not he's succeeded or failed. Yeah, we'll know whether he succeeded or failed in 5 years.
Yeah,
so it's just like ride it out till then,
Well,
like I said,
basically what happens
now,
this year. Basically, what happens now and from now on is what you judge him for.
Yeah. Even that whole thing where he was bringing up the point about, what was he saying? That like other people have influences, therefore you give them the credit. And it's like the GM's the GM though, I
mean, it comes down to what the GM wants and what
picks.
Pop has a big role in that organization, so it also comes down to what he wants. I mean, I can speak to that from experience. I mean, I knew he's now the director of player personnel, but he was the head scout for the Spurs when I knew him, and everybody's got their favorite guy, but it is up to them. They decide with the information scouts bring back who they want to take.
I mean, perfect example would be like, what's his name? Jerry Jones. Like when he wanted Johnny Manziel, but his son wanted, the line, the offensive line, or a stronger offensive line.
Yeah, and I gotta say,
he did say yes. He did say yes to that. So he should get credit for being okay with it, because he could have easily said, screw what you saying, I'm gonna do what I want to do.
On the best GMs, they weigh all the advice that they get, so yes, it's a team effort, but I mean, there's also just so much more that goes into being a GM than drafting players.
Because at the same time, it's your decision,
and it's down to like, okay, who are we gonna get in the arena for concessions? Who are we going to hire to be our massage therapist when we go on the road to travel with us? That kind of stuff.
Oh, wow. I didn't even think about all that.
Yeah. I mean, it's everything. Every coach, every trainer, every assistant coach, every arena staff member, all of their paperwork and stuff goes through, at least in terms of like the sports part of it. Stuff like that, all that goes through the GM. Obviously there's a separate division that covers like the people that take the tickets and security guards and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, they
bro.
do a lot of stuff.
It's probably why Phil Jackson couldn't handle that shit.
Well, that's like I've never met RC and all that, but I've met people who have met him before when he was like in his prime as a GM, and all they ever told me was like, yeah, that dude was constantly busy. Like his phone was ringing off the hook everywhere he went. It's just like it's a rough job on people.
Yeah.
God, dude.
Damn, what kind of life they live in, dog?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, it's they recently changed the rules, but they used to have like when free agency started, you could start contacting players at midnight, and like people I've known that were like with other teams during those times, they like I knew a couple like executive assistants to in like Boston and stuff like that, and they hated it because they said they had to keep like training staff on hand because basically the GMs and assistant GMs would stay up like all night for like 2 nights straight just in the office burning midnight oil, calling players, calling teams, trying to figure out how to put a roster together and beat people to the punch.
Wow.
And like they got to have training staff there to make sure they're staying healthy and, you know, not getting themselves into any like bad medical conditions. But it's where like everybody was mad when Pop was talking about, yeah, like we have our team, I go to sleep. I'm like, I mean, they're human beings, man. They got to take care of themselves. So I'm glad they changed it to like you can't contact them till like noon on a day or something like that.
That's crazy.
Yeah. What else goes into being a GM?
Honestly, it's just a lot of research, and like I don't know everything about this. I've never even met Brian Wright, but just like what I've heard about stuff, I can tell you from like watching how San Antonio scouts, and I've seen Cleveland scout and stuff like that. There's lots of different things people swear by. San Antonio loves to obviously scout the game, but they also watch everything that a player does. Like
outside?
Well, not even outside. It's just like they'll spend the game watching only that player. So they don't even focus on what's going on in the game. So if a player goes to the bench, they watch how he treats the people that hand him water, and they watch how he takes advice from his coaches if he's made a bad play, and watch how he handles being pulled from a game for making a bad play, and his teammate goes in and does a better job. So like they look at like all aspects, the overall interaction, and like I won't say it always is pays off as a strategy trying to find the coachable and good people that fit that, but I mean it is kind of crazy how much they put into determining who a person is as a player.
That's probably why they picked up Primo.
He's super
calm. And like I mean I haven't been involved with like the NBA stuff in a couple years, but like Primo's one that I'll say I think a lot of people they fly, and like me included, I don't watch Alabama basketball. I just it's not a team that I go to all the time. With that, mostly college, I watch a lot of North Carolina, and then I watch some of the big games. But they went and watched his highlights on YouTube, and he looked just like a spot up shooter. But once I got down to looking at his combine footage and showing stuff that the Spurs had released with workouts, that guy was cooking people in there. I was like, wow, no wonder he was rising up draft boards. He looked really good in those workouts.
He probably had a good attitude.
Yeah, I mean, he seems like a really good kid. And just a really good player too, and someone they think they can mold even more.
Yeah, I like every single thing. About him.
Yeah, because when I was watching it, bro, I didn't know who it was.
Nah. I didn't either. I was confused. I was like, who is this?
Yeah, I'd heard of him because, I mean, I love the draft, and honestly, I like college ball better than NBA. I know that's blasphemy to say on a Spurs channel, but...
How dare you?
But you were 100% warranted to say that, honestly.
Dare you?
Oh, Impeccable here?
Yeah.
Where were you? Impeccable. This is why I'm number 2 and you're number 1.
Listen, I ain't gonna lie. I was hanging out with friends, so I just got back, and I was like, "Oh, class still on?" And I saw Harrison's in there. I was like, "I have to do it."
Oh, really? That's what happened?
He said he had to defend his title.
Oh, okay. So I'm not your friend. So I'm not your friend.
What? Where is this coming from?
Okay, I see. No, that's cool. I see. I understand. I don't come first.
You notice the drama just came in here as soon as he walked in.
Wow. I didn't even try to bring this negative energy.
God damn.
This man.
But no,
here,
I mean, I agree with what Harris is saying. The number one thing I heard about Primo coming out of even before he got into college, like right around when he was getting into college, is he was the brightest star coming out of Canada, out of their basketball system currently.
Oh wow, I didn't know.
Yeah, no. Once I got to I knew who he was, but I hadn't really, it's just one of those names that, God, it's such a Spurs thing. You just gloss over it when you're looking at talent on a draft sheet. And like once I researched it and was looking at like what people had said on him, it made a lot more sense because people were really high on the guy before he went to college, felt like he was underused, and then seeing his workouts, I was like, oh damn, like wow, there's a lot more to this kid than we've been able to see.
Now this is something small, and I show it like all the time, but I'll show it now. Even if you go to his Instagram and you just look at like stuff that he's just posted, I mean, you see it in there. It's like night and day. I mean, I know that it's like, in the gym playing against people that won't make it to the NBA. But still, it's like, good God, like, wait, why am I in this one? Okay, I don't know.
Nah, yeah, he like when I like, there's not too much tape on him, but the tape that I saw on him, I was just like, okay, I definitely see what they were like, why they got him, and it's like the other guys, they were like, oh, Kai Jones, Josh Giddey. And I'm over here like, man, I don't want none of them. I wanted, the only thing I wanted from Kai Jones, bro, was the fact that he can switch up on the, on a point guard when they got him on a pick and roll. And like that's pretty much it because we had no big man at the time. And then like the only person that can actually, run and actually, guard would be probably Kai Jones, just because of the fact that he's long and he's fast and he can actually switch up. But if it wasn't that, I mean, I didn't want anybody else, honestly. I was just like, man, I don't even know, because none of these guys play defense. None of the guys play defense. Or they're just, their footwork is good and all that. They can do a little spin and get into the paint. But other than that, I mean, we don't really need that. We need a shooter. We need somebody to score. We need somebody to dunk that shit when we get down in the paint too. Because Pirtle wasn't done. But when they started picking up, I didn't hear about Jock Lindell. I had to go look at what he had. I looked up Jock Lindell. He's actually decent. He's actually a pretty good pickup. Then when I seen Zach Collins, I was like, damn, when Zach Collins get right, I'm like, Zach Collins might be a good one right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope Collins comes back healthy because he could be so good.
Yeah, he can, bro. He can, bro. And it's like, damn, I feel sorry for Pirtle if he does come back that good, but.
Well, I think you can utilize both. You can utilize. You probably Drew Eubanks is the one you need to worry about, right?
It's gonna take some work, bro. It's gonna take some work.
The thing with Zach Collins is he has a ton of potential. It's just that he hasn't found his right footing in the league. His injury history has been just about horrible. And even my skepticism when it comes to Zach Collins is, even if he is healthy for, like, let's say when he comes back, he's healthy for the rest of the season, it's the long-term projection of his health in the fact that he's been injured, and it's not like he misses like a week. He tends to miss
like 2 years.
Exactly. Which is why he was a lottery pick, just like Jakob. And the question is, if he can stay healthy, what does he do on your basketball court? Is he a stretch big? Is he a post-up big? Is he a switchable big? There's a lot of questions when it comes to Zach Collins and what his ceiling even is just because he's been injured. We'll find out, of course. We have him for the next 3 years if we want to, but, it's a question.
I still think that we don't. I still think that he ain't gonna go off till mid-next season. Just because of the fact that he's coming off an injury, they're not gonna want to play him that in big minutes.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while.
That's why I say like mid-season of next year is when they're finally gonna probably give him some minutes.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that this is like misinterpreted all the time, or maybe like people just genuinely disagree with this take. But like my take on like the whole getting him thing, I never felt like it was a risk based on the contract. I just never saw that as a big risk.
What we got him for?
That's so cheap.
Yeah.
It was like what, like 3-4 mil or some shit?
Yeah.
7 mil, and then next year will be half of that, so 3.5, and then after that, that's what's guaranteed, and then after that,
he's a 2-year.
We get 3-year, right? Third not guaranteed.
Yes, third year is guaranteed.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't see that as a risk. That's like nothing.
It's not that much of a risk. Like if it was the beginning of his injury, then it would have been a big risk. But like, you know, he's coming off of the injury. He'll probably be back by January.
Yeah.
So I mean, it just all depends. You know, Drew's minutes might go down a little bit because then they're gonna have to start switching up people and see what fits. Like right now, everybody, Pop's trying to figure it out. You know, pretty much. Pop's probably just trying to figure out, all right, what squad works good together. It's just like the Laker game. The Laker game, you just saw that, you know, KBD was like doing his thing with the starting five and all that, and even with like that game with the Laker game, and that was a good game, bro. Mm-hmm. And the way they played, you know, Diop, like, you know, I didn't expect that to him playing that much minutes, especially in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually like really looking forward to that. I hope that they can kind of get it together. I'm not crazy about like not trying to make the playoffs, and that's just me. Like if it doesn't happen, then sure, you know, we'll just see. But I don't know. I how do you guys feel about Murray being the finisher? I know this game, and he had a couple opportunities the last couple games. But
he just gotta get his shot together, bro. That's it, bro. That's all I worry about that man is his shot. Like other than that, he has everything.
What do y'all think?
DeJounte's always been, I think, in my opinion, at least the number 2 as far as closing. He's really getting his experience in as a number 1 closing option. When DeMar was here, he was obviously the number 1. I always felt like DeJounte was the number 2 option. With no DeMar here, we're clearly seeing that DeJounte is the number 1 option here. They're not really going to anybody down the stretch, and he's the only one with the confidence to really just do what he wants to do down the stretch. And I think that's because at this point, from what I see with DeJounte, the organization has enough confidence in him that they believe that he'll do the right thing down the stretch, and I think he has enough confidence he'll do the right thing too. So I'm not surprised, but it's inspiring to see that he's willing to do the things needed to win.
How far do you think that'll take us, though?
Well, that's the thing. DeJounte as number 1 only has a limited ceiling. Him as the number 2 option, though, I'm very confident in him as a number 2 option. I don't buy it, or even like a 1A, 1B situation. If we were to bring in somebody who's equally as good as him, maybe not in the same ways, but just on the similar level as him, I'm confident in that. But him as a 1A with no 1B, we could get into a play-in for sure. We may even make the playoffs, but are we going to beat a higher seeded team? No. But I definitely think he could lead us like 41 to 46 wins. I think he could do that, honestly.
That's what I was predicting. That's exactly what I was predicting. At least better than last year. If we did better than last year, than last year, that's a good accomplishment.
For sure. We have a direction.
That's a great accomplishment.
Last year with DeMar, my main question was, we have DeMar, but what does he do for us? I'm not saying that DeMar's a bad player. Not at all. He does provide something. But for our roster in specific, what does he do for us? And he gave us a veteran presence and some scoring and some facilitating. He did a lot of things for us. But what is it that he did to separate us from the pack? And when we went against the Grizzlies team, that was clearly inspired by Ja Morant's play. we really didn't do anything with DeMar DeRozan. I think with DeJounte at least having the confidence and the acknowledgement that he is the number one option on this team, it's a different story this year. I definitely think he can lead us to a play-in tournament. We just have to string some wins together. I think we have to get our feet under us, in a matter of speaking. And once we do that, I think we'll be fine. Honestly,
I don't think we gotta trade DJ. Honestly, I think DJ's solid, bro. I think he's his even his stats speaks for himself. Like, I don't really see us trading DJ, and because like
contract.
Yeah, and like how everybody, I believe it was you or somebody, TSR, one talking about that. Trading him is like it make no sense because it's like we don't trade for stars. We don't trade. The only reason why we had to trade for a star now for DeMar is because of Kawhi.
I don't know if that might have been TSR, because my take is like the only reason, because I'm like this, I'm like all or nothing with it. Like my thing is, because a lot of people that saying like trade Derek White, and I will say the only reason I think it will be acceptable to trade Derek White or trade DeJounte is if you're trading not necessarily both of them, but you're trading in a package for a big star. That's the only reason. And if you're not going to do that, then I don't want to trade DeJounte for a couple picks or Derek White for a couple picks, because I don't know if they'll be able to live up to how good they are right now. These were successful draft picks for us.
Well, the thing is, like, people can say trade stuff, but like it's been, I think, 6 games now. Like, you can't make that judgment until we've seen a lot more here.
Exactly. That's why I said that in the chat when you for Clan. It's too early.
Yeah, and like my one worry, not just with DeJounte, I don't want to put it all on him. I'll just bring him up as an example. But with the whole team, is where I felt like DeMar had his place. Our young guys, they are really good. They're gonna be good, but there's still sometimes that I feel like, and we've seen in the past games, in like the late third quarter or the fourth quarter, they get kind of stagnant offensively, and they're still looking around for DeRozan to get them a bucket, but he's not there anymore. And like that was my worry with the bubble, is everyone was focused on our young guys.
Right,
but like even in the bubble, we had like in the fourth quarter, it was the DeMar show. Like he was closing out the games, and we got to find somebody who can figure it out how to close out those games for us, if not collectively. But until then, I'm not on the like trade anybody thing right now. I want to see what we got, but like I feel like DeJounte, like y'all said, I feel like he'd be an amazing number 2 option. But as of right now, just with that uncertainty with being a closer and stuff, I feel like that's kind of where his role is, and that we need that alpha next to him. Because like really, I don't know. I don't want to be a pessimist, but I feel like we've got a lot of really good role players, and they're just missing their guy to play next to. And like I look around the league, I know obviously this is never going to happen, and is a stupid analogy, but like if you put Giannis Antetokounmpo on this team, I think they'd be really damn good. Like, but I mean, he's a superstar, and all that, and you got to have the right guys next to your superstar. We just don't have a superstar.
We don't need. What we don't need though is like, too much of an ISO player.
Yeah.
We don't because who was an ISO player when Timmy was here? Nobody. Who, unless you're like Parker, going to the hole and getting your bucket, but.
Well, like, Duncan was an ISO player, or he could.
Yeah, but they also set him up. Though.
I would argue that all 3 of the big 3 were actually ISO players, but they understood how to.
Just learn how to play together.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Manu thrived as an ISO player. Tony led the league as a point guard in shots at the rim as a point guard. Tim Duncan understood how to play ISO ball. And I to a certain extent, I disagree, just because of the fact that the superstars in the league understand how to blow up a play in order to make an even better play. They elevate a team's offense just because of the fact that their offense is so good, or their offensive skills are so good. They don't really need a play set for them. They can go ahead and get the team where they need to be based off of their skills alone. You know, I think the best mix you can find is a guy who can operate obviously a guy who can operate in a system, but at the same time understand when it's time for him to turn it on and understand when to turn it off. How to
That's what
operate
I
in a
mean
system,
right
but at
there.
the same time understand when the system isn't working and they need to go ahead and build their team out on the offensive end
Exactly.
just to get back onto the defensive end and make a play so that they can, benefit their teammates. I think that's
Yeah.
what you're saying, but
Yeah.
that's
That's what I
crazy.
mean. I'm not saying as if like,
Mm,
because you know how it was with DeMar. Yeah,
mhm.
he's an ISO player, but at the same time, like it kind of didn't really work out. Like working playing as a team and all that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. Like Tim Duncan, yeah, it's because they can get their own
Well,
bucket
that
and it'll be automatic.
I
But the
think.
thing is,
Oh, my
go
bad.
ahead.
Go ahead. No, no, go
No,
ahead.
no,
Go
no,
ahead.
go ahead.
Uh,
Oh
no.
no, it's just like good. Go ahead. Bro.
No, I was gonna say.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I think that's part of like what's gonna make Primo so good, because right now we are stagnant only because we have no one that can kind of force a double team. We have no one that can just shoot at will, and I think Primo is gonna be one of those guys that can do that. But then at the same time, he got such good basketball IQ. He passed the ball so well. He can
Yeah.
turn. He can change his modes. And just from what I've seen thus far, he can change his modes from, oh, I just want a shot. I'm just gonna take this three and I'm gonna knock it down. It doesn't really matter. I'm gonna do this step back. I'm gonna, he has all that in his arsenal. But then he can also switch that mode. Like, okay, I'm not looking that good. I can switch it up and I can be more of a facilitator and I can play within the system and be a catch and shoot shooter if I have to.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was like. It's hard to find a player out there that will actually play with the whole team.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was meaning about that. I agree with you, bro. It's just hard. It's just like a lot of these stars, they grab the ball. It's just like they all wait around and see what he does. I don't like that. I like seeing cuts. I like seeing everybody moving without the ball. Like how we always play Spurs basketball. We always set each other up. We always pass it around and make sure we look for the best shot. And if it ain't there, whoever's there, take over.
I'm telling you, DeJounte got really aggressive at the end.
He did, bro, and I was happy as hell. Bro. That's why I said I wouldn't even trade that man for nobody else, bro. Like I don't see why. Only like his shot just got to get better, bro. If his shot get better, he'd be a monster, bro.
Yeah, my take is I'm only for it if it makes sense. It just got to make sense, and it got to be in a package. I don't understand trading one player right now, and especially what Switch Hill said. Like it's so early. Like there's no point in even thinking about it.
I think I get why you would actually trade for a better player right now.
Okay.
I'm not, and that's not even me saying that you should do it right now, but I get why. It depends on what the expectations for the season are. From what we've heard from management, the expectations are we just want to see what we have so that at least we know what we have going forward, right?
Yeah.
But if your expectations are we are a Primo was I think he'll be a great player in the league. I think he'll be a very quality player. I mean, a 20 plus point per game scorer eventually. But he's only 18 years old. You're not expecting that immediately.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is the most well-connected guy. If you don't think he could bring somebody here who would be willing to play with him under Spurs management, I mean, he is probably the biggest chip as far as not trading him. His value is more so in convincing somebody else to come here to play with him in order to make the team better.
Wait,
You know
say that last
that
part again.
inherently has. I say his biggest value isn't in being traded, but his biggest value is in the connections that he does have and who he could bring to play with him.
DJ?
Who would want to play alongside him?
You said DJ has that?
Yeah, because he signed to Clutch. He has a personal relationship.
Okay, I got you.
He has friends around league. You know,
he hasn't been able to flex it yet.
Well, yeah, he hasn't been put in that position. I think after this season he will be, but I mean, when you're playing with DeMar DeRozan and the cap is already limited on your team as far as their finances, you don't really have that much wiggle room. But I think after the season, we'll have enough cap space to do some things. And if we need to create more, we can. I think it's just a matter of what is this team's plan in the next 3 years? I don't know. I don't think any of us know, but I think we're heading towards the right direction as far as our player development. I'll say that.
Especially our defense, bro. Our defense is looking good, boy. Our defense is looking good. And then, DeJounte and Zach. Oh. Mm-hmm. DeJounte and Zach, bro. Oh, man. And it's just there's a lot of possibilities, man. But it's hard to because it's gonna be hard for somebody to stay unless you're gonna be paying them good or overpay.
Let me ask you. Go, Swisha.
Impeccable. It's funny you say that because we were talking earlier. One of the guys I know, he was the Spurs lead scout for a while. He's now their director of player personnel. But when I first met him, of course, I'm asking him all these for stories of the franchise, and he talked about when they were going into that draft, who they were going to look at, and they had watched DeJounte play for a little bit at Washington. They're like, he's really raw. We need someone to replace Tony. And he said that he, Pop, RC, and 2 other of their scouts flew to Cleveland because LeBron was hosting him there to work out. And they watched him work out and they talked to him. And he said they absolutely fell in love with him at that workout. That he said they've never met anybody like him, where they felt like he had the mentality that every other Spurs player has had, but he bridged the gap and brought them into modernity in terms of how he is with the league. And it's funny enough because he said the entire draft night RC was on the phone trying to trade up to get DeJounte because they thought he was going to go in the lottery, and nobody would take a deal. And then all of a sudden he fell to pick 29, and it's funny because all of us are wait, who'd we take? And he said all of them were on the verge of tears because they got their guy and they thought they were gonna have to part ways with someone like they did with George Hill to get him. So he means a lot to those guys. So I hope he turns it up. And
I figured because I understood that he was raw, but when you saw him at Washington, he showed clear flashes of being something more than what he was. And I mean, based on his, I mean, everything that he provided to the game, you would expect that he would go top 20 at the very least. Him being there at what the 29th pick, unheard of, honestly, for a player of his type. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's one of those things they couldn't believe that they got their number one pick for that draft. I mean, just given where we were drafting, obviously,
we've been getting lucky a lot.
Well, I mean, same with Derek, man. I mean, he told me because when I met him, it was the year we had drafted Derek, and
the fact that we even had a lottery pick.
Yeah, but he told me that like they met with Derek, they worked out with him, and like they absolutely loved him. And then Kyle Kuzma came in and did like an insane workout with them, and he said everybody was kind of like fuck, what do we do? Because like they felt like they kind of had to take Kuzma based on what they'd seen, but they couldn't shake how they felt about Derek and his workout. And then the Lakers took Kuzma, so they're like, there's our answer. You know, he was our guy all along. So like all these guys have like super cool stories with the team, and just like the team's been betting on them way longer than we have. So I'm just like, yeah, I hope it pans out, because DJ is such a different kind of guy for this franchise than what we're used to, and like always good, some bad, some just in between. And like I think you're right about his value, because in terms of trades, the only player we have to really trade to get someone possibly better is DJ, by putting him in a deal with other people. And like, not a lot of people want to do that. So like, I think you're right. His value there is like, we either are looking at someone to draft to put next to him, or
DJ coming off the bench.
Yeah. But or like getting him to lure someone here. Like, you're absolutely right.
I mean, my thing with DJ always has been, I mean, I think it goes back to like what, I want to say 2019 or 2020 draft, when we drafted Keldon, who himself was a gigantic faller in that draft. I have zero clue on what their scouting report was for that 29th pick, but at first when they drafted Keldon, I was skeptical, because even though I had seen Keldon in college at the University of Kentucky, I was skeptical of his jump shot. I was skeptical of what position he would actually play in the league, especially because I thought he was a bit, flat-footed, which we've seen in the league to a certain extent. But I was surprised that he didn't actually try to go Kevin Porter Jr. I knew that Kevin Porter Jr. had a personal relationship with DJ. I know that that's one of his best friends who's actually in the NBA. I was surprised that they didn't go with him, just because of the fact that if you get a guy who satisfies DJ on a personal level, I would think that would be a better decision than just going for maybe a guy who you just feel has more upside. I think you would want to satisfy like a guy who you're clearly trying to commit to long term, just so that, similar to like Kevin Garnett and Stephon Marbury. Even though it didn't work in Minnesota, I think the Spurs are a bit different in how they manage talent. I thought that would be probably a better decision long term.
Yeah, and like, you're right. And the funny thing is, when we took Keldon, I think I haven't really heard anything to validate this theory, just a little bit, but I think they were worried a lot about KPJ's like off-court issues at the time, and like, but they did look at him because of that. And from what I've heard, it like Brian Wright was convinced that he got a top 10 talent in Keldon, and that there were lots of discussions over exactly what you said. Like, he's flat-footed, we can tweak some things and do this. And then, we can try playing him at a position he's never played before. They evaluated him physically big time. And, like, nobody ever thought of playing him at power forward when he was drafted. He was listed as a shooting guard. So, like, so it's just, like, thinking outside the box. But, I mean, yeah, you're right. It's, KPJ is another guy they looked at. And that's where sometimes you think, maybe they should, look a little less into the behavior and stuff like that. But hey, I guess they got their way of doing things, and we just got to live with it.
It's like a placing your bets. Like you're gonna win more often than not if you do it the way that they're doing it. Don't take too many chances with that. But it's not like they never do it. Like, every now and then they know people are a little questionable and they'll put them on the team. They just don't do it on draft picks. because that's like a long-term investment.
We'd rather do draft picks than actually paying them dudes.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm always super skeptical when it comes to like guys who you perceive as potential stars, though. Even though KPJ had his off-court issues, he showed enough that he would be. His skill set wasn't like predicated even towards the college game. Even when I watched him in college, I was like, this game that he plays is so much more so predicated towards NBA ball versus college ball. It like a guy like him is gonna thrive in spacing, which we've seen even on bad spacing teams. I think that's the big thing that the Spurs have to be concerned about is, do they think? I mean, they obviously try to do that with Joshua Primo. I think that was the big thing that they addressed in the latest draft. But the big thing is, and I think they've been trying to address it, who aids in upping their upside. I don't think the Spurs are concerned too much about their floor. I think they're convinced that they have a good floor as far as their NBA game. If anything, that's been confirmed by the early season. We've been competitive with some of the best teams in the NBA. We have the second hardest schedule of any team in the NBA within the first half of our schedule. So
and
clearly,
the last bit.
We have a good team. The big question is, how far do we get with our current roster construction? How far do we get with just DeJounte, Derek White, Keldon Johnson, whoever, Doug McDermott if we're playing him at the 4, and Jakob Poeltl? How far does this team go? I think they know that this isn't a finals team. This isn't a Western Conference finals team. And this may not even be a second round team. I think they understand that. So the big question is, what gets them to that next level? I think at some point they're going to recognize that, tell us what, either you draft that person who gets you there, or they're going to have to trade up. I think, or you sign somebody in free agency. I think the most likely thing is they're going to have to make a trade, but I don't think DeJounte is going to be that guy who they trade at the end of the day. I think it's going to have to be somebody else, or they're going to convince a team that it's going to have to be somebody else, because I don't think DeJounte is the answer to curing our problems. I think he's the answer as far as building a roster, but I don't think he's the answer as far as trading him away to answer that problem. You know?
Yeah, he's not. He's too. Honestly, I feel like he's very valuable, bro. He's very valuable in and out the court.
Yeah, exactly.
The fact, bro, like I said earlier, it's like, bro, look at his stats, bro. Like, it's just like, it makes no sense to trade this guy and then like, but Clan, you do make sense unless you trade him for like something way better, you know, in a group, you know, with another dude. But even then, like, I don't like that, you know. But you know, it is what it is, you know.
Well, that's my thing. I'm just like, I don't understand what people want. Like when people say, "Well, trade Derek White for a draft pick," and it's like, why? Like, why would you trade him for a second round?
That for a draft pick?
For a second round pick.
I think I get the. I was gonna say this last stream, I think, but I wanted to like think about it just to make sure I understood my words or understood my thoughts. I think I get the idea behind trading Derek when it comes to most Spurs fans. Not that I entirely agree with it, but I get it. I think the big thing with Derek White is most fans feel as though he aids in us having a floor. He doesn't aid in us having a ceiling. There's only a ceiling that you can get to with Derek White. That he's a guy who flourishes when he's next to better players than he personally is, like a Malcolm Brogdon. Malcolm Brogdon thrives next to guys who are probably better than him just because it aids in him creating his own offense and doing his thing on defense. Mm-hmm. But when he's on a team in which he's asked to be the number 2 option, the number 3 option, or even at times the number 4 option, he kind of struggles. And we've seen that.
It doesn't work out.
And I don't think that it's entirely he can't become better than he is, or he isn't even better than he is, or what he's shown. But I think to a certain extent, I agree. He's a floor guy more than a ceiling guy. He's not a guy who's going to elevate you to the point in which you become a better team as currently constructed for the Spurs.
But that's my point though. Like, if you traded Derek White alone, like I'm fully for, like, if you're trading multiple players and you're trying to make a big deal happen. Okay, that I get that. But if you're just trading Derek White, And if he's obviously coming off this injury and he's going to be a little inconsistent and you're trying to trade him right now, you're going to get a second round pick. Is that second round pick going to be a second or third option on the team? Probably not. It's just going to be a role player. It's going to be less than what you got from Derek White's productivity. So I think
or in the G League.
Yeah. It's not going to be like some player that turns into Manu Ginobili. That doesn't have. It's rare. It's hard for that to happen sometimes.
I'm not gonna lie. I presumed that the big thing with Derek White and trading him. If you trade Derek White, Derek White move is not a Derek White move in and of itself. A Derek White move is in aid of doing something bigger than it.
Exactly. So moving his contract to create more cap space.
Make more cap space.
You get an asset. All right. You take that asset and you combine it with the assets that you already have. The Spurs already traded for the Bulls pick. Do I think they're gonna trade? Do I actually think they're gonna draft for that pick? I don't think the idea is to draft for that pick. I think the idea with the entire moves that they made this offseason was to combine the assets that they got over the offseason to combine with the players that they have to make a bigger move overall. I don't think the Derek White move is a move in and of itself. I think the Derek White move would be a move to do something even bigger than just Derek White in it. It clears the space and it clears cap space, and it would combine. It will give you the ability to combine the asset that teams may want, which is a trade. A trade pick. I mean,
I guess my thing is that makes sense. That makes total sense. But my thing is, then why did the Spurs give him this contract?
The Spurs gave him this contract because one, it's affordable. Two, it doesn't hurt their current roster construction because who else were they going to sign for that amount of money? And three, it secures a player that they could trade for further assets if it comes to that. I mean, I don't think that at the time in which they signed him, they knew they were going to be in the position that they're currently in. I don't even think do I think that the Spurs thought they were not going to be in playoff competition come this time? They probably assumed that they weren't going to be, but they didn't know. And so Derek is, because he's a floor guy, adds value regardless of whatever position you're in. But when you're not a playoff team, a floor guy instantly becomes a lot less valuable because he doesn't really help you in any direction. He doesn't really make you into a playoff team all of a sudden because of his production. And he doesn't really aid you in getting more high value draft picks. He kind of just maintains the level in which you're at. And when you're at the level in which you got the 11th pick for the last 2 years, and you're not a top 10 draft pick team, but you're not a good enough team to make the playoffs, I think at some level there's gonna have to be a give. Either you commit to one direction or the other. And I think Derek White is a big linchpin as far as which direction you end up going in.
I feel like I might be just misunderstanding because I don't know. I see Derek White as making your team better. Is that not?
No, he makes our team better for sure. The problem is, does he make us good? And this is my honest question: does he make us good enough to make the play-in? Does he make us good enough to make the playoffs?
I think he's
current roster construction good enough to even make the playoffs with him involved. Now, if you add another player who is better than DeJounte,
also based on his contract.
Yeah, if you combine a player who is as good as DeJounte or better than DeJounte onto his team, Derek White instantly becomes better because he's such a good floor guy that he will maintain how good your team is, regardless of if DeJounte's going off or the other guy's going off.
But
the big question is,
go ahead, finish your point. My bad.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he adds value. His value is inherent to what he does on the floor, which is a bit of everything. If you combine a guy who's as good as DeJounte or even better than DeJounte onto his team, his value is based on what he can provide as a floor to those guys. If you made Derek White a third option, he'll thrive as a third option because lesser expectations, and what he provides on the floor is a great backup to those two other guys who can brunt a lot of the other pressure. Nobody's going to be focusing on him on defense. You can't focus on a third option on defense. It makes it very hard to focus on a third option on defense. So in the current day, I don't think Derek White has as much value as he could have on a better team just because he thrives in a different situation that he's currently in right now. I think that's where his value is the highest. personally.
I feel like he's very timely. Like I guess where I think like, oh, he does bring you slightly over the top is I'm thinking about I could see him as a third option. That's definitely what he is not a second option by any means. Third.
Nobody will utilize Derek White the way we utilize him.
Here's the biggest thing, like especially what you were trying to say, like as far as does he bring us over the top or does he make us, that much better where I think if he's in that role as the third, and I think this is the same thing you basically said, if he's in that role as the third, he definitely does, because he's going to do something in the fourth where it's like, whoa, where did that come from? And that's going to help elevate you. But
regardless if it's a block or it's a clutch bucket, we've seen it with Derek White. It's an occasional situation. You've seen it. That's what made you into a fan of Derek White. I respect that.
But
you can't expect him to all of a sudden become a number one or number two option just because of these things. He thrives in that position. The only time that he struggles is usually when he's expected to be either the number one or the number two, or I've seen Derek White struggle when expectations bigger than what he provides are placed on him. Yeah. And that's not a criticism of the player. That's mainly a criticism of the expectations that are placed on him more than anything else.
I guess I could see, but couldn't you do that with any player on our team right now then? Like, technically DeJounte doesn't have much value to this team if you're trying to make the playoffs?
The big thing that you see is some people project higher than others, as you know. Some people project higher based off of ability, based off of flashes, and based off of talent. With DJ, what DJ gives you is, you've seen it in the statistics. DJ gives you close to a triple-double every night. DJ tends to struggle less with expectations more than other players on our team. DJ also struggles less when it comes to just overall production, when it comes to everything that he does, when compared to other players on our team. That's not to say that other players on our team aren't good. That just says that, tell us what, DJ as a point guard does a lot more than anybody else on our team as far as their own singular positions. That's not to say Derek White is subpar, isn't good, or is bad. That's just to say that when it comes to combining what he does with somebody else, he has the most value, which is why people would trade for him, just because he provides the most. He does the most things. And right now, what the biggest thing that is sellable in the NBA, to the point that PJ Tucker has inherent value, is, or a player like PJ Tucker has inherent value, is he's a utility guy. Everybody loves a utility guy. DJ is probably a top 5 utility player in the league right now, and I'm not shocked to say.
You're right.
I'm not. He does a bit of defensively. He does a bit of everything. Offensively, he gets you rebounds. He gets the offensive boards. He can score a bit. He has a go-to move. Defensively, he does a bit of everything. He can rebound the ball. He's leading the league as he's one of the top. He's at the top of the list as far as triple doubles, and he's only averaging 2 turnovers a game. And the other 2 guys who are averaging near a triple double are averaging triple the amount of turnovers that he is right now. So I think Luka Doncic is averaging almost 6 last time I checked, and the other guy's averaging Russell Westbrook's almost averaging almost 8. So when you're looking at how many turnovers per game he's averaging, plus the amount of production he's giving you, it's not hard to see that just from the numbers perspective, he's probably your top player. And then if you combine him with another guy who does a lot of those same things as he does for you, then it's not hard to see why a lot of guys around the league would probably have value in him as far as GMs, but also why the Spurs probably have a ton of value for him. I don't think the Spurs are going to trade him. No. And I think that's the main reason is because they understand that it's just finding out who's that number 2. I think right now the main dedication they have is finding out who is supposed to have to be that number 1 or number 2 that's supposed to combine with DJ. I don't think the idea is to replace him. I think the big idea is who are they supposed to combine with him to make the team at its most optimized currently.
Now they did. Well, I agree with that. They did include DeJounte Murray in that Ben Simmons trade too.
And well, I think the idea behind that is Ben Simmons does a lot of what DJ does, but is 6'10" and is a considerable amount heavier than DJ.
Yeah.
I think the idea behind Ben Simmons is if Ben Simmons can figure out what his offensive game is supposed to be, regardless of if that's a post game, a pull up mid range like DJ, or a 3-point shot, regardless of what it is. If he can figure out what his offensive game is supposed to be, then you have a guy who can play similarly to Magic Johnson in his offensive game, and yet play defense on just about any player on the league, regardless of if it's a point guard, shooting guard, small forward, power forward, or center. And he can provide a floor for your team if it's based around him that is comparable to any mid-level team in the league, regardless of whatever talent you surround him with. And if you surround him with the proper talent around him, then you have the understanding that this is a top team in the league. The big question with Ben Simmons is, how much do you sacrifice for Ben Simmons, and how much do you believe in Ben Simmons? I don't think the Spurs believe nor are ready to commit all the Sixers are asking for Ben Simmons. And I think that's a big thing. I also think they understand that DJ's not a great shooter. You can't really put DJ around Ben Simmons and expect him to all of a sudden become a fantastic shooter just because Ben Simmons is there. Their fit is kind of wonky. So I mean,
the thing with Ben Simmons too is like I hate the argument everyone presents like, well, DeJounte's better than him. I'm like, I mean, one, I just hate the argument about like players being better inherently, because like, you know, it's such a subjective argument. But even then, like you said, like the thing is right now, I think why they're willing to look at swapping for a guy like Ben Simmons is they feel like they're getting somebody back that does virtually the same thing that DeJounte's been doing, but his ceiling is twice as high because of those things you mentioned. And like, you know, I don't really have an opinion either way if they trade him or not. Like it all just depends what it's for and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like this season especially is just with like White too, is figuring out where he fits in the long term with the team and how good we think he can be. Because yeah, his contract is pretty decent. I mean, like, to put in perspective, he's getting paid less money than Joe Harris is. And you know, Joe Harris is a 10-point a game guy just as a role player, and he's good. I like Joe Harris, but it's just, we got to look at, you know, is he going to be here? Is he going to be what we need the next few years? Or is he going to is he going to stay productive? Is he going to stay healthy? Or do we have guys on our bench? You know, do we think Devin Vassell is going to be better than him in a year or two and worthy of a better contract and a bigger role and stuff like that? Do we think that if we get a top pick, we could get somebody at his position that's better than he is for the long haul? And it's one of those things that I think the idea is, if you genuinely look at it after a lot of this season goes by and dissect it, and you feel like there just isn't a place for him, then I could see dealing him by himself to just get something in return that helps you get towards that build part. But you know, otherwise, I don't think, you know, y'all hit it on the head. Like, I don't think you trade him just to trade him at this point.
Exactly.
Like, you've got, there's a lot of thought that has to go into this, and a lot of conversations and evaluation.
Yeah, I think
he is a good player.
I'm gonna say this. I did not think of the perspective that you and Swiss Hill said. Impeccable on trading them, because that if it's something like that, it's like, okay, that makes sense. But there will be a lot of moves after that. It wouldn't. And somebody in the chat mentioned like it would be like a George Hill trade. And it's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a little bit more sense. But I'm gonna say this. I know that you tried to give like fans credit. You're like, well, I think that they're thinking, no, they're just being reactionary. It's a few games in. They weren't thinking all that.
Fans are naturally reactionary, but I think I've never been like some fans, are just reactionary in the moment. But I think a lot of reactions are based on previous notions, right? So if I see a player has been struggling, but I give them the benefit of the doubt, sometimes there's a game in which you see them. And it may not be anything big. It may just be something small, but eventually something's gonna break the camel's back. I think for a lot of Spurs fans, what they've been waiting for is a follow-up to that 36-point Nuggets game that he had. And we haven't. He got a contract mainly predicated off of the production he had in that series, and mainly predicated off of the flashes that we've seen. A lot of Spurs fans haven't really seen that level of production from him, even with all of his leading the NBA in charges drawn, and probably lead, if he's ever healthy for a full season, leading the league as far as blocks for a point guard or a guard in general. They see those intangibles, they see those things, but they don't see them as this is a guy who's gonna put us over the top. They just don't see it as, like if you switch out, and just as an example, if you switch out Derek White with Malik Beasley, do I think Spurs fans are calling for his head? No, because here's the thing: even though Malik Beasley doesn't give half of the things that Derek White gives on defense, fans in general prefer and value offense higher.
20 points a game.
GMs.
Yeah,
that's how the game is. That's what it's predicated towards. Do I think Malik Beasley and Derek White are on similar levels? Yeah, I think they're on similar levels as far as players, based on what they provide for their teams. But I think Malik Beasley has more value just because, guess what? He gives more to his team on offense, and more fans, because this is what fans buy into. They buy into offense. That's just how it is. Derek White is fantastic on defense, but you'd be lying if you said, guess what? He looks the most refined offensively, because we've seen him, and sometimes he has his moments in which it looks good. It looks like it should be a good move, or it should be a clear shot, or it should be a clean shot, and he misses a shot, and it happens more than once that it happens like that. I think personally, as far as I'm concerned, right now, I'm more convinced that a trade is going to happen throughout the season eventually.
Same.
Than at the beginning of the season. Just because of how much DeJounte. And I think the big thing that convinced DeJounte's convinced me of that. I don't think DeJounte's going to be the person that's traded, but I am convinced that eventually a trade is going to happen just because DeJounte took the leap that he needed to take. Mentally, physically, and on the court-wise, to constitute there being a trade. I think if DeJounte just was the same player he was last season, I think they just go throughout the season and just let it be, because there would be no point in make a trade. What did they make a trade for? They make a trade for a player and what, just to miss the playoffs again? I think the big reason why they would make a trade is because they understand that DeJounte is clearly making the step in the right direction to put them at the point in which they can believe in themselves as a playoff team to near playoff team. If you get a guy who they think can either, even if he's not a number 2 or a number 1 option, if they got a guy who they believe can be a complete number 3 and a consistent number 3 option to DeJounte, if DeJounte is supposed to be a number 2, I think they made the move just because of the fact that it gives them something to build off of chemistry-wise. And it's great to have that chemistry between a number 2 or a number 3 or a number 2 and number 1, just because it gives your team a floor that's higher than even just having good role players in general. I think the Spurs are full of good role players. I think the big question for a lot of NBA pundits even were, who are they building around and what are they building around? And what's that final image supposed to even look like right now currently?
Well, and like to your point there, I'll probably get hate for saying this, but like people have called for years to see DeJounte and Derek play next to each other for extended time. Yeah, and it just, they love each other, they like playing together, but it doesn't look like a great fit. And like
no, I never thought it. I never thought.
Yeah, it's one of those things too. Like if we're going to build around DeJounte, that's when you have to. And like I think the perfect Spurs example is here's another one who's iffy with Spurs fans. He used to be a really good friend of mine, and then I lost touch with him when he was traded. But Danny Green, not like the best player in the world by any means, but like he was a fantastic fit next to Tony, to Kawhi, next to Tim. It's just he just fit that team, and he's only going to get you like 6 points, 8 points a game. I think he averaged like 11 in his best season ever. But I mean, he knew what he was there to
do.
do, and he was there to, kind of play off of the guys. And I don't see Derek, one, as being good enough shooter to be like a spot up guy next to DeJounte. And I don't see him wanting to necessarily. I mean, they got Derek because they weren't sure DeJounte would pan out, so they took two guys who could possibly be a franchise point guard. And yeah, I've critiqued DeJounte for efficiency at times, but the last couple games, even if he hadn't been efficient, the numbers he's put up and the demeanor he's had has been that of a franchise point guard.
Yeah,
It's like what
for sure.
Yeah, and I wonder where Derek fits next to that when we start looking. And like, this is not to say that we're going after him or we even have a chance of getting him, but like, then you have to consider, okay, we've got DeJounte as a point guard. Is Derek the right fit to him? Do we try and trade him to get a better fit next to him? Is Jakob the best guy to be setting screens for him, or do we try and push him to a backup and make a big offer for some guy like DeAndre Ayton and then drafts? I mean, it's a lot of hard questions that are coming up that they're going to have to address with this season, but it's really going to be about, okay, who's with us and who do we have to painstakingly let go so that this team can get over the hump?
Yeah. I this might be a controversial opinion, based off what Harrison just said. I think personally, this is the biggest this offseason / season is the biggest season for the Spurs in the last 6 or 7 years.
Oh, I don't think that's controversial. I just think that's realistic, because like this is where we decide who stays and who goes and all that stuff.
I think the big thing with that, and I agree to a certain extent, but I think the big thing is with the Kawhi situation, we weren't really in control. That just kind of spiraled out of control. Get it? But this season is the big season in which we commit to a direction. Either we're trying to establish a new franchise, a new sense of what we're supposed to be for the next 5 years, or we commit to just being what we have been for the last 3 to 4 years, which is a competitive team, but not a team who's going to be in the playoff hunt, really and truly. What I call playoff hunt is top 5 to 6. Any team that's not in the play-in currently or will be in the play-in is a team that I say is established in the playoffs. I think a team that's in the play-in is kind of not established because they're close enough in which they can be bounced out, which is room enough for doubt, even if they're a good team. I think that's a big thing. I think the first step they took towards doing that entire thing was really and truly cutting Lucas Dominich. I think cutting Lucas Dominich, waiving him, not even trading him, just completely just saying, hey, we're not going to commit to this experiment, is to say that they understood that it was a reach. They sold to a certain extent on reaching for him and committing to him, and understand that may have not been the best move long-term wise. It's completely different than Joshua Primo. In Joshua Primo, I think there's a certain level of confidence that they have in which they 100% believe in him. And we've seen that. We've seen the hints that they 100% believe in him. In Lucas Dominich, there was a level of doubt. Seen in the management telling us it'll all work out, and seeing in the fan reaction that, there just wasn't that level of confidence in seeing, especially with the complaints coming about him over from Europe, in that there's questions about his motor, how much he wants it, how much he wants to actually be in the NBA, how much he's committed to becoming a great professional. There's questions about that.
And that's crazy, man.
And that's crazy. The worst thing you want. That's the worst thing you want to hear when it comes to a player. You can work on every other skill. You cannot work on motor. You cannot work on commitment. That is just something that you either have or you don't.
How can you have that?
Why they committed to DeJounte. DeJounte, the biggest thing that's convinced me and made me a fan of DeJounte on our team is DeJounte, regardless of if he's in the wrong or in the right, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He doesn't care if he's in the wrong or the right. He is committed 100% to the decisions that he has made. Regardless if they're wrong or they're right. He doubles down on what his decisions are, which we see in the game. He's made some mistakes. He's doubled down on them. We've seen some great plays that he's doubled down on. And I think that's something to commit behind because of the fact there's a level of amnesia when it comes to the mistakes, and there's a level of commitment that you don't see in role players, but you see in stars that separates them. You know?
Mm-hmm. I was
He's
gonna
like
say,
Pop, man.
yeah. I was gonna say this about Luka. I was a little upset just because, like, dang, you know, you did have potential, but at the same time, I mean, I wasn't that shocked only because if you remember, I mean, even draft night it was iffy. Like you were saying, like RC Buford. I mean, I've never seen an interview with RC Buford about a player quite like how he was talking about Luka. Like
it was so odd.
Every single thing was like, yeah, he's good, but he got to work on that.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is okay, but he got to do this. Oh, you know, he's good at this thing, but we know that he has to work on. Like he was just saying how much work he has to do.
Already.
And it's
Already.
funny because everybody's like, oh, they shouldn't have taken him at 19, and like, yeah, they're right, but it's funny because RC didn't even want to take him at 19. They wanted him at 29,
I
but
believe it.
Boston was going to take him at 20 if we didn't. So they were like, oh, let's get our guy. But I also just feel like, you know, the way that happened, something happened internally with him,
And
the organization, because like,
I'm not surprised. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, and like we all saw it on the court and stuff like that. It's got to be that and another combination because the Spurs are the most patient franchise in the league. We've seen that with how we develop our guys in the G League and bring them in when they're ready. And it was just like something happened to where they were like, look, we don't care if you pan out. If we wait, we do not want you on this team. Like, just get out.
But
And I
but
mean,
how
it's
can you
here.
blow your moment though? That's what
It's
like.
not-
It's like
it's
it's
not
like it's like yeah, but it's just like, bro, like it coming from like my father's like third world country and all that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if you have your opportunity to become somebody in the NBA, why would you blow your moment and
Well,
then
I give
blow
you an
your
example.
stock? You know what
I
I'm
give you
saying?
an
Blow
example.
your stock. It's like,
Lucas
why-
Dominich, from what I heard with Lucas Dominich,
Yeah.
the year before he got drafted, he was a guy who was being looked at as being a guy who could be selected in the lottery for the next year.
Mhm.
The big reason why he wasn't was because of the same concerns. People doubted if he had the motor or the commitment to become a guy who could be valued at lottery selection.
It's just crazy how
Um,
you can do
he
that.
came in,
He just,
he came in the league the next year during the draft, and the big question was, does he have the same commitment that is demanded of a guy who's going to be selected in the lottery? He wasn't selected in the lottery, but he was selected by the Spurs based solely off of his talent and what he showed at the combine. I heard about his combine being fantastic and him having a fantastic combine showing. But the thing that screamed out to me when we selected him at 19 was it never felt to me like it was a pick that we made solely because we wanted to make it. Like the picks before with DeJounte, with Derek, they all felt like picks that we were going to make regardless of who else was there. They were our guys there. With Lucas Dominich, I had a weird, and I'm saying this now, even though I wanted Brandon Clark at that pick. That was my guy at the 19th pick, especially because he was there. I thought he was going to go to lottery. But I just doubted that Lucas Dominich was the guy that they wanted to pick there. I felt personally on draft night, we got peer pressured into taking that pick based off of where somebody else is going to pick him.
Wait, who is that? I missed that last part. My bad.
Boston was going to take him at 20 if we didn't take him at 19.
Yeah,
So like
and
we
it.
grabbed him.
And I didn't even know that. I felt like he was just a guy.
I didn't know that
gonna
either.
get picked. I felt like he was just going to be a guy that got picked by another team, and we liked him enough that some of the organizational members liked him enough that says what, if we didn't pick him at that spot, another team threatened to pick him, and we just got peer pressured into taking that pick. And it's just it felt weird on draft night because I was just like,
It explains why
like
he
the
was
organization
acting like
was
that. Though.
committed to that pick. It just didn't feel like an organizational, like we're all committed to this player. I felt like part of the organization wanted Lucas Dominich, part of the organization wanted another player, and they weren't really sure of what to do with that pick. They knew what they were going to do with the 29th pick, as in take the best player available. But the 19th pick is just late enough that you can get a guy who probably could have, should have gone in lottery and take a risk, but it just felt weird.
It explains why RJ was like that.
Well, and like if you look at it too, like he was clearly Boston's guy, because like when we took him at 19, Boston immediately drafted Thibault and traded him away to the Sixers for more picks because they didn't want him. Like they wanted like a mobile big guy, and then they got that in Grant Williams a couple picks later. But like, and we've seen how that. Yeah, it felt like I watched a lot of the combine because they had all the games televised for like the first time that year. So it was kind of weird because like Šamanić was one of those guys who I had heard stuff from Spurs connections about him in the second round, like keep an eye on this guy. And then all of a sudden, what the scouts told me was that he he's going to be like David Lee, but with a better jump shot. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And then he came into the combine and he was playing like a point forward. Yeah. And I was like, whoa, where'd this come from? So all of a sudden people started talking about him. And I think you're right. It just felt like we were kind of forced to take him if we wanted to get him in our system and all that. And like, I guess I can't be too mad because actually the guy I wanted at 19 was Keldon Johnson, and we got him anyway. So
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Keldon Johnson was a weird one for me. I watched Kentucky that year. I remember watching Kentucky that year, and I loved his drive. I loved his passion for the game. I wasn't convinced. If anything, that also what convinced me most about if he would be a good fit on our team. At the very least, he'd be the hustle guy. But the big question for me personally was, what does he provide on the basketball court that is an elite skill? I think that was the main question for most scouts. What does he provide that is an elite skill? He's not a very vertical athlete. He's not a very fast athlete. He's not a very fleet-footed athlete. He's not a guy who's going to wow you on the defensive end with his lateral quickness. He's not a guy who's going to provide any one skill. Even his shooting is questionable because his form was always questionable in college as well. That question if it was fast enough, if it was good enough at the NBA level to be a consistent shot, it just felt very. His entire game felt questionable. But the thing that sells you on Keldon Johnson is who he is as a person, because he is a rare individual in which, regardless of if he's doing good or bad, he's not going to take himself out of the game because mentally he's there for the long run, not the short run. Yeah. And I think that's what convinced the Spurs on taking him in general over like a Kevin Porter Jr., who, he might have more skill and more promise, but the questions off the court gave you concern for who he'll be in the NBA. And if anything, combining him with a guy like DJ, who has had a troubled past, might have given the Spurs questions as to how much could he help DJ as far as his off-court, who he's becoming off-court more than, who he is right now. Could he, to a certain extent, I put this in quotations, corrupt to a certain extent who he becomes off the court versus who he is on the court, I think that was a legitimate question for the franchise. If you end up helping DJ or making him a worse person on and off the court. I think that was the big thing with Keldon. I think that was the big move for Keldon. My question still remains. Why was Lucas Dominich, why get peer pressured into the Lucas Dominich pick? What made the organization really want to commit to that pick? That was my big question.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's like, this is one thing I will say, I think is one kind of weakness with our front office. And we see it with current players and with potential players, is like, we have our guys that we like, and not so much anymore. This is where I'll give Brian Wright credit. We're seeing it now where he didn't offer Lonnie an extension. But RC has his guys, and when he's got his people, he is, loyal to them, whether it be a good thing or to a fault. And like, he rewards people for sticking with him and stuff like that. And like, RC's a good guy, and I don't think he's is or was a bad GM, but like that happens sometimes, like where and it happens to all of them. You fall in love with the player, and you have to have them, and you start letting that affect your decisions in all things. Like, okay, Boston's going to give him at 20. Maybe they should have thought, okay, he's not worth a pick this high. Let's just get someone else and let him go. But like he couldn't. And that's like he loved Pau Gasol as a player, and maybe he shouldn't have offered him. However anyone feels about that contract, I don't know, but like maybe he shouldn't have offered him that contract. But he liked Pau, he liked him with the team, so he was willing to do it. And it was kind of a negative in the end. So that is just one flaw. I've done it too with people. I have people I like, and I'm willing to overlook certain things that normally would be red flags because, like, they're my people, So, but I feel like that is one of our flaws there. But like, also to your point, Impeccable, that draft was full of guys who like had a bunch of skills, but you couldn't really categorize them. And that was where I think they chose Keldon because, like, one guy that I was actually really familiar with because of my job at the time was Nasir Little. And he was one of those, like, what can he do consistently? He does a lot of little things okay, but not anything really well. And I think, KZ Okpala was another one of those guys.
Yeah,
It just like, Nick Claxton, people wonder what can he bring consistently, stuff like that. And I think one reason they went with Keldon is because, like you said, that attitude, that work ethic, like they knew he was going to do whatever it takes to get to where he had a consistent skill to add. And I think that's just fueled DJ even more. He's got another guy with him that's like bought into this hardcore. And I think that's another reason they're willing to get rid of Samanic is kind of felt like in the preseason he was dragging the whole team down there, and like in past games you could see DeJounte visibly like frustrated with him when he wouldn't give effort. He'd be on the bench shouting at him and stuff like that. You didn't play hard on defense, you didn't hustle back. He wasn't happy with them, and not a lot of people were either.
Nope.
I think that's because he's the exact to a certain extent DJ probably perceives Luka as the exact opposite of a guy who had everything, the whole entire world essentially promised to him, and yet he hasn't worked hard to earn it, nor confirm that he deserves it in his eyes. Even to a certain extent where he was drafted, I think DJ would have been far happier if he was drafted at a higher spot and had a bigger contract than what he probably got coming into NBA. Even if he feels as though he was blessed to even have the opportunity he did have, I guarantee you, if he was in Luke Samanic's spot, he'd probably be happier, just because he would feel as though the franchise believed in him more. And I think to a certain extent that does play a factor into how players receive each other. And with Luka, his constant low energy, no real drive, it's different than a guy who just seems very low. Like with Kawhi, a lot of people say Kawhi is a robot, and he shows like little compassion on as far as his game. But one thing you can't question with Kawhi is his will to win, or his want to win, or his drive to at least be a successful player in the NBA. With Luka Samanic, the big question you always had with him was, how committed is he to the NBA versus the lifestyle that comes with being an NBA player? That's always my question.
He's also with Kawhi, he was a gym rat. Like, he was known as that.
Yeah, he took advantage of us, and we took advantage of him. Like, he worked, but he worked with us too. Like, I'm never one of the people that's like, oh, we made Kawhi. Like, we both used each other to get him to where he was.
You don't make a player. If they're gonna be great, they're gonna be great. But how they, get to that next level, it's kind of arbitrary sometimes.
I heard that he was he was busting Spurs records as far as NBA players in the combine, just because he was so much more mobile and so much more strong than they had originally believed. Just because he was a gym rat, he was constantly working on his body versus just his skills. He was working on every facet of who he was as an athlete, which is a reason for a franchise. Like, I think the perfect draft for me would have even been like a Keldon Johnson and a Daniel Gafford. another guy who was a
that's a great pick right there. I love Daniel Gafford.
Like if you had a guy like Keldon Johnson at 19 and then Daniel Gafford at 29, who was another guy, he was the number one guy for me at 29, even over Nick Claxton, who I liked.
I would have taken him over Claxton too. Yeah,
he was a high energy guy who bought into whatever system he was put into, didn't complain despite any situation he was put into, and was a guy who, scouts had lost confidence in him because he wasn't Jackson Hayes for whatever reason, and because he had comparisons to Anthony Davis in his first year in college, and he didn't fully live up to them. But I was like, this is a guy who clearly, if you put him in a role on whatever team you're on, he'll buy into it. And I think for the Spurs at that juncture, they needed a guy who, at the big man position, who would at least buy into their system, And Luka Samanic, I just never. It was weird. The thing with RC, and I equate this to RC. The thing with RC that I always questioned was, RC. The one fact I heard in the article about RC is he's a huge wrestling fan, right? And with RC being a huge wrestling fan, one thing I would hope he would understand is the point of a heel wrestler being a heel wrestler, right? A heel wrestler isn't always
Hold on. Chat. Somebody said, "Oh no, we lost them." Did you? Am I still here? Oh, I am. Oh, okay. Can you hear the game at all or no? You don't hear anything? No. Oh. Okay. All right. I'll figure it out. I can't hear it either. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I keep telling Impeccable to make his YouTube channel. No. Oh, I think is it playing now? Is it playing now, y'all? Say yes. It's doing a weird thing. Oh no. No, it's not. It's just static.
You up against it.
Yeah, I'm saying. But no, I'll definitely put out. I'll think of some topics. I'll definitely think of some topics, and I'll try to think of something. But yeah, I'm definitely 100% down to collab when I do make it.
Yeah, for real, man.
I think the big thing for me will be establishing a brand to a certain extent. That sets me apart from you, because I struggle sometimes with. I want to shape myself to just Spurs basketball or just basketball in general, or just be a guy. I think that the
Hold on. Be real quiet. I hear that. I hear it. I hear it. Like I can hear it. Wait, hold on. Okay, it is playing. It's just really low. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. I think the direction I'm leaning towards is just a basketball guy or a guy who talks about basketball but happens to be a Spurs fan.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I've been doing. I do a lot of like, I mean, I find like underrated college players that are probably going to be second round picks and like try and promote them. And like, I'm doing like a series on the 2011-2012 season and like how it changed everything, just like diving into everything.
I'll tell you what, 2011-2012 season did change everything.
Hell yeah. I've got like probably, I'm trying to keep it to like 3-minute videos that I release at a time, but like I've got probably like 30 of them that I need to just edit together and release. I've been so lazy with it. I only got 2 out.
Personally, I would say probably conglomerate them. Probably turn it into a whole documentary on how the 2011-2012 season changed everything. I think people are interested in, because the basketball, of course, goes through eras and phases. And I think the 2011-2012 season really defined what basketball will become in the next like decade.
Oh, for sure.
These kids don't know none of that, bro.
Yeah, my idea with it is like mostly the reason I'm doing it is like a video series instead of a whole documentary is because one thing I'm trying to expand the channel, and like YouTube's algorithm is weird with content that's super long. So I'm trying to have like sections of it. Like, I released my intro explaining what the series would be, and then my second video was like, okay, the preseason leading up to the lockout, and then like I'm gonna go probably have like 5 different sections on different impacts the lockout had, and then like talk about the new collective bargaining agreement. Then you've got all the different transactions and stuff that happened during the years. So it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, for sure. For
Clan,
sure.
are you gonna play the game? He said, "Clan, are you gonna play the game?"
What's something weird that happened? The first video I saw of yours, even isolated from even before I even knew who you were, or like you were even how you were connected to Clan, or even anything relating to Spurs content, was your video on used spawns.
Oh yeah.
yeah. I saw that video on used spawns because I was curious about. Cause I've seen Tennessee basketball before. I've seen some of the guys that came from Tennessee. I was like, I always liked the system, but it always seemed like they produced really good system players. And he was the first guy who I saw that was like, even though he's kind of a guy who, of course, would probably thrive in a system in which he has a defined role. He's one of the few guys who I've seen personally who probably could elevate himself to a point in which he's not just a role player, but he's like a super role player. If that makes sense.
Yeah, he's got all the tools for sure, and like the mentality. It's gonna be about who figures out how to get him there best. I think he's in a good system. He's with Memphis.
Yeah, I think the big thing is if there was any place for him to thrive, it would be Memphis. I mean, I think the thing with Yeezy is not even his commitment to the game. I think it's who's going to commit to use, if that makes any sense. He's just one of those guys.
No, you're right.
I just don't know what team in the league. There's only so many, especially, and I think, not to say that this is a bad player who of course, they committed to over him. I think Xavier Tillman, for whatever reason, that name is who comes to mind. I think them committing to Xavier Tillman kind of puts the ceiling on how much they're going to ever commit to use.
Yeah, and Xavier Tillman's a good guy. So, I can't complain. He's a good player.
He's another guy who I wanted to see on the Spurs guy. I just felt like if there was, and that's another thing, I just hate how we haven't drafted any big men. I don't know. I just don't get the front office's allergy all of a sudden to drafting a big man past Tim Duncan. Really?
Yeah.
You know, I know we drafted Tim, and that's real big man. I know we drafted Ian Mahimi in like recent years, or DeJuan Blair in recent years, but besides those guys, we haven't really drafted a starting level big man who's really going to replace either of our big men of the past. But really, besides George Gervin, we established our identity based off David Robinson and Tim Duncan, and then we even traded for Dennis Rodman. Even though it didn't really work out, he was our second best player for quite a few years. You know.
Yeah, the only guy I can think of big man wise that we drafted that became somewhat starting caliber was Tiago, but even then he wasn't like anything super special. Love the guy, but you know it is what it is.
I mean, and Tiago has if there's one compliment I give Tiago, his post game was very, very, very well rounded. There was no real counter move he couldn't do that in his post game for how players would defend him that he couldn't really just pull out of his butt, you know. But the problem with that is there's only a ceiling on what Tiago's player is going to do. And now I think playing next to Tim Duncan really elevated what Tiago's player could do. I think the big question with Spurs right now is, we have Jakob, and Jakob does a lot of good things, but we didn't draft Jakob. And I think the big question is, okay, you don't draft Jakob, you don't draft Kai Jones in the last draft, and you essentially veered away. And the joke going around the league for the last like 3 or 4 years is the San Antonio Spurs only have 10 to 12 guards on their roster, and every other position is specifically only designated as a center in the description. You know, I just wondered to myself, how do you defeat that type of, you know, stereotyping by other people in the league? You know,
I think a lot of it also just stems from, like you said, we had Tim, so for so long it was all about like, all right, let's just get someone to fill in next to him because he's gonna fix a lot of it. And I honestly think this year in the draft, if we're at the top of it, we may see that change. Because I mean, for so long we had our two big men in David and Tim, and like I'll be honest, I wasn't as high on Kai Jones as a lot of people I saw.
Yeah.
I did not want us to draft him, and there wasn't. I'll say there wasn't any big that I was like really intent was gonna be the guy this year. And even last year, like I would have been okay if they had managed to get a trade up, but I wasn't completely sold on James Wiseman either.
Yeah.
But like in these next two drafts, there are some heavy hitters up top, specifically 2022 or 2023. I mean, you've got Imani Bates and Victor Wembanyama up there at the top, and I'm like, everyone talks about how like, oh, the Spurs overthink it. I mean, no, they don't. They're gonna take who the best player available is up there. I think that will change soon.
I think there is credence to us overthinking it. I won't say under Brian Wright's administration, but I would say under R.C. Buford's administration, I think there is a tendency to overthink it. Because, and I'm not trying to overlook R.C. Buford and R.C. Buford's contribution, but a lot of R.C. Buford's what he managed as far as being our GM was mitigated by having a Tim Duncan there on the roster, right? And what we saw after Tim Duncan had retired and after Tim Duncan had been relegated towards not being the best player on our team anymore was he showed a lack of competence when it came to cooling a roster to a certain extent. And that's not me trying to insult it. That's just me commenting on it.
That's true.
I mean, listen, we had Kawhi Leonard. Okay, cool. But what are big moves did we do to really complement who we had on our roster? Tim Duncan was on his way out of the league, and by the time, R.C. Buford was on his way out the door, we had Pau Gasol signed to a $60 million contract extension because we like Pau Gasol. And Pat Mills got a loyalty contract, even though he deserved it at the same time. To a certain extent, how much he got was based on loyalty. And right now, under Brian Wright's administration, I don't know how it's going to go. But the big question when it comes to Brian Wright is, okay, how does he set himself apart? I do think the Spurs are going to target a big man, but how much are they going to be convinced that they're going to go after a Victor Wembanyama or a Chet Holmgren, especially if we're not even in a top 5 pick position?
Yeah.
A guy who I could see us getting if we lose enough games is like a Jalen Duren.
I love Jalen Duren.
He's a classic big man. He's not a new school shooting big man who's facing. He is a classic, big, strong, husky, just big man, which I like.
You two are gelling right now.
Clay, this is why we number 1 and number 2.
You just not too hard to speculate when you number 1. You know what I'm saying?
I'm so into this right. It's like a slight lag. Oh my god, 202 wins. Yeah, I'm leaving this room. No, I'm good. There's like a slight lag on my controller, so I'm trying to adjust to it. I would have won that last week. That was cool.
Listen, you providing the content right now. You providing the platform too.
Yeah. I just want to win. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you, Clan. This is your stream. What do you mean?
Oh man, you own this.
Somebody ban Clan real quick.
You might not even contribute to conversation right.
Get a mod on that.
Yeah. Did you say mod? I'm a mod.
Shit, I am too. I'll get on that. Hold up. Hey, hold on. You hear this? I'm hacking the mainframe.
No, get him out here. But I mean,
you guys got a lot of knowledge in that, man. That's even like just listening to you guys, you can just tell, and that's pretty cool, man.
Hey,
I'm way out of y'all league.
Hell no,
You listen. Even if you feel that way, you're learning from something. You're learning from what we're saying. It's increasing your knowledge. It is increasing your ability to even talk about the topics. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And if that's happening, well then you can just imagine what's happening for the common viewer. And because I wouldn't even assume that you have the common knowledge of the viewer, you probably have more knowledge than the common viewer. You know what I'm saying? So if that's the case, well then everything that we're saying is for the benefit of Spurs fans, and that's a good thing,
No, that is a good thing, man. And y'all, like that's why I need to get y'all channel. If you guys got a channel, well, I know you about to start up in February, but Switch Hill, I need to get your channel if you got one.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of videos, but I got a channel.
Hey, man, that's something. But man, it's a lot of things that I didn't know about, because I'm not into college basketball like that. Only certain teams, I like Duke, I like UNC, but I haven't been really into that much since I'm always busy now. It's hard to even keep up with things.
Yeah, not for sure. I mean, college is something I never even really paid attention to until maybe 4 years ago, and I really just I followed channels one channel I've been big into is Sunday Growth. That taught me a bit about just prospects and why they really didn't pan out in the league, what things to look out for, and why they didn't pan out in the league. And listening to that channel specifically helped me a ton as far as judging why other players that that I may like in college may not really pan out in the league. And maybe it's not even from a time perspective, it's just from a mindset, or a condition in which they're mainly predicated towards being a role player more than ever becoming a main player on their team, and they should only ever have a role. And if they never really have a role and a team drafts them trying to make them into something that they're not, they struggle. You know, that's one channel that helped me a ton. Of course, listening to Clan's content helped me understand, some of the things that I never really considered when it comes to like Spurs basketball. Certain things that fit and how maintaining the culture really does help as far as creating an identity for the team. It's certain like bits and pieces and little puzzle pieces that go into like what makes a team great. It's not sometimes like one team I've always been a fan of ever since it was like the Bad Boys Pistons, and it's not even just because they didn't have a centralized star. It's what made the Bad Boys Pistons that good that one, they won the finals one year, and then two, even when we beat them in 2005, they took us to 7 games. And they had the chance to repeat if things had gone differently in game 7, Yeah. It's things like that, little puzzle pieces that go into not just, okay, we have talent. This is enough to win us the championship. It's how do these pieces fit together? How does this talent complement each other? And how does this bring us to the next level? And I've been trying to figure that out when it comes to Spurs. But for some weird reason, the Spurs are like the big, even though I'm a fan of the team, they remain like the biggest anomaly to me because I can't figure out what they're trying to do. I don't know what the direction of this team. Like if you were to tell me that this team becomes a top 3 seed the next 3 years, I wouldn't be shocked. And if you were to tell me this team doesn't even make the playoffs the next 3 years, I wouldn't be shocked either.
And nothing leaks.
No, exactly.
Nothing leaks.
Hell yeah.
Nothing leaks, bro. It's everybody. It's like they're good with secrets over there, bro.
They're good with secrets, but in recent memory, their secrets aren't even good in recent memory. I'm not even gonna lie to you, because for the most part, we've become, I don't want to say we've become a laughing stock, but our reputation is not what it once was. I'll put it like that.
Yeah, ever since Kawhi left, it's like, oh, now you're just saying, I'm just like, God damn it.
And ever since Kawhi left, and then we picked Luka Samanic, and that didn't pan out, and we just released him, and we didn't trade him, we just released him flat out, and said we don't even really want to develop you like that. That didn't pan out. And if we miss the playoffs this year, I can guarantee you this. Even though some, creators around the league and the guys who cover the league, as far as like just media, are acknowledging that the Spurs are a fun team to watch this year, they're gonna say, hey, even though they're a fun team to watch, they're not entirely a good team, or we don't know what their future predicts. And I think that's the biggest thing that we have to convince people of right now is we're a team to invest into more than like a Sam Presti-led OKC Thunder who have mainly just been losing the last few years, to the point that it's to the detriment of a player like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander who's on their roster. To the point that they will flat out make an excuse as to not play him just so that they can get a higher draft pick into the lottery.
Yeah, that's where like I do like the direction they decided to take, because like one thing about the Spurs, there's a difference between tanking and being okay with being bad. The Sixers for years, they would pool guys, they put in bad rotations, intentionally trying to lose games, and like that took a toll on that franchise. I mean, they had to have complete turnover once they got Embiid, because the guys there, Drew Holiday was an all-star, and then they got rid of him because he wins games and stuff like that. Lou Williams playing really well there. They get rid of him because he wins games. Thad Young was really good there. They had to get rid of him because he's winning games. But like,
because he was too good of a player.
Yeah, exactly. And like, I feel like one thing we're doing is like we are absolutely trying to win every game. And we're keeping that competitive spirit. They want these guys to go out and make the playoffs, but they're also going to be okay if they don't, because then they get that draft pick. So that keeps our competitive fire and the team culture alive, while also kind of accomplishing what we want, but it's one of those things too. Like if they make the playoffs, then they got to look at, okay, maybe we're better than we thought. Do we try and go out and get someone in free agency instead of just drafting some guy? So I mean, it's going to be a weird spot, but it's one of those things that.
Do you guys really want us to make the playoffs though?
I think
yes. I think that would be so good for the guys. I don't know if it'll happen, but like, for me, I think the goal every season should be make the playoffs. Let's have these guys. I think that'd be tremendous if they got that as a payoff for their effort. And all that. And then if they're capable of making the playoffs, you can add a couple pieces with the money we have to spend and make a run at getting back there and getting better every year. You know, you can add Josh Primo to the mix and draft a role player. If not, you know, you got to look at the guy who can get you there.
We're gonna have some money next year, boy.
I presume that, you know, we got Doug McDermott and we signed him to a 3-year contract and on decent money with the idea that in 3 years we'll be in a far better position than we are right now.
Yeah, for sure.
That was my idea. Like when we signed Doug McDermott to the contract we did, I was like, okay, clearly this is a commitment to Doug McDermott that we're not going to just be a tanking team for the next 3 years. This is a promise that we'll become a better team within the next 3 years. And the Spurs are gearing up to do something. We don't know what, but something.
He was a good pickup.
Yeah, I agree. For like considering how much he went for, like compared to like Duncan Robinson, who does exactly the same things, but he's a better shooter, I guess you could say Duncan Robinson is, but less just a way less well-rounded player than Doug McDermott is. Compared to like the contract Duncan got, I thought Doug was a steal. But
hell yeah.
My thing with the Spurs is, I think getting to the playoffs is fantastic for morale, but I think being denied the playoffs another year when you don't have a DeMar DeRozan there adds to the hunger of the current Spurs, if that makes any sense. You know, I know that DeJounte's hungry to make the play. I mean, DeJounte hasn't. This is something I guess passed over a lot by most Spurs fans. DeJounte's never been in a playoff series. He's never competed in a playoff series.
Yeah, he has.
He's never got.
With Timmy, bro.
He got to play. How much did he actually get to play? Really?
He played. He was the
He
one
was
that
the
the year.
basket against Draymond Green.
Yeah.
He had a little breakout, bro. On that season. I mean, in that playoff run.
Was that the year? Was that the year he took Parker's job?
It was.
I believe so.
I was doing
so.
It was the year Kawhi got injured.
Yeah.
He took Parker's job though that year, right?
Yeah.
I think it's easy for me to forget it because of the fact that we got gentlemen swept like 5 games of the Warriors, I think.
Well, it also just overshadowed it that our best player got hurt, and we're like, oh shit, he's done.
Yeah. Blame Zaza.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's how I forgot. I was like, I even forget that DeJounte's on that team because I just remember LaMarcus Aldridge just kind of just not doing anything against the Warriors. And I'm like, oh,
that was so frustrating, bro.
Yeah, people were all surprised about DeJounte.
Yeah,
we're all like, oh my god. Like,
yeah, but I mean, he showed promise from day one. I think in my mind personally, I think that DeJounte. I don't even think DeJounte really even counts that as a playoff series for himself. I think he counts it as as a playoff series, but it's not really. It's not what he wants. It's not what he wants to do. It's not the contribution he really wanted to make. He wanted to do more.
He didn't get the experience that Derek got in that Nugget series.
Oh yeah.
That's what he wants.
He really wants it though. You can tell he really wants it, especially these last 6 games, bro. You can just tell that he's hungry, that he wants to carry this team, basically, if he had to.
He's been trying, but personally, I think the best thing for the Spurs is maybe not making the playoffs this year. I think
that's what the best thing is.
Here's the thing. And here's the thing.
I don't see anybody.
Here's
is that somebody that just joined?
Yeah, I think it's somebody that joined.
What's up, dude?
I joined 10 minutes ago. You late.
Oh,
You did for not 10 minutes ago. I remember seeing it pop up.
Yo, Kojak.
I think my problem with the Spurs is we are not a top 5 pick team. We're just not. This is not the roster that we have.
Why is you doing that? Don't be jinxing us, man.
It's not. We do not suck enough. I'm gonna be honest.
We don't suck enough.
We're not good.
Understand this. Y'all forgetting that Jonte and Derek White was up for trade before this season started. Right now, it's most like we're trying to build a trade value. We can get some picks. We are in a rebuilding thing right now.
Yeah, I'll agree with you. I don't know that I think we're better than a top 5 pick team as is. There's gonna have to be a lot of improvement. I don't know. Destin can vouch. I said at the beginning of the season, I thought we were a 26-27 win team.
Yeah, you did.
I think we're personally. I think we're a 38 team. I think we're 38.
Hurts, Twitch. That hurts.
And my big reason for the 38 win mark is because I don't think we're good enough to really win over 50% of our games. But I think we're going to compete every single game? Yeah. Are we going to blow some games? Yeah. But do I think we're going to blow every single game like we have? Like, if anything, the beginning of the season has given me confidence that we'll be fine as far as record-wise, because we have mainly competed against the best teams in the league. We just beat the champions in a contested game in which DJ shined. You know, we almost beat the Lakers, even though they didn't have LeBron. We almost beat the Nuggets, and they're a better roster than us, even though they don't.
And those guys already have an identity. We don't.
They already have a superstar, and we don't.
Yeah, exactly.
So
and
what I'm saying,
the way we played is like we playing in the playoffs.
Exactly. When we go against a Pistons team, a Magic team, when we're going against even some teams in the West, or like even the Indiana Pacers, when we're going against teams in which they don't have an established identity, just like we don't have an established identity, I do think we have enough that we can convincingly beat those teams every now and then, even if we don't win the series against those teams in the regular season. We have enough that we'll beat those teams enough on enough occasions. We're probably not going to end up winning 26 games. We'll probably end up 10 wins over that mark, just because our ceiling, our floor isn't that low. It just isn't. Not as it currently.
And the fact that what beats us isn't really the like, you know, it's our schedule, bro. We play top teams like every freaking game, basically. You know, it's not like we're like the Magics in the East. You know, even though they got some heads in the East, but you know, if the Spurs were in the East, like, come on, like where would we be at? Where would our Spurs be at?
Yeah, don't we have like one of the toughest schedules?
Yeah. We have the second toughest schedule in the before the All-Star break.
You know what I'm saying? Look at how we're dealing with that. We should have won. We should have been 6-1 at least.
Like, we could have been 6-1.
Yeah, we should.
That's fine.
We should have right now. And it's like, bro, like the way we play, you know, it kind of shows that what kind of potential we have, especially without a star.
Now here's where I get skeptical is and like, don't get me wrong, I am hands down rooting for that to happen. Yeah. The only thing where I see concern, and I'm gonna have to see improvement to like bet on it, is I think we came out playing a lot better than anyone expected. And I think a lot of these guys are playing much better than they normally would. And I look at like last year, we had a decently strong start to the season. And then all of a sudden, you know, we were playing well against tough teams. And then halfway point hits. And it was just like the energy was sucked out of the freaking building. And like the guys got gassed. I mean, you remember that game against the Jazz where we lost by like 40? Yeah, they just looked like they couldn't even get down the court. So I want to see how they handle adversity and just fatigue as the season goes on, because especially, you know, last year you had guys able to take plays off because DeRozan could handle it. They can't do that anymore. And my worry is they're coming out fresh and ready to go. And, you know, Denver, I've seen a lot of mistakes that Denver made this year that LA, that Milwaukee made that they're not going to make later on in the season when they've got their shit together, and we might not make them either. So like that's my concession. Like we may come out looking a lot better, but I just it's too early for me to say that I've seen enough to say that we're going to be definitively better than last year, losing our go-to guy. And like I don't want to sound like all negative on the team. I love this team and I fully believe in them, but I just like I got to see the consistency before I can buy into it. So I just got to be realist there.
Your take is as realistic as possible. You know.
Yeah.
I would say that your take is what every gambler would want to hear.
Yeah.
You know. I mean, I think gamblers actually hire people just to give them the takes exactly that you would give them, which is the most realistic take. Because no gambler wants to put his money down on something which is not going to give them any return, right? And I think that's a realistic standard for any Spurs fan to believe, is that we just have not seen enough. I think my confidence mainly comes from the fact that DeJounte looks like he stepped his game up. Jakob looks like he's definitely. I can't even say Jakob stepped his game up. I think he's just thriving more for more opportunity. Because the one criticism I have for him was I did not know if he could be a starting center in the NBA, mainly because he never established himself or tried to establish himself on the offensive end, despite what he does on the defensive end.
I haven't seen Jakob add anything to his game, which is fine. I just think he's that good.
Hey, bro, he added using him, bro.
They're using him in different positions now too.
What'd you say, bro? He definitely worked on his game in the offseason.
Hell yeah! And like they're also putting him in better positions now.
Yeah. He's able to show off his passing game a lot more, which
that's true. Yeah.
They're involving him there. I mean, they're starting him at the high key and having him initiate screens. Work through the. They're using him kind of like what we wanted Powell to do for us.
They're using him in pick and roll motions,
and he's been switching up pretty good.
Yeah, he's been.
For the most part.
They're using him in actual pick and rolls in which he's meant to score, not just to catch him and just put himself in the post.
I don't know.
He has more energy, bro.
I don't know if y'all. I was gonna say I don't know if y'all know this, but like they're trying to get him in the paint a little bit more.
Yeah, they are. And the one thing, and it seems obvious to say when you see it, they're trying to use it. Like, what player can I compare Jakob? Jakob last year reminded me a ton of, and this is an old school player. For those that know, they know. Mark Eaton. Good old Mark Eaton. Limit space on the defensive end, and which is why he was probably the best by statistics and by the percentages. He was the best rim protecting big in the league last season, and why statistics always love Jakob, and why NBA nerds who look at percentages all day love Jakob Poeltl as well. Because what he does statistically is fantastic. He limits space on the defensive end. He essentially shatters what NBA offenses are in the modern day, despite not being a perimeter guarding big, right? And he takes up space, he blocks shots, and when he can't block shots, he deters shots at a rate that only Rudy Gobert really compares, right? The problem is, on offense, even though he's, compared to the modern day NBA center, he's gigantic, he never really got the chance to establish himself on the offensive end. When we saw success against Lakers, we saw a lot of success when that's what Jakob was the biggest player on the court, because nobody was really stopping him from rolling to the rim and getting an easy dunk or getting an easy layup or just establishing himself in the post with his little pop shot. And that's where we've seen a ton of success. And if anything, that's the big thing I've seen is he has taken mentally he's evolved to a point in which he's not just passing the ball, he's doing everything with more confidence. That's the biggest change I've seen with Jakob.
Definitely.
He's a far more confident player in his game. And he understands his role a lot more than when DeMar was here. When DeMar was here, I think he always second-guessed what he was supposed to do. If he's taking the right shot, if he's doing the right thing, if he should be taking a shot, when he should be. To the point that even Popovich, even in an interview, said, yeah, the main thing we've been working on with Jakob isn't really even anything with his game. It's just, him trying to establish himself as an offensive player because we want him to score on offense. And that's the main thing he's done is change his game so that he scores more on offense.
You also got two other centers that are damn ready and will be there trying to take his spot.
Well, I mean, if anything, working the system with it.
Yeah. I would
works.
love that, but you guys just gotta see if he'll take the second spot. If Zach Collins come back and he's a beast, and, you just gotta see what happens.
And I think that's the main thing for a lot of our guys too. Is I think a lot of our guys are in weird positions. The guy who I'm watching, I'm not even really watching Lion Walker to find out if we offer him an extension. That's not even the player I'm focusing on or keying in on for this offseason. The guy who I'm looking at and mainly questioning is Keldon Johnson.
Keldon Johnson. Yeah,
because I think the big question with Keldon is, what is his role supposed to be on the team? What is he supposed to do? He's being backed up by Devin Vassell, who was a lottery pick. And very well, the Spurs could draft a guy who could replace him at the 3 position with a lottery pick this year. And if they do draft a guy who could play the 3 or the 4, do you replace who you're playing at the 4 already? Do you sign a 4 who can play alongside who you draft in the lottery? What position is Primo supposed to play? The 2? And if not the 2, does he play the 3? So I think that's the main question for Keldon Johnson is, with Lonnie Walker, you kind of already to an extent know what you have in Lonnie Walker. The big question is, where does Keldon Johnson fit within everything? I think it's a big question.
I like the Eaton comparison, but I think in terms of a more modern comparison, Jakob reminds me a lot of Andrew Bogut.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, especially like his pre-Warriors days when like he was a little bit more of a scorer in Milwaukee and big-time rebounder. Yeah, and like I mean that's a good sign because Bogut was a good player, but yeah, it just you had to find the right players to put with him to win a title, and that was the Warriors, and like we could very well do that. But yeah, Keldon's interesting because the one thing I worry about Keldon is just. I still can't help but get fixated on just he feels a little too one-dimensional, and I'm really hoping we see him do a little bit more this season of like expanding his game because like I absolutely want to keep him on the team, but sometimes it feels like it's get to the rim or nothing.
I feel like he got to move off. He got to move without the ball, man. A lot of times.
Yeah.
No. Go ahead, Kojak.
I'm about to destroy this dude. Not you, dude. I'm talking on the game.
I can't believe it.
I'm so pissed off. I can't believe I lost that.
When Kojak comes back, I think the big thing with Keldon is the thing that Keldon needs to figure out when it comes to his game is, I think you should learn from players of his archetype from the past. I mean, we're talking about guys like, I know this is a high comparison, but the guy who I've always personally compared him to is like a Charles Barkley, right?
It's funny because I thought he could be like Corey Maggette.
And that's the thing with Corey Maggette that I would love to say he's like Corey Maggette, but the thing with Corey Maggette that I give Corey over him, Corey was more of a vertical athlete than Keldon.
Yeah, for sure.
And the big thing with Corey is Corey had an innate ability of fleet-footedness that Keldon just doesn't have.
Yeah, he's also just a knockdown shooter too.
Yeah, I mean, Corey Maggette was called bad porn for a reason. He will not give the bucket to you in the most efficient manner, but he'll give them to you. Regardless of if it's pretty or not. It might not be pretty, but it will be. He'll get them to you. He'll give you the points, regardless of however he gets them to you. And with Keldon, I think Corey Maggette is a good comparison if he could improve on the athleticism that he already has. The reason why I say Charles Barkley is because, similar to Charles, a lot of his center of gravity is in his lower heights or lower portions, in his legs to thighs to hips ratio, right? And because of that, it already puts enough pressure on his already flat-footedness that he's never really going to be a guy who's like a high riser per se. He might shock you with a few of his dunks, and he might shock you with a few of his moves, but a lot of his strength is coming from his lower portions. If he could develop his spot-up game that'll be big. But if he could develop like counter moves through the post, oddly enough, you know, a baby hook shot, a post fade like he already has, a mid range shot, an in between game, counter move so that tell us what, if his drive doesn't work, he can operate offensively without even needing to get to the rim. You know, besides just the thing that we've seen get shut down by all the teams thus far this season, his Euro step, then it would instantly improve him on offense. It would turn from a liability into an extreme strength because you just don't see a player of Keldon's build in the NBA right now. It's rare.
He forces a lot too.
Because and the reason why he forces is because he gets caught in a position in which he really can't back.
He's uncomfortable.
He really can't back down for his move. There's nowhere for him to pass to, and he understands that if he tries to pass it, it's either going to be a turnover or it's going to go out of bounds. And it's going to result in a turnover regardless of what he does at that point.
That's something he got to work on, man. He's got to work on. He just needs better move, honestly. Can't keep going to the same move. That's why he got shut down last year.
It's not like he's just going to the rim and trying to dunk the ball. A lot of it, he's trying, because he understands that he's a bit flat-footed. A lot of his moves, I think he learned during the Olympics, which is he tries to implement a Euro step. He tries to implement a fadeaway from about, I want to say, 8 to 12 feet from the basket when he gets cut off the rim. And while those moves work, he just has not put enough time into those moves for them to ever be efficient. Yet. Like 3 to 4 years from now, yeah, they'll be efficient, but is he at the stage in development in which we can say, yeah, those are shots he's supposed to be taking? I don't think so. You know?
Look at Thad Young, bro. Thad Young got a Euro step I didn't even know he had.
What's that?
Oh, that was a nice Euro step. I was like, whoa, where'd that come from? I was like, where'd that come from?
What is it? As Harrison mentioned earlier, Thad Young has been a good player in the league. I've always loved his game. I've always loved his game. I mean, Thad's never been a three-point shooter, but I always thought that Thad Young could probably become one. He never amounted to what I thought he would become, but I always thought he was one of the most well-rounded forwards in the league. If you put him in a system,
bro. A lot of people don't like him.
He thrives. He thrives. He thrives in the system. He just never got put in a place in which he would ever thrive in the system. I think if you put him on the Warriors during their title run, arguably they might win another title because he's that good and he contributes that much to a team, personally.
I don't know about y'all, man, but he played well this game.
Yeah, he did. It was nice to see, man, because I was worried for a little bit.
Like I said earlier, man, the way he played with against Giannis and sometimes, bro, I was like, okay, the man can keep up a little bit because these guys are running, bro. It's hard to get that transition. That transition defense is like very crucial on these type of teams. Period. And like he did pretty well.
I grabbed him. That's bull, dude. It's a lag on my controller due to this thing.
This man is not good at this game.
I am. Hold on.
I'm the video game boy.
I'm rematching him. I don't care if I got
the one who wins.
Just watch this.
What do y'all think about Devin Vassell, bro?
He's looked better. Obviously, tonight wasn't like a great thing from him, but he has looked better in the past games. It's funny because honestly, it feels like a lot of the success of the team down the stretch depends on his contribution off the bench. When he has a good game, it seems like the rest of the team has a good game. And Lonnie seems to feed off of him pretty well off the bench too. Yeah, I think he's trying to be more of a dynamic scorer because I've seen a lot more dribbling from him and less spotting up in the corner and stuff, which I think will work for the future. It's all just about finding your spots now and getting more efficient and feeling yourself out.
He does try to create his shot too.
Good.
I was just saying, like, the way there was I forgot what game it was, but he was kind of hot, boy, and I was just like, he's looking like a second option, like what you guys were talking about, first option and anything like that. It's like later on when he starts to develop even more, like especially if he starts to become too good off the bench to where it's like we got to start this man. You know what I'm saying? And if like somebody, no offense, but if Derek White, you know, even though Derek White's doing all right, you know what I'm saying? It's just like that's why I said earlier, Clan. I was just like, I would try switching up Devin Vassell up there just because we can have a real scorer. Because just because he the man can score, but the man has the ability to score.
Yeah, I like his fit next to DJ too. He's just, I don't know, he plays like equally right now. He plays equally well off ball as he does on ball. I think he's going to become a much better on ball player in the future while still being good off ball. But like, I don't know. I feel like if he improves the rate we're expecting, you get a guy that turns into like kind of what Chris Middleton is for the Bucks, which would be huge if we had something like that.
That would, bro.
I mean,
excuse me. Nah, go ahead. No, go ahead, bro.
I think my main thing with Devin was I used to watch a ton of pre-draft things when it came to Devin Vassell, and the main thing I heard was a lot of guys that I heard personally had him ranked within like the top six of the draft board.
Yep.
A lot of guys loved Devin Vassell's fit on every team in the league. Like, he could be the quintessential role player on any team. And the big question with Devin Vassell was, you know, he's a good three-point shooter by college terms. He's a good free throw shooter. He's a great defender for college terms, and he fits on just about any roster. Big question with Devin Vassell, whether his talent was ever that high, was could he ever develop a in-between game between the three-point shot and getting to the... That's a big question. Which is why I like a guy like Patrick Williams, his teammate, who's like, what, a year and a half younger than him, went higher than him, was because Patrick Williams is projected to have a better overall game than he did. So, with Devin, what the main thing I've seen is, I think Devin's a better fit with DeJounte in the starting lineup. I think that Devin at the 2-guard or the shooting guard is a great fit next to Keldon because it complements what DJ and Keldon both do. So Devin's a weird one because I like Devin. I like a lot of what he does. I like a lot of the things that he contributes. My main question with Devin is, what is his ceiling? I have zero clue what Devin's supposed to become. If Devin's supposed to become a main option, a secondary option, a third, I just don't know what Devin's supposed to be at this point. And I just don't know. When you draft a guy like Joshua Primo, and you already have Keldon Johnson, what is he supposed to become?
Well, like, Devin's supposed to be one of those like tertiary guys that is a little bit better than what his role is, but I feel like that's where they saw him as being like either that, or I could see Devin become. Everyone focuses on Lonnie being it, but I could see Devin being like the sixth man of this team that leads the second unit, and like he's the guy that gets the buckets, and he's the guy it runs through.
My personal
comparison does look like he goes towards that. It does look like it. Like you see it in the game. It's like, man, this man look when he come off the bench, bro. It's like you can just tell, like the man, he's got so much potential, especially scoring, bro. He looks like a scorer.
My main comparison for him coming into the draft, based on his game, was Michael Redd. I saw a ton of Michael Redd in this game, just from the length, the height, the overall sense of ability and scoring. No real in-between games just yet, but you knew there was a hint of that sprinkled in his game, just because his jump shot looks good from three, and you expect it to eventually translate to his mid-range. And the main thing I've noticed with Devin Vassell is you see a lot of his own. The main question with a lot of draft scouts, and I know that he's trying to put this into his game, is can he create for himself? Is he ever just going to be a catch and shoot guy that's going to just sit on the perimeter and hope that a 3-point shot comes his way? Or is he ever going to become a guy who he catches on the perimeter, somebody tries to contest him, he pump fakes, they jump, he goes past them, he pulls our mid range? Is he ever going to be able to adapt that into his game? And a lot of that we've seen early on in the season is moves that he's trying to adapt, not for this year, for next like 2, 3, 4 years, you know? And I think it projects well for him. I think if he does become a 6-man type, that's a good pick. I just don't know. I'm very, me personally, I'm very specific when it comes to lottery picks. You can get a 6-man out of the lottery, but is that really the end goal of what you want your lottery pick to be? I don't know. Especially on a team like this, don't know if that's the case.
Depends on the kind of 6-man. Like, I think in a modern day, Manu Ginobili would have been a top 10 pick, just with how scouting's evolved. And, like, I would take him in that role given his skill set. So it really just depends on what he's able to offer in that type of role. And, you know, he could be... like Lou Williams was like a 20-point scorer a game sometimes off the bench, and I think I could have been satisfied with that in the lottery, and all that. So it just depends on his trajectory that he takes given what role he's assigned.
Yeah, I think a good comparison for like even Manu, even though I'm not saying this guy's Manu, but I do see a lot of similarities. Chris Duarte, who's in the draft right now.
Yeah, he's smart.
Smart, intelligent player who got drafted in the lottery despite being a senior in college. I mean, you're talking about an older guy who just got drafted in the lottery, which it does not happen in the modern day. I mean, besides like Obi Toppin, who was a player of the year, and you kind of just have to draft. You had to draft him because he was that hot. Huh?
Cam Johnson.
Or Cam Johnson. Well, even with Cam Johnson, that was. Nobody saw the Cam Johnson thing happen. I don't think anybody.
Neither did I, but I was so happy. Cam Johnson is just such a good guy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think with Cam Johnson, I saw some reports saying that the Spurs kind of wanted him because he fit the system and he would have.
Yeah.
I think he would contributed too. When I saw him go that high, I was like, I'm not mad at this because I did some pre-draft scouting on Cam Johnson. I was like, yo, this guy is such a good role player. It's not even funny. Whatever role you put him in, he's probably gonna thrive. Especially if it's just a 3-and-D role. Regardless if you play him at the shooting guard position, small forward position, power forward position, or even small ball center position, he should be good enough, and he has a good enough frame that he should be fine. And what we're seeing with the Suns is they took him regardless of if it was a reach or not. They just took him because they figured it would be good for their overall roster construction.
Yeah, well, Phoenix also like gambled so much in the years past, and none of their like home run swings worked out. So like they decided to go with the guy that they knew what they were getting.
Yeah,
can't fault them for doing that after failing all those
draft
years.
was crazy.
What? Dragon Bender,
Josh Jackson.
Oh,
I mean,
my goodness.
They gotten rid of T.J. Warren, Marquise Chris. Yeah, like all those guys. Archie Goodwin. Granted, he wasn't a lottery pick, but still.
Still, I mean, just a lot of misses. A lot of, and for whatever reason, just tall, athletic guys who could possibly become something.
Yeah.
They bet
Alex Len, that was another one.
Oh my! Well, Alex Len. I mean, Alex Len's still in the league, but I mean, you know.
Yeah, but he was like a top 10 pick, and
yeah,
he turned into like, I mean, Jakob right now is better than he ever was.
Oh, for sure. 100%. That's not even an insult to Alex Len. Alex Len has had his moments in the league, but I mean, he just never amounted to what he was supposed to become. And there was a few flashes that he would be, but just never happened for Alex Len. But I mean, I think that's my main fear with the Spurs is, am I confident enough in their drafting ability at what they've shown me thus far that proves that in the long term they'll ever become what they're supposed to become with this current roster? My main concern is DeJounte Murray, right? His time in the league, his time frame is place in the league is a big question mark for me. Not when it comes to like if it ever amount to anything in the league. That's not my question. My main question is, what are ever going to build a team around him that will ever amount to anything? I just don't know.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend a lot on what we see later this season, too. Because, like, Clan and I were actually talking about this last night. Like, you have to decide if Jakob is going to keep up this rate of play throughout the entire season. And, like, you have to decide, is he your starting center? Because, like, one thing I worry about him is just sometimes he struggles to set really good screens for a guy like DeJounte, and guys get around him, and like you have to think, if we're gonna play this way, should he be a backup instead? And yeah, we already talked about Derek in that extent some, and where are we playing Keldon? Is he a power forward or a small forward? And is he best served in the starting lineup or off the bench? Where do we need shooters on the floor around him? I mean, it's a whole algorithm they're gonna have to go through.
I mean, not to rush on sour grapes. Like, there's at least 3 big men that in the last 3 years that I've looked at and said, man, maybe the Spurs make a play on this, just because I think it would raise our ceiling. And those 3 big men are Mitchell Robinson, who I was praying we picked Robinson. I was swore up and down that Mitchell Robinson would have been a great pick, regardless if he went to college or not. He would just be a great fit because of his frame, height, length, and his overall defensive prowess, just as far as a promise thing going. And he's shown it in the league. He struggled to an extent to be healthy, but at the same time, he's been healthy enough that it's not like he looks like an injury-prone player. He just looks like a guy who just needed to develop more. Robert Williams was another guy who I was hoping that we would pick, just because he's not the tallest guy, but his frame and his strength and the things that he showed at Texas A&M just projected to be a really good player. Especially for the Spurs team. And then James Wiseman. I knew James Wiseman had his flaws, especially from a not frame standpoint, but just a defensive IQ thing. And the one thing that set all these players apart, they can set very good screens. And I knew that once you put them with a point guard who understands how to operate in the pick and roll, their value automatically elevates to another level. Because they're lob targets. You can throw lobs to them. They can bail you out on offense because they're lob targets. They have enough strength and physical size that they can bail you out in certain positions that you get into throughout the game. And they make offense easy, which is the main goal of any team, I think, in the NBA, is to make offense easy. And I just don't know. I know Oyaka's been very good to begin the season, but I just don't know if he'll ever amount to being good enough that we should commit to him long term. I just don't know.
See, I wouldn't mind, I can say, I think Jakob would be good enough to commit to, but I don't know if as a starter. Granted, he could prove me wrong and stay doing this his entire career, and I'll eat my words and love it. But, I just get this feeling that Jakob's a good player to keep, but that he's, a backup on a championship team. Yeah.
And I said that last year, and I got booed out the building.
No, I would have agreed with you, man. I think it's kind of felt that way all along.
That's what I thought, and I know he's a lottery pick. Some Spurs fans, really buy into Jakob, but I was like, I see what Jakob is, but I've always said that Jakob, even though he's a statistics darling, and I personally, of any math there is, I love statistics, but even though he's a statistics darling, Jakob is fantastic in 20-minute doses. The minute you go over 20 minutes with Jakob Poeltl, you start to see his flaws. Because his defensive liabilities, as far as guarding like Anthony Davis, Giannis Antetokounmpo, start showing. Even though he's done a decent job, he's not fleet-footed enough. He's just too slow. He's not quick enough to guard those guys. He's not a lob target, so he can't bail you out as far as bailing you out on offense. His post game isn't advanced enough that he has a bunch of counter moves to really good defenders in the post, like a Draymond Green. He's not
good working backwards either.
Exactly. He's not strong enough that he's really going to bully anybody inside the paint. There's just questions that come with him that you don't see those questions usually again in most games, but the questions that really the separation between elite centers and good centers really in okay to decent games against okay to decent competition. They usually seen against really good stiff competition. That's when you really see the separation between a good center and a great center. And personally, I just haven't seen that from Jakob. Not saying that Jakob isn't a good center. He is. It's just saying that what separates him from like other centers around the league, like even a guy like Nerlens Noel. I think that if you put Nerlens Noel on this team, this current Spurs team, does he do a lot of the same things that Jakob does? Yes. Some things better, yes. And some things worse, yes. But do I think that Nerlens Noel and Jakob Poeltl are so separate from each other that they're not on the same level? No. Especially in what they contribute.
I can't play these people.
You saying that like Jakob?
What'd you say?
Say that again, man.
Jakob has been arguably the second best player this season.
Oh, no doubt, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
He's definitely showing some improvement, man. The only thing is that it's early, man. And then as soon as these guys start adjusting to how we play, you know, we got to see how we got to adjust on the other people's play, how other people play. You know, and as soon as they start figuring out how Jakob played so far in the season, we got to see how well Jakob adjusts, pretty much.
He got the whole interior package. He just don't got no mid-range and three-point shot.
Yeah.
And it can only get you so far, bro.
I've always been critical, and this might be a personal bias of mine. I've always been critical of centers who aren't vertically good enough to really be a lob target. At the same time, aren't quick enough or skilled enough to become a mid-range or a three-point shooter. And because of weird offensively, that they're just limited to just catch and try to post up and just try to do something against a smaller defender.
Judging by that floater, he will never be a shooter, bro.
Oh, I mean, that pop shot is effective.
It is, but there was this long one that he had last game. It was a pretty long pop with the one hand. I was just like, yeah, he's never gonna be a shooter.
Well, yeah. And I think Jakob understands that his job is he's never gonna make money in this league as a 3-point shooter. He doesn't have to. All he has to do is keep doing what he's been doing on defense and just understand his role on offense.
Exactly.
AKA be a competent and good role player, and he'll be fine. The problem with that is there's only a good limit to what that can be. And unless you're like Harrison said, unless you're like Andrew Bogut on the Warriors, who can benefit from just not even being a shooter, just they can run a 4-out defense on or a 4-out offense on whatever team because Draymond's playing the 4 and Draymond's a beyond competent offensive player because of his passing ability. And because even when Draymond's having an off night on shooting, he creates so much spacing because of the fact that he's a good passer that it automatically makes him a positive on offense that Bogut doesn't even need to really do anything on offense. Unless he's in a system like that, you'll never really see the full value of a Jakob Poeltl.
Yeah.
On a team like ours, where we don't have the benefit of having a Draymond Green or a Stephen Curry or certain pieces on our team that complement Jakob to a certain extent, his role on our team will always be limited to what it's been thus far, in my opinion.
Nah, you make a point though. Like, there's only so much if he's not a shooter or a scorer like that. There's only so much you can go. You know, there's only so much.
It's not even just as a scorer or a shoot. It's just as an athlete.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. He's not fast enough at all.
He's not fast. He's in the dead zone of not being fast enough, strong enough, or vertically enabled enough that he poses an elite threat in any one of those three facets. And because he can shoot, it automatically creates an idea of the defense has a way to guard him. The reason why
and the
DeAndre Jordan,
offense and the opposing offense has a way to score.
exactly. The reason why DeAndre Jordan made an All NBA team, as unbelievable as it is specifically because he was a vertical threat. He has no offensive package, but the one thing he was a vertical threat, and that made him an All NBA millionaire. You know, and because he's big, strong, and he eliminates. I mean, it changes things. It creates a credible threat, and that's the one thing I don't think the Spurs really have right now, and why we've lost a lot of our games is because a lot of teams don't view a lot of our pieces as credible threats just yet, and that's the main thing we're going to have to establish in our identity is creating a credible threat from either the 3-point range, inside the paint, mid range. We have to create that identity for ourselves over time.
Yeah, and right now it's early, and like nobody respects us at all. So like right now it's like you have to play your heart out, because if not, if people won't recognize you or respect you.
Yeah, I mean, and of course, as you know, there's dangers that come with that. Injuries, all kinds of things come with the, playing your heart out every single night.
I'm hoping none of that happens. That's what I was just like, the way DeJounte playing, I'm like, man, I'm hoping, every time these guys run, dunk, and all that, I'm over here like, all right, this guy jumped good, he jumped right, he landed right, all right, cool.
I think when me and Harrison was talking last night, made a really good, or Switch Hill, I'm sorry, made a good point. Last night is that kind of afraid that later on, as the season goes on, the team is going to be a little more tired. So even though the first half are tougher teams, they're going 120 miles per hour. But in the second half of the season, even if it's worse teams, now they might be tired. So I don't know. I think that they're well equipped where they'll be okay. I don't know. I don't see Keldon ever slowing down, no matter how tired he is. But
they did get a lot more rest this time, though.
This game?
Yeah, see. No, I meant like off season.
I'll tell you what's encouraging too is I know people were like disappointed by it at first. I was actually kind of happy to see that Pop toned down the pace of the team a little bit, to where you can save energy, and he's worked in a lot of like really simple but effective schemes to like play to our players' strengths in a half-court set. Like an example is like there's a lot of plays where Keldon will start in the corner and he heads down baseline, curls to the top, and they set a top screen for him, hand the ball off, and then he curls around and he's going downhill straight into the paint just like he likes. He gets a head full of steam and it opens him up, and like instead of having to sprint out on the break, he can jog down the court, get set, and still be effective. And it's just little things like that that I was happy to see. I'm like, okay, this is going to help at least maintain that energy level through this. But yeah, there's going to be some times inevitably when they hit a wall and they're just going to have to learn,
he's playing
how to
more
deal with
people,
that.
though. He's playing more heads now. So it'll like you got Trey Jones playing now. Like, I'm happy we get to see Trey Jones.
Yeah, well, I always find it funny because, like, I'll critique the front office with the best. I'll root for the front office with the best, but I've never understood this idea. It's like every year people are saying Pop gets more stubborn no matter how much he changes things. Like, look at how this team plays compared to just 3 years ago. And like, look at everything that's changed, and like we got rid of all these vets, and literally like the only vet that's really playing is Doug McDermott, and then occasionally Bryn Forbes. But like, people are still like, we need to play the young guys. I'm like, we are.
Yeah.
And it's just it's constantly people just want more and more and stuff like that. And like,
plus the other years, man. No, go ahead. I'm sorry, bro.
No, you good, man. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no. Nah, plus the other years, bro, we were paying heads. We were paying these guys, and they had to play. It's like you're not gonna put this guy on the bench and you're paying this guy 24 mil. Like like with the other guys, we're still developing them too as well.
Yeah, like I mean, Derek White's our highest paid player.
Yeah,
which is crazy. I mean, he only makes like 17 mil a year, so we're in a good spot.
Before you had to play DeMar, you had to play LaMarcus, you had to play all these other guys that were there because they were getting paid. You want them to start going and starting the second string to start, then it's just like, why are you paying these guys for?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like because of Pop's nature and like how he is in interviews and stuff, that people have this idea that he like is pretty rigid and like it's his way or the highway. But if you look at how the team has operated over his like 20 some odd year tenure, he's been arguably the most adaptable coach in the league.
He has, bro.
And like we started off as like defensive stalwarts with Duncan and Robinson, then went to like complete ISO with Tim in 03 when no one else could score. Then we went to kind of defensive stalwarts again, then running through the point guard in 07, and then as guys get older, we became an offensive team around 2011, and then guys got even older and role players came in. We brought in the beautiful game, and it was like ball movement's the name of the game. Then we got Kawhi and Aldridge, and it was ISO again, and it with DeRozan ISO. Now we're back to defense and moving the ball. I mean, he's changed it so many times.
Yeah. Who else has done that? Nobody.
Yeah, and I'll give him, like, it's hard because not a lot of teams keep coaches around.
The amount of stress that man probably has.
Yeah. Yeah, the only guy I can like think about that may have adapted some is Rick Carlisle. But even then, like, he wasn't given. A lot of that was forced on him because of so much roster turnover over the years, rather than just like his growth with the team. It's just like, well, got a new team. I can't play that way with these guys.
And also one championship.
Yep, exactly.
It's like, I mean, I'm surprised. Honestly, I'm surprised Mark kept him. But he was a good coach, man. Carlisle was a good coach.
I would say the coach in my mind that's adapted the best over time is probably got to be Eric Spoelstra.
That's another good one, yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Specific brand of basketball, the best over the last however long. And you could say that's because of pieces, but I think the way in which the Heat have always played basketball and always been a winning team has mainly been the same way, which is by just out hustling and outpacing other teams. It's a very nasty, gritty, get under your skin type of basketball, which I've always somewhat liked. It was a bit more glamorous when LeBron was there, but it's always been a brand basketball I've always personally liked. I think Pop is doing a good job adapting his way of playing basketball, but I mean, LaMarcus is such a. The more I look back at the LaMarcus signing and how things progressed past then, it's such a weird signing just to look back on. Because it basically it ended up it was supposed to motivate us, but it ended up stunting us for like the next like 5 or 6 years.
Bro. But
yeah,
the only thing is that, bro, it was the freaking Western Conference Finals when Kawhi got injured. We were up by like 20.
Well, he didn't even. I was gonna say he didn't. In my opinion, I didn't think LaMarcus Aldridge gelled well with Kawhi at all. Like when Kawhi was out there with him,
you're right.
He did.
They got him to be the guy. They didn't expect Kawhi to make the jump. He did. They got Aldridge to come in and be the successor, and then all of a sudden, in Aldridge's first season, Kawhi comes out. I think in his like debut that season, he scored like 32 points, and we'd never seen that before from him. And all of a sudden it was like, okay, let's roll with this because he's better. And I think that's why Aldridge got mad and all that. But Yeah, and then it just didn't end up working because the idea we had was kind of kaput once Kawhi was the better suited option.
The only reason why I say that is because when he got injured is because, bro, we were on the road to going to the championships that year, and that was, with LaMarcus Aldridge. I didn't think it was a good fit neither. But when Kawhi was there, like we were on the road, about to go into the championship, we would have beat Golden State, and that would have showed it would have been a whole different talk if we would have won a championship that year, and. I understand what you're saying about LaMarcus Aldridge. Like I didn't think he fit at all. Like it was just too. Yeah. Again, another guy that was slow. I like guys that can run.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I did kind of feel bad for Aldridge because once it was clear the original plan was going to be shelved for our new one with Kawhi and that kind of game, like. I mean, I don't blame him for being kind of resistant because, he was a multi-time all-star doing what he did, and that's what he thought he was going to come in and do. And all of a sudden, we're asking him to completely overhaul his game and play a different way. Yeah. And, I'll give him, I think he did the best he could to help out there, but it just wasn't a great fit after a while. And I thank him for his years, and I'm glad we got the chance to get to know him as a player. But, I think if knowing that Kawhi is going to be that kind of player, if you go back in time, there's, a couple other moves you could maybe make or something like that to think about getting guys around him that are better fits and all that kind of stuff. But, I mean, that's with everybody, though.
Unfortunately with LA, I can't even say it was we didn't get anything out of it.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, did anyone? Well, maybe I don't know. I don't know what you could say. We didn't get anything out of it. I'm trying to think. Did he influence anything that benefited us later on? Other players we acquired? Not really. I don't think.
I'm just surprised that nobody really wanted him.
No,
it was the health stuff, right?
Yeah. It was after though. People, I mean, I know he had that one year where, the year where he had to leave for a little bit, but, after that, I mean, it's not he had injuries and all that too. So yeah, I forgot about that.
I think personally, this is personal rumors. I have zero clue. I think when the Spurs brought in LaMarcus Aldridge, of course, they were thinking he was going to be number one. Kawhi takes his emergence as the clear number one. Not even disputable number one. He was clearly the more efficient, more effective player, offensively and definitely defensively. And I think from that moment on, LaMarcus always had an inferiority complex that kind of built up over time, and to a certain extent, resentment, not of who Kawhi is, but just of what he represented to him as far as being on the team.
Because he had just left that. He had just left that.
He had just left that situation with Damian Lillard. Yeah. And he was trying to escape that by going to the Spurs. And ran smack dab into that, but amplified to another level, because you're not even talking about a top 10 player with Kawhi. You're talking about a guy who eventually, whilst being with LaMarcus, became a legitimate top 5 player. Like a guy who came in, second in MVP voting of Stephen Curry's unanimous MVP year.
Mm-hmm.
And elevated the Spurs to 67 wins that year, I think. So you're talking about a guy who is a top tier player on both ends of the floor and elevated the Spurs to a level that LaMarcus personally probably thought he could not do. And from that moment on, it became not a rivalry per se, but a quiet storm that was brewing, if you will, because you have LaMarcus, who the organization brought in to be their main guy. You have Pop in the media saying that they're going to commit more minutes and more opportunities to LaMarcus just so he can have his game and play his game and do his things and get more into rhythm, even though to a far extent he had those opportunities to get into rhythm. It was really just a way of phrasing we're gonna let you be more of an option than just what you've been relegated to next to Kawhi Leonard. And I think, in a way, we kind of, and this is my opinion with how things went. I think to a certain extent we alienated Kawhi at the cost of making LaMarcus more comfortable here. And at the time I was critical of it because I was like, I don't think you would want to do that. I had no clue Kawhi was gonna do what he did, but at the same time, I just thought alienating him and making him seem as though, he's lucky to just be here isn't really the way you would want to even treat a franchise player like he's playing right now. And then even when LaMarcus made trade requests and threw his tantrums whilst being on the Spurs, we never really treated him like he was a problematic player, even though if he was on any other team, he would be called problematic. I just thought that, we just didn't. With LaMarcus, I just thought the minute that Kawhi emerged as the player that he was, we probably should have gotten rid of LaMarcus Aldridge. We probably should have tried to make something broken work.
We could have gotten something more. We could have gotten some good shit.
We could have complimented Kawhi and his. I just feel as though when you have a franchise player and you choose not to compliment their qualities, you choose not to compliment their play style, and you don't really put pieces around them that really benefit who they are as a player, it kind of, especially when it's an in-house player, it's not just a guy who signed there. It's a guy who has no other allegiance other than you're the guys who drafted him, told him that you believe in him, and you're showing a clear lack of faith by really committing to him, by putting a player who clearly doesn't fit his play style, nor really benefits his team as far as winning when it matters, and is now throwing a pissy attitude because he's not the number one option on that team. I think you get rid of that player the minute that you see those type of tensions rising. You don't try to make it work just because it's worked in the past with Tim Duncan and Amon Ginobili and Tony Parker, who are all players that you've drafted.
What's this topic? I left for a minute.
Oh no, you're good. I was just talking about LaMarcus Aldridge and his LaMarcus Aldridge and his lack of a fit next to Kawhi Leonard, and how the front office probably should have moved on from LaMarcus a lot faster than they dragged their feet when it came to LaMarcus. And I think dragging their feet costed them a lot more years of development, either of their young guys, or may have even costed them Kawhi Leonard in the long run. I think to a certain extent, it's a lack of commitment Kawhi felt from the Spurs that kind of played into his decision of what he was going to do.
Okay, I got you.
Because they never really, I always felt as though the Spurs never really fully committed to Kawhi Leonard. Like, we can say they did, but really and truly, when you look at how Tony Parker treated him on the court, because even before Tony Parker ever said anything about him, I've seen Tony Parker freeze Kawhi out of plays just so that LaMarcus would get his plays off, because I know Popovich would want LaMarcus to get his plays off, because that's what he would say in interviews. LaMarcus would complain about not having his touches, not having his mandatory touches, not getting into rhythm, complain about not getting his necessary things off, so that he was never the best player he felt he could be in the Spurs system. I would see Tony Parker have a clear shot at Kawhi, but pass to LaMarcus so that LaMarcus could get his shots up. Having LaMarcus Aldridge, who does not complement Kawhi's play style, when Kawhi is clearly the best player on your team, and you should probably make a trade or try to implement other players in to complement his play style. Not bringing back a Jonathan Simmons who likes playing with Kawhi, and likewise Kawhi likes playing with Jonathan Simmons. There's certain things that I feel franchise should do for a franchise player, and I just never felt as though we really ever tried to do those things when Kawhi was here. And looking back in hindsight, I can look back and say confidently, we never fully committed to him, even though we said he's our best player. We never really fully committed to him as our best player, in my opinion.
I don't think we had enough time to.
That might be true, but we had LaMarcus for how many years with Kawhi?
You feel like we fully committed to Aldridge over Kawhi? I mean,
I think
on the court, it was very obvious that we committed to.
made promises that they could not fulfill to both players.
I think we were even getting ready to. Weren't we getting ready to pay Kawhi a big deal? Or we did? I don't remember.
We maxed him the same summer that we got Aldridge, and then we wanted to sign him to an extension. But I think we committed to Kawhi his second season with Aldridge, that 2016-2017.
Yeah. That was his team. Like,
that team ran through, and like the thing was, that was where the tension with LaMarcus came, because we did commit to Kawhi, and he was pissed. And in the offseason, basically, we told him, like, this is our guy, get on board or part ways. And he said, okay, I'll get on board. I'll be the secondary guy, and signed an extension. And then Kawhi never returned. So Aldridge kind of did get to be the guy, funny enough, by like saying he wouldn't. So, I agree. I think the front office probably bit off more than they could chew in terms of like making promises, because they had no clue things would end up the way they did. But like, I don't know. I think a lot of Kawhi's stuff just stemmed from external influences and their conflict with the team and all that kind of stuff, and just his innate nature where, yes, Kawhi is a competitor and all that, but like the way he is, it's clear that he's not a mover or shaker. Like he just kind of lets things play out, and it shows in, like, that's what helps him in basketball. He lets the game come to him. He's patient and all that, but like he never really asserts himself in terms of like social situations or any of that. And I feel like that's where external influences start to come in, and they start asserting themselves for him. And then it just gets messy, because you've got a player that won't talk to you, and never has talked to you really, and now you've got someone that's calling the shots for him and trying to keep him from you. So it was a completely fucked up.
It was
situation.
a mess. It was a mess.
It was a mess.
Well, the thing too, but yeah, I do think that we fully invested in Kawhi. I remember going to a Grizzlies game, round one. It was game 4, and I'll never forget it. We ended up losing, but man, every single play was like, go to Kawhi, go to Kawhi, go to Kawhi, go to Kawhi. He got us into overtime, and I remember, like, that game was so long. I remember like going to the bathroom, and it was like a long line, and it was nothing but people talking about, oh my goodness, Kawhi, that dude is like Jordan, man. This is ridiculous. Like, because it was all Grizzlies fans, and they were just all pissed off and just talking about how amazing he is, and how it's like, good Lord. And it was nothing like that. Like, seeing him in person like that for that game, it was just crazy, because you can just feel the air get sucked out of the room, or out of the stadium. And it was also cool because every single time he got the ball, everyone would just gasp. There was even a point where it was so awesome. Like, they would literally gasp. And then it got to a point where people were like, we were trying to inbound the ball, and Grizzlies were trying their best for Kawhi not to get the ball. And when he got the ball, everyone at the stadium said all at once, like, "Oh!" It was awesome. But like at that time, it was like, no, it was very obviously Kawhi's team. Like, Pop was just like ISO Kawhi. Like, you just go to him. He was not worried about Aldridge.
It's because he was pretty much like he was the full package, bro.
Yeah, he was.
He was the full package.
He was everything. He was everything you wanted him to be.
Yeah. What's almost sadder than his fall from grace with San Antonio is, like, I don't watch. I don't like actively root against Kawhi anymore. I just don't care. Yeah,
I just don't care.
He's not on my team. But like, there were times I'd watch the Clippers be playing on TV, and I'd be curious, and like, he is not at all the same kind of player we once knew. And it's like, it's kind of sad in a way, because this injury he has is like clearly wearing on him, as well as the Clippers weren't always in the best situation, front office wise and team wise, as came out in reports last year. And like, he's still a good defender, but like, I don't see Kawhi being the same kind of lockdown guy he used to be. He's still very good, but like, that he's not the same kind of athlete he used to be. There, he can still get up there, but it's not as much as it used to be. And it's just like, man, he's a lot's changed.
Yeah, and then the fact that he's last year, like he was carrying that team, bro. He was carrying that team as well, and especially with all the injuries after San Antonio, it's like
I'm gonna say this. I say this with a lot of confidence. I think if he would have stayed with San Antonio and just trust the process, all these injuries wouldn't have went down like this. I mean, that's just my take.
We would have managed them right.
Yeah, and these other I'm not saying like, oh, we're not a business. Obviously, we're a business, but like the way in which we go about our business is completely different. And I think that all these other teams, they're just like, look, I don't care. Like if you're gonna play this many times, they will, not baby him, but like he has some defensive qualities. You sit here. But they're not really concerned with completely managing him, I don't think. It was just a matter of whatever Kawhi wants, he's going to get. And I think the Spurs were more like, no, this is the right way we need to go about it.
Or whatever Kawhi's uncle wanted.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that I'll say like the injuries wouldn't have gone down the same way. Like the disease he has, it was going to affect him no matter what. And that would have been sad even if he stayed in San Antonio, to see that affect him and him not be able to play as much as he wanted to. But it's all the stuff that surrounds that you see now with the people he's chosen to invest in to manage his affairs.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
And stuff like that. And Toronto did a pretty decent job of balancing things with them because they knew that was their time. They had him for a year. They had the team around him. They made their moves. They wanted their first title, and they got it. Now they're complete rebuild mode because they knew that was their chance. So it makes it easier to put up with things. I think when we had Kawhi, given that current team, even with all the issues with LaMarcus Aldridge, I mean, we were the clear-cut either best or second best team in the Western Conference by default. And like we knew we were going to contend. So I think that made things a little more strenuous, is like, look, we want you around for the long haul because we have this going here and you're trying to mess this up. Whereas Toronto was just like, go ahead, mess this up, win us the title, and we don't care what you do.
Exactly.
So it's like changes the situation there.
That's what I'm saying. It's a different dynamic. Like when you with the Spurs, they're like, long term, we're going to take care of you. We got to make sure that you're okay. And of course, you are a product. They want to make sure that product's good and everything. But they do things the right way for the most part. Like compared to any other team, they do things the right way. So with Kawhi, if he would have stayed with the Spurs, I'm not saying he wouldn't have still had injuries, but it would have been managed in a way where it wouldn't have got this bad.
Yeah, I mean, look how good we did with Timmy.
Yeah.
And
Timmy
Parker.
and Manu. Manu always tried to injure himself every game.
Yeah, and Parker.
Very good.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, we were like, before he got injured, we were on a crazy run. Boy, I think we just beat Houston, right? Was it Houston or OKC?
Before Kawhi got injured.
Yeah, that right before when we were.
Yeah, when he got injured the first time in the Houston series, and then we killed them with like our bench guys.
Yeah, exactly. we was on a run, boy. We was crazy on a run. And it's just like, bro, we looking like we about to get the championship, because it was like, and then Zaza happened, and then like everything just like.
You know what?
It looked like everybody lost confidence.
And here's another thing too, and this is the different dynamic I've seen between the Spurs and when Kawhi's played for other teams. Other teams put him in, and they're just like, yeah, we'll put the whole team on your back. When it came to the Spurs, yes, we played through Kawhi, but at the same time, it was attention to detail, and any ounce of pressure you could take off Kawhi, we would attempt to do it based on how well the team was coached. Like, I think about even Harden. Popovich, yeah, he'll put Kawhi on Harden, like fourth quarter or here and there during the game. But he was very adamant on whoever's guarding Harden, you better do a fabulous job. Put your hands up, show it to the refs.
Yeah.
Like he didn't have to. He worked hard, but on these other teams, I see them just working Kawhi to death in game.
Yeah, that's
And
what I'm
like-
saying. He's looking like he's getting like last year. He was worn out.
Yeah.
And like one thing to note, I don't have a ton of info on the situation because they're very careful about what they tell people, but at least from my understanding, talking to people within the organization, they felt like Kawhi hadn't put forward the correct effort to fully invest in recovery from his injury. Like they wanted him to stay the whole summer in rehab, and then he went off to China to go promote his brand without telling anybody. And like, you know, they wanted him to deal with their staff so they could monitor his needs, and then he wanted his own doctor, which, you know, is within his right, but it made things difficult. And I think the sentiment was, you know, and that's where like maybe he didn't say it the best way, but like Tony talking about his injury, like he bought into that system, he bought into the stuff, put the effort in to get better, and he had a terrible injury, and all of a sudden he was good to go. And it was kind of like, look, this guy's, you know, 35 years old, twilight of his career, he's putting in the effort still, and trying to get better. You're our star player, why aren't you doing this? Like, we expect this from you. And all that. It shouldn't be the guy that's just a role player now doing it for us. So I think that was kind of a driving sentiment there, was that San Antonio had made time for him, but he wasn't reciprocating that. And it's just like, okay, you know, are we going to keep doing this with this guy? And like, from what I've heard, you know, he would let them know like an hour before the game whether or not he was going to play. They had no idea if he was in town or not, and you know what his status was, and finally they just decided to shut him down. So I mean, it was.
You know what? And that for that reason, it is utterly ridiculous when people start to try to blame the Spurs. I mean, I'm not saying we're the perfect franchise, but dude, that's all on him. I don't know what you could have done better. You know, like what? Catered to him, like not said something in the media, because I know that's all we see, so people are like, it had to be that. It's like,
well, I mean, Impeccable brings up a good point, is like, and this is one of our faults as a franchise, is reading the red flags early.
You're right.
I mean, like when that happened in the summer, that should have been addressed. It shouldn't have been like a dismissive thing, like, oh, you know, that's okay, we trust him, we know it, like, you know, let's call it out, figure out what's going on. And I feel like also just with like him hiding in New York, we let him do it. I mean, it wasn't like we were out there like, you need to get back here. It was like, look, let's let him go and do that.
Well, I'm saying, I guess this might be a weird analogy, but I'm saying that we're still the victims. I mean, if you trusted somebody and you, I don't know, picked up a hitchhiker and they killed you, like, is it, I mean, will we say, you know, that was your fault? I mean, they did that. You were just too trusting, I guess.
Well, it's one of those things like, you know, your parents always tell you, don't pick up strangers, be very careful, and all that stuff. And it's like, it's not like, oh, it's your fault that you ended up killed, but like maybe you should have been a little bit more careful and looked into the situation a little bit better, because it could have prevented something really bad or prevented you from getting hurt.
But in that situation, well, yeah, that analogy, of course. But I guess in our situation, I guess it would be really, really tough for us to turn that off, you know, and just change it, because it's worked over, you know, 2 decades. So it's like, well, you know, and even before that, really. But yeah, it's like this worked for so long, and we've always drafted the right guy, and so we're always been able to fix anything that's going to be an issue, and so it's just kind of like, this will be okay. We just need to, you know, get this thing together.
Well, I'll tell you, that's why I was so happy to see the Shamanich news, is it felt like they learned from that. They saw these red flags early on. They were like, nope, not going to deal with that. Yeah. Like, let's move on, get somebody better suited for us.
Yeah. Do you think that was the same case with, like, Steven Jackson? Or I don't mean like change the conversation.
Steven Jackson.
Hey guys, My fault, guys. I got a crying baby. I'm gonna let you guys go.
You are
Oh,
so
hey, go
selfish.
take care of that.
You are so selfish. Get out of here. Ban him.
Man, hey, Clan, Switch Hill, Impeccable, bro. It's been great. Thank you guys for even some more knowledge and all that, man. It's been an honor. I appreciate you guys, and yeah, man. I'll see you guys soon.
Let's do it again.
Hey, the honors is all ours. Honors all ours.
For sure, bro. You guys are awesome, man.
Thanks
for letting me get on this, man.
Thanks for coming on, and thanks for being cool and not cursing me out and leaving. So.
Oh nah, man, I got you, bro. I got you, man. I'm gonna tell my fiance about it. This is hilarious.
All right, dude.
All right, you guys, man. You guys have a good night. Well, good morning.
All right, you too.
Hey, you too, bro.
All right.
But no, with what were you saying? Is it like a similar situation with Luka? Was that what you were asking?
I said that?
Was that what you were asking before he had to go? I can't really remember what you were saying.
What was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying.
I think you were asking about like a similar situation with.
I think you're saying something about red flags.
Yeah.
Lou Dominic was a red flag in how they were changing in a way from how they were in the past. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, well, and that's where like it's a different kind of situation, but like they saw somebody who was not giving them the time that they were putting in with him. It's like I don't know, it's like a bad relationship, you know, if you're investing in the girl or guy, whatever, and they're not investing any time in you, like you might one time try and make it work for a while, but then like next time you're like, no, fuck this, I've done this before.
Oh, yeah.
And it doesnn't work.
I mean, the best way I've heard a relationship should be conducted is you give 100%, the other person gives 100%. You should never think of it as a 50-50 relationship. You should think of it as I'm doing 100% of what I can personally do to maintain this relationship, and in turn, you should expect 100% in return. And
is that like my guy that just got off? He's getting the baby that's crying right there. Like
he's giving 100%. You know.
I think he was.
I mean, yeah. Listen, the baby gets to be selfish.
I don't know who he think he is, that he just like leave whenever he want.
Yeah, being a good parent and shit.
Man, ain't nobody told him to go ahead and have a kid.
Yeah. This is an obligation you got here.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know. When it came to, and I agree with all the points that were said, by the way. I didn't say anything with it, but I 100%. And that's mainly because I was listening. I was agreeing with most of what was said. I do think Kawhi would have benefited if I do think a lot of what ended up happening with Kawhi was just mismanagement from the voices in his ear, telling him better opportunities and better pastures elsewhere. I do think that if it was up to him in his own will managing his career, it would be a bit different. But you know, of course, those things kind of change.
I mean, me and Harrison was talking about it. I mean, even to the point where Pop wanted to see him privately, and you know, Uncle Dennis came there and dictated the conversation. Right?
Yeah, he wanted to see Kawhi alone, and Kawhi's management wouldn't let him meet with Pop alone. And it's just like they got in meetings, and Kawhi didn't say anything, and it was all his people talking, and they're just like, you know what, this is not worth it. We're never gonna get through to him.
And it's a lot of mismanagement. I mean, like, and I'm to an extent, I do feel bad for Kawhi to an extent because his career could have been a lot more. Even though he's had a Hall of Fame. I mean, he just got elected to the top 75 players of all time. By the end of his career, a lot of people are going to consider him a top 30 player of all time.
He was he was in the top 75.
Yeah.
How he make it and Manu not make it? I don't understand. I still don't understand Manu not making it, or Tony.
I think it's really just the personal achievements and just his reputation around the league. amongst his
Also,
peers.
just
Is
seemed
that
like
with
there
all
was
those
a.
players though? Because
It,
some of them
it
were
also
role
seemed
players.
just like a concerted effort to get a lot more current players that are recognizable
Yeah.
names in there.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The biggest omission for me still is Dwight Howard. I can't get.
Yeah,
I can't
yeah,
get
Manu
my
was
head
better
around.
than Dwight.
Dwight Howard and Alex English.
Yeah. I think the top Dwight Howard, Manu, and Alex English are my top three. As far as like, I can't really wrap my head around, like, not even just get on like a Dame or Dame Lillard. Even though I'm a big fan of Dame Lillard. Not even to get on like him, but like Adolph Shades.
Yeah.
I disagree with Adolph Shades being in the top 75. I know what he contributed to the league. I understand that. And there are classic players who I agree with being top 75. I cannot agree with Dolph Shades being top 75. Even by his day, I can't. Over a Dwight Howard, Alex English, or Montrezl, I just can't.
Yeah, man, people sleep on Dwight Howard so much. Like, they forget how good he was.
He led a team to the finals.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
You know, his second best player was Jameer Nelson. Now, that's not to say they didn't have a good roster on him.
He had a cold roster now.
Man, I mean, he beat LeBron's Cavs to get there, and like that was the thing. He shut down LeBron because LeBron couldn't drive because he was at the rim ready to block everything.
And they had a if I recall, they had like a prime Turkoglu, right? Prime Turkoglu.
Yeah, Turkoglu.
And what's the shooter?
They had Vince Carter,
Rashard Lewis. Yeah.
Jameer Nelson, but at the same time, if Dwight is not at the peak of his powers at that time, they do not make the second round.
No. He was the leader, but that's the funny part. By him being the leader, I think that's part of the reason why they lost. Because he had to face Kobe, right?
Yeah.
Didn't he face Kobe?
Yeah, but I mean,
and Kobe.
Yeah, well, I mean that Lakers team was just.
It was stacked.
Yeah, you had a prime Powell and a.
He didn't show up in the finals, did he? I remember.
He took him to what? 6 games?
Did he show up? What was his stats?
He to a certain extent, yeah. I can't really hate on him. I mean, he showed up. He tried his best.
I gotta look at the stats. I remember those games.
Can't say he didn't try his best. He 100% tried. He didn't have enough. He just did not have enough. He just didn't.
No one can convince me. I guess I'm just in my mind. No one can convince me Dwight Howard is better than Manu.
Let's see. That finals, he averaged 15 points, 15 rebounds, 2 assists.
That ain't enough.
Mitigated.
That ain't.
I mean, it's it's like it's tough because like the series before when he played Cleveland, when they didn't really have like, a star-studded offensive post player, he averaged like 26 and 13.
Yeah, no.
Like I mean, Powell gave a lot of players the run. Powell should have been the MVP in the 2010 NBA Finals.
Yeah, he should have.
And they gave it to Kobe, but Powell was like that back then.
Because I mean,
Powell was fantastic.
No, I'm
sorry.
I'm sorry. 15 and 15. I mean, the 15 rebounds. That's good. But I mean, he's a star player. I remember that series. I mean, I know I was young, but like, I remember that series, and I remember explicitly saying, "Wow, Dwight Howard's not showing up."
The one thing that's impressed me most about Dwight, it has to be his longevity.
That's the best. Yeah, that's the best.
The fact that he's still in the league and he's still effective to a certain extent is amazing to me. It never ceases to be amazing to me. It's kind of shocking that he's still an effective player. Especially because when you look at like when he did go to the Lakers and how bad his back was when he went to the Lakers and how it looked like it was just going to be the end of his career when he left the Lakers and how he's still in the league, 7-8 years later, it's amazing stuff, honestly.
Yeah, and like not to mention how effective he is on each team he goes to. Like he's kind of a journeyman, but like he plays a role now.
And he's a good role player. Can't even say he's like just an okay. He's like in his role. There's not that many players who are better than him at his role.
Yeah,
he's just one of those players that, even though he was really good, or pretty great at times, he really could have been more. Like he could have been one of the greatest ever, but he just I don't know. It's just
he still is. It's just he could have been more.
I think he could have been a top. I think he could have eventually been a top 10.
See, I feel like playing with James Harden was a mistake for him because their personalities just did not mesh.
Did he go to play with James Harden? I forget. Did he go to play with James Harden?
Yeah, he chose to go to Houston.
He chose, right? I think that's because I think it's because he thought James Harden was more of a playmaker than he ended up being.
And it also just like that was when they got him to be the screen and roll guy, and that's where Howard was most effective. But then that was the season that they started giving the ball to Harden and just having him sit up there at the top of the 3-point line, dribble out the shot clock, and then launch a three. And they just wanted Dwight to go get the rebound and pass it back out. Exactly. It's just like, why, one, you could get somebody else to do this for cheaper, and like, two, why does he want to stay there and keep doing it?
Because it just mitigated what he does well. He never got the chance to really show off what he could do. Mm-hmm. You know, Dwight's career is defined by just being at the wrong place at the wrong time. That's besides his one championship with Lakers, it's just the wrong place at the wrong time as far as I'm concerned when it comes. But I mean, not to make this a Dwight tangent, but I don't know. Kawhi is having the career that Dwight Howard could have had, if that makes any sense at all. Being very effective in very specific situations, and yet having the longevity to be that effective number one option on certain teams and be remembered and recognized as a number one option on very iconic teams, if that makes any sense. Like, could I see Dwight Howard having a similar career to Kawhi, even though he's a center? Yeah, I could. But Kawhi's very much been at the right place at the right time versus Dwight's wrong place at the wrong time type of thing.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. And I think it also helps that, like, people have been willing to work with Kawhi. Like, Orlando was not willing to work with Dwight Howard. They were, I mean, Howard wasn't the most mature, but they were also horrible to him. And then,
well, who was Dwight Orlando willing to work with? They have a history of messing up a lot of relations. I mean, by all means, as much as I love Tim, by all means, Tim Duncan was gone. By all means, he should have been a Magic. He should have played with Tracy McGrady. Tracy McGrady probably would have won a championship on the Orlando Magic. Orlando probably would have had a championship. And that just would have been the bookend because he was planning on leaving the Spurs anyways. And just because Doc Rivers decided to deny a request of a superstar, it changed the course of NBA history for the better, in my opinion. But, those type of things happen. And then they did the same, even though Doc wasn't there when they did it, they did the same thing with Dwight. They alienated him. And I just don't get the idea. I just don't get the ideology with alienating your best player. I just don't get it.
Yeah, and like even in Houston, man, they were like weird about him there.
Yeah, they treat him like he was. They didn't even treat him like he was the second best player. They treated him like he was, they just treated him like he was expendable.
I feel like Daryl Morey's a little bit of like a James Harden fanboy. Because, like, he left Houston after tearing that team apart to build it up to Harden's standards, and then left to go to Philly, and then immediately tried to get Harden again, and all that. And it kind of feels like he had his guy in Harden, and he didn't really care what happened with everybody else as long as Harden was the go-to. And that just stems from his, like, crazy over-analytical system. And that'll come back to haunt you sometimes.
Well, I mean, if you want to give an example, look at Mike D'Antoni. Mike D'Antoni has been regarded as one of the best basketball minds of the last 20 years because he, to a certain, and I give him credit for this, he has helped to innovate the game. He has helped to grow the game as far as an X's and O's standpoint. However, at the same point, looking at it from the same point of view, where's Mike D'Antoni now?
Yeah, and it's always been like that with him too. He like goes in, has these really crazy offenses in the regular season, doesn't get it done in the playoffs.
Exactly, and that's not to always put on him because the players that he has on his team tend to just not show up during the playoffs, which inherently makes his system look a lot more flawed than it actually is. At the same time, though, with no D'Antoni, uh, when with with No D'Antoni, with Daryl Morey loving this analytical, overly analytical, focus on analytics basketball, and James Harden being there, and then the entire franchise being essentially James by any means necessary, as long as it's in regards to James Harden. It just mitigated what Dwight does. Like defensively, he wasn't as good as he was in Orlando, on the Houston Rockets, just because he wasn't allowed to be. Uh, Offensively, he wasn't as good on the Houston Rockets as he was in Orlando because he wasn't allowed to be. His game was never allowed to grow in any system he was put into. He was just relegated to lob target and maybe sometimes dump into the low post, and that's about it.
It was whack.
Who's that?
It's Fat Boy, man.
Oh shit, he's back.
Oh wow.
Hey, Clan, bro, it was funny, man, because I'm just literally coming back to let you know, man. Hey, I was showing my fiance about the dude.
Yeah.
And yeah, go to 3 hours, 10 minutes, and 40 seconds, bro.
3 hours, 10 minutes, and 40 seconds?
Of that last video.
Okay, is that when he loses it?
No, that was when he was talking about OKC GM.
Is that when he says that he's bad?
Nah, he actually said he was a good GM and a good scout.
Yeah, he said that, but it was another time when he said someone was, I don't know. Okay. You said 3:10. You said 3:10:40?
Yeah, 3:10, 40 seconds.
How many subscribers? Actually, I'll do it on. Ow! I just hit my freaking leg. Okay.
It was just crazy, man. I just had to show it, so.
Okay, I'm fine.
My fault, guys. I didn't mean to do that, bro.
Man, you good, man. You ain't gotta explain yourself. It's fine.
That's all good. 3:10.
I'm not even gonna lie. I don't even care if he was right. I was just trying to piss him off.
Oh yeah, nah, it was just funny, man. I just came across it. I was like trying to look for it for her, and then I know it's just like, yeah, he's a good guy. He's good. I was like, oh.
He said that before. He said something else, but I just have to find it. He said, yeah, he's bad, but I guess he was talking about somebody else. It's still no excuse to act like that.
Yeah, nah, hell no.
No, that just I heard him and he was being annoying, so I was like, I went back to like my high school days of like gaming online and shit. I was just like, all right, let's go.
Golding somebody who's easy to trigger is very funny.
Yo,
dude, I was sitting on my couch in my living room just dying laughing at the whole thing, and like everything I wrote would trigger even more. I was like, this is great.
It wasn't even that bad. Like, and I was you saw how I was like, man, it's okay, man, it's all right. It's like, cause I knew he would be like that because the other time we talked to him, you know, he was doing that whole like men don't cry, men don't. It's like, bro, oh my god, like.
Yeah, he did a lot of crying tonight for a man that doesn't cry.
Like, calm down, bro. It's okay.
Everybody in the NBA, if you don't want to fucking listen to me, I'm gonna do this.
That was a good impression.
So I'm presuming I missed that entire. I'm presuming I missed that entire portion while I was.
Oh
gone.
yeah.
Here, I'm about to.
I wish I was here. I'm not gonna lie to you. I wish I was here so I could just add to the trolling. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Let me see.
I 100% would have. I would have trolled bad.
Dude, I would have had so much fun if you had joined in.
Hold on,
we could have tag teamed that shit like crazy.
Oh, it would have been horrible.
I'm playing it now. Let me see.
I mean, I like to know who was the guy. Like, and a lot of people forget the one who was up on Manu was what's his name up there in Oklahoma City. He scouted Manu, the guy who runs Oklahoma City, and he's like, great scout. He's a great GM. I mean, look what they've done up in Oklahoma City. I mean, he gets guys.
Yeah, he did say it.
Develop guys. He makes trades, and they get picks.
So
yeah.
And
Oklahoma City's on a big rebuild.
Oh, you guys didn't, but they got some talent on there. The number one pick, that guy from Australia. And like when they go to get the girls and then the scout, they go around that stuff. I think it's like a real big travel job. I don't know if you could be a scout just by watching videos. I think you got to go travel.
Switch Hills has he's legit. He said,
he's legit. So Switch Hills is just only about.
Oh, I bet you that pissed him off when I started talking over him.
being a bad GM.
He said, "I've met
All
Presti.
right.
He's a good guy. I've worked with him before."
Okay, so you're trolling. So you don't. So he fired you. You got some problem with him?
Wait, what? Switch you?
I mean, did he fire you, or he didn't hire you, or something? Or you're saying that he's not a good GM?
Did you say he wasn't a good GM?
No, I said that he's a fine GM, but I think he's overrated a lot because of fucking
the picks,
like Durant and all that shit. Like he kept talking about like super team this, super team that. I was like, I mean, that's great, but like, what's he done lately? You know?
Yeah.
Because his whole argument was that Pop sucks because he hasn't made any trades, and stuff like that. And I was like, dog, this is
I think
such a nitpicky thing.
I think which I think this happens a lot with Pop. I think people that like criticize Pop oftentimes post justify why they don't like Pop. I think it's really like personal reasons why you don't like Pop.
Yeah.
When it comes down to when you start talking about like what he's done in his career, I mean, there's really not much criticism you can really give. And if you are giving that criticism, then are you giving that same criticism to other people in his position? Because I'll tell you, if Popovich has as much power as you think or we feel that he does at times, I mean, compare him to the other coach that has that, Doc Rivers, and there's not even a comparison between those two. So like, I don't know. You can hate on Pop all you want, but I really think that there's other reasons, and you just post justify it. Because there's legitimate things that you can say, wow, Pop, you could have played this player in this, situation. But when you start saying he should have traded this, he should have rebuilt this time, he should have did this, he should have, it's like, okay, well, if he would have rebuilt at that time and we would have still sucked now, you'll be saying that he shouldn't have did that. So I don't know. It's like when your criticisms are that grandiose, I start to like lose a little respect for your perspective on Pop, because I know that it's other reasons why you don't like Pop.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of easy to create a cop out for yourself when you're offering criticisms. I mean, as you know, going overboard when it comes to criticism is very easy.
Mm-hmm.
Having a restrained, critical approach, but for the betterment or for a reasonable take, is kind of hard to do for a lot of people because they're so driven by just trying to make their point that they don't understand being reserved in your criticisms makes it more credible versus you just sound like you're just hating. And I presume, based on what I missed, it just came off as just he was just hating at a certain extent.
Well, it was in another stream too, and I was like challenging him on that with the whole Pop thing. Like he was saying that we should have rebuilt a long time ago, but he'll say he will say everything that Pop did wrong, but then not come up with any solution. Or because I would say, okay, well, then what do you think Pop should have did? I don't know. There's nothing he could have.
That might be because he doesn't. All he can see is what went wrong. He really can't see what went right. And when you don't regard what went right, then all you can do is look at what went wrong. It kind of simplifies things without really having the further nuance of why it went wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did things go wrong? Yeah, sure, for sure. Yeah, things went wrong. Things didn't go how they were supposed to. At the same time, though, and I do get it's hard to come up with alternatives, but then you can't just say, "Man, Pop is a bad coach. He didn't do the right thing. He didn't do a good job. He handled this incorrectly." Then what was the alternative to him doing what he did?
Yeah.
And if you can't really offer that up, well, then what is the point of your criticism? It's not really criticism. It's just you hating at a certain extent.
Yeah. That's.
Yo, guys.
Oh,
one last time. You guys have a good morning.
All right, man.
Yeah. You too, man.
Yeah.
Take care, man.
Yeah.
All right. Talk to you guys next time, man. Thank y'all, man. I just wanted to let you know about that.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Sure,
There's another part in here somewhere where he says that. I guess he was talking about someone else.
Yeah. I'm gonna be listening to it or later on in the morning. It's gonna make me laugh. I already know. So.
All right, dude.
All right, bro. You take it easy, bro.
All right, you too.
All of y'all.
Peace, man.
See you, man.
So he say he's gonna listen in the morning. I hate that guy. Screw that guy.
Wow.
Yeah,
You
see how he likes this.
This is why Clinton is the worst. He don't support his supporters. Who does that?
You gonna listen to the stream? How about you listen to D's? Ain't that right? Ain't that right, Swish? Ain't that right, Swish?
D's.
No comment.
No, seriously though, like that's how I felt about it. You hit it, nail on coffin. Like that's kind of the problem. Like you kind of start running into like. I was telling Switch Hill this yesterday. Like, man, when I criticize someone, I usually try to have an alternative. I don't just say like everything that's wrong. I try to have some type of perspective on it. I can be biased, but it's like, I don't know, man. Like, even when I talked about any of the DJ stuff, I mean, it's pretty simple. Just like, I don't think you should have posted that on Twitter about Primo. Like that was kind of it. But
the thing is with like Pop, it's and I see this every year. Well, I won't see it this year since he's retired now, but you would see it a lot if you were a North Carolina fan with Roy Williams. This would happen every year. Like, oh, why isn't he playing the freshman? Why is he doing this? This is awful. We're gonna suck. We're terrible. Roy is out of his depth. He needs to retire. And then mid-season, he would change the lineup in a way nobody had ever thought of before. And all of a sudden it would work and the team was gelling and winning. And like, we saw that a bit in the bubble. As much as people want to claim they suggested it, nobody was saying to play DeMar at the power forward spot. Like that was a new thing that he did there in the bubble. And I never thought of it. I didn't think it would work. And then he did it. And I was like, okay, like that's interesting. That's new. That's something I never would have done to fix the team. And it worked pretty well in the bubble. And that's where I think I'm hesitant to criticize, because as much as we can talk about things, Greg Popovich is with that team every single day. And I mean, nobody knows his team better than he does, and he's got way more experience than we do.
And I mean, honestly, like, this is what pissed me off about people, because it really is just, you just don't like him. Either you don't like his politics, you don't like his approach, you don't like how he talks to media. It's something else, and that's what's really underneath the surface. I'm just gonna be honest, because if you're going off of his career and who he is and how he's jailed this team, or how like his accolades and just what he's done for the team over the years, you're really silly to say that he lost anything or he doesn't know what he's doing. Really, I mean, for me, I'm sorry, but after, as long as I've been a Spurs fan, I've known a team that's been winning, and I know a team that's been going to championship, or going to finals, trying to win championships. I've seen championships. I've had those moments, and it wasn't just one fleeting moment where we just won a championship and every other year we sucked. We were always there, and that's part of Popovich. So for him to have a couple bad seasons, I'm not going to sit here and just flip out on him and just say, therefore he's trash. That's like if I did that with even, like, because I think people do it because of political stuff. So like somebody like Tom Brady, I don't agree with Tom Brady's politics, like complete opposite of his politics actually, but I still sit back and be like, oh, Tom Brady's awesome. Like, he's the GOAT. He's the greatest quarterback of all time. And I can separate, the art from the artist in that regard. But it's like these people, some people that criticize Pop, they can't do that. So they'll take anything. They'll take anybody, but not realizing that Popovich has been a big driving force of our success. Even to the point, one thing that we're going to miss, and I know you were trying to allude to this too, Impeccable, that maybe DJ will help with this, but future players that we could get, it's gonna be hindered that Pop's not there. It's gonna be some players that might have considered it before that's not gonna do it because Pop's not there. The same thing with the whole Chris Paul situation. I always bring that up. Like, Chris Paul was considering coming to the Spurs, and the only reason he didn't, because it was rumors that Pop was going to retire. So people, I know that, like, you want to hate on him because of the stuff he says which I don't even see. I mean, maybe that's just my perspective that the stuff he says just kind of, I don't know, stuff for his, I mean, that just benefits his, players
Well,
and
the
benefit
thing that drives me nuts about
like
that
normal
is
people.
like people will talk all the time about like Pop needs to go. His politics are a detriment to the team. I'm like, bro, the Spurs owner is literally one of the biggest Trump donors out there, and he doesn't care. Like, if the owner is a Republican and doesn't mind if Pop's a Democrat and says all that shit, why should you?
Yeah, it's really silly, and you got to keep in mind too. And I think you might have brought up this, Switch Hill, is that the team, the players on the team, they're gonna have backgrounds and experiences that's going to align closer to the left. So he's not just speaking like in a greater, sense or what he believes in as a person, but he's speaking for his players too. They love that stuff. I mean, they're going to be in that realm, most of them. I mean, so I just don't get this whole idea. I mean, I saw stuff that, see, people are just so silly, but I saw like comments like, oh, Luka, like Luka, the reason I got rid of Luka because Luka wanted to celebrate Columbus Day. It's like, are y'all dumb? Like, are you just like stupid? Like, what are you talking about? It's so silly, bro. Like, they need to get off Twitter, stop worrying about SJWs, and just look at this as more of an objective approach. I don't do this with other. I'm telling you, I don't do this with other people. I don't do this with Tom Brady. Even if you're going in the realm of music, I don't do it with Kanye. I just think Kanye music sucks.
It's also just like
he just kind of sucks.
Controversial takes, man, at 4:40 in the morning.
Well, I also just like, I don't care. Like, I have my core beliefs, and like, I mean, you and I align belief wise, Destin. Like, it's pretty evident there. But like, I have my beliefs. I'm living my life. I'm not going to change these people's minds. I don't like a lot of the stuff they believe, but I go to work, I earn a living, I watch basketball, I like that. I don't care what they believe. I think people legitimately think that I want to hear that. And like, that's what I think sets me, well, all of us apart on here is like, I know people don't give a shit about my Spurs takes. I just enjoy hanging out, talking about them, and I don't expect to be taken seriously and stuff like that. And that's why I trolled that guy, is because he was sitting there trying to lecture like he knew better, and that's just my nature. I got to bring him down a size.
Yeah, he did that last year. I was cool with him. Like even after last year, I was like, I like him. He's fun to talk to. But yeah, this time it was like, I don't know. And after those really like weird, like cheap shots at me, it was like, okay, like, how many people are you hating on?
Wait, who was it?
Drew Show.
I said that I had worked. I said that I had worked with Presti, and I have. And he was like, "Oh no, I don't believe that," and like, I don't care because most people don't believe me when I tell them what I've done. And I was just trying to piss him off. But then Clan started like saying like, well, no, he's telling the truth. And he was just like, what, are you going to make a video tomorrow and like expose me or something like that? It was just like,
he went far, dude. Like he went at Swish Hill because he started saying, oh, what was it really? Are you mad at Presti because he fired you? And what was it really? Was it you just there and you just heard about it and you're like, it was like, oh my gosh, dude. And then that kind of got me like a little, I mean, I didn't try to show it. I was like kind of posturing, but it did get me a little irritated because I'm like, I know Swish Hill. Like, you're not going to sit here and just, talk about him. So I started, legitimizing it, validating what he was saying because I'm like, no, he's legit. Like, he's been around these people. Like, he does have some inside stuff.
It probably didn't help that I was like, this is like InfoWars Spurs edition.
I don't even know if he saw that. I
don't know, because I said it multiple times that it sounded like Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, because but that was the thing. Like, I initially got on just to talk to Corrupt. He just kind of jumped in, so I'm gonna have to kind of monitor that a little bit. And I don't know, man. I don't want to just like ban people, but that was really weird. like the direction went in. Yeah, sure. I said that. No, bro, you did say that, but your response shouldn't be, "Oh, you should make a video about you. What, you gonna make some videos, or how about you make some more videos about DJ?" And it's like, what are you talking about? He's like, and then DJ, you said you made videos saying DJ was trash, and I was like, bro, do you watch like all of my videos in the past like couple months has been positive of DJ, like maybe one negative one about the Primo thing. That's it. Everything else been positive. Oh, that's not even 2 months ago. That's several months ago.
I mean, for when I was on stream with him last time, or when we were talking to him last time, he did seem a bit obsessive about just being a troll, and not just to like a healthy extent of like, you know, it's all for just jokes. It's like a toxic obsession with just being, you know, a contrarian, just extent of just being a contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian.
He called me a contrarian.
You joking?
No, legit. He called me a contrarian. I think he said that on stream, didn't he? Didn't he say I know you want to be a contrarian clan. I was like, what? Where did you get that from?
I don't think he knows what that means. I don't know. He's one of those people. He gave me the vibe that he thought he was better than everybody in there, and you know, he's right, everyone else is wrong, and I was just like, okay, you know, I'll bite.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm not a contrarian at all.
Part of your gimmick, I guess it's part of your gimmick, but at the same time, yeah, not to that extent. No,
like
not to that extent at all.
Yeah, like me, a contrarian. Like I don't come across as contrarian at all. Like I have my, I don't make takes just on the sake of, you know, being a contrarian. Like, no.
And like I was fine trolling. I mean, I don't care what anybody says about me. It doesn't bother me. Honestly, my favorite thing in the world is making people think that I'm an absolute idiot and knowing that I'm not. But like, I don't know, it makes me laugh. But he all of a sudden got mad, and then he started like going in on you and then like cussing out Fat Boy. And I was just like, whoa, dog.
I don't even know if he went at Fat Boy, because Fat Boy didn't say anything.
He was just like, well, then fuck this and fuck all of you.
Oh, I wish I was here for that.
Bro, you got to go watch it.
You don't know how much I would love to see that man explode.
It was funny.
For no reason. Explode on everybody for no reason?
Yeah, it's because I kept saying, me and Corrupt was like, no, you did say, because we heard him say that, but I guess he's like all over the place till maybe we misheard him. I just have to find it. He said,
no, listen, I'm not gonna lie, I don't even need to hear it. I'll go back and listen to it, but you don't really need to even hear it. Last time he was talking, it seems like he just speaks without really having a point. He just wants you to really just agree with what he's saying, and that's just about it. That's the end goal of what he's saying.
Well, that's my whole thing. Like I sit back and I'm like, I think the reason why he thinks contrarian is because I don't agree with him.
Yeah, because he thinks he's right.
Yeah, but like,
and you're wrong, and that means that you go against the grain because his way is the way.
Yeah, that's where he's getting contrarian from. Because, yeah, my perspective is like sometimes, you know, I'm agreeing with the masses on it. Sometimes I'm not. Like, it's not like I just always go against the mass opinion.
Like when you were talking about Derek White.
Yeah, most people would say, you know, forget Derek White. Most people would just go in on him.
Precise. Most fans would say, man, Derek White, what's the use for Derek White? And I say to myself, you know, Derek White's cool. But you know what? Clan thinks he's awesome. And that's all right.
Yeah. Well, wait a minute. No, that would make me a contrarian if I'm going against the mass opinion. But I'm not. I genuinely do mean that.
I think the whole thing is your opinions are your own, and they've been pretty consistent.
Yeah. That's what it is.
Yeah. You're not forming your opinions based on what other people think. Your opinions are mainly based off of what you personally think, and that's fine.
Yeah. I'm pretty like I make so many videos now till I feel like it's gonna be times where I contradict myself, and it's just gonna happen. But for the most part, the way that I approach it, it's kind of the same every time. Like,
you're pretty consistent. That's one thing I've noticed. You're pretty consistent on your opinion, which there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Some people will have a problem with that because it's like, well, that's not topical, but I mean, it's honest.
It's honest. my views have changed on stuff. Like before, I didn't think that DJ would ever be able to be, a primary playmaker, but he has. He's been. I would even argue. My take before was that Derek White was better than DJ. I don't think that anymore. I think DJ is a better player than Derek White.
I remember this, and I was like, no, and you would tell me yes, and I was like, oh. I was like,
and then
okay.
and then Swisher said, "Yo." And then the lady said, "Oh."
and then the Drew Show said, "Fuck all y'all."
let me tell you something about the Spurs. When I watched the Spurs,
fuck you. I'm right. He said to you specifically, man, not even to us, specifically to you.
I can't, man. It's so unfortunate because if it would have just been like okay, fine, whatever, man, I'm out of here. Then it would have been like, oh, okay. But he threw so many shots out there till I'm like, bro, I don't have to be nice to you no more.
The funniest part was we were like, oh, where'd he go? Let's get him back. Like, don't leave. And then someone in the chat was like, dog, he left the Discord.
Yeah.
You're lying.
Yeah,
you're lying.
He bounced. He was like, man, F this. And he bounced. He got angry. You probably won't see it because if you watch the watch party thing, you're going to, fast forward to later on. But early on, like early on, he was talking about Thad. And he was saying that Thad looks lost out there in this game. Did you watch this game?
He did look lost.
Okay, so you agree with it.
He quite clearly was lucid in this game. There was nothing lost about Thaddeus Young in this game.
You're disagreeing. Okay, yeah. That's what I was saying because he
looked fine.
Yeah, he said it in the first quarter. He was like, he looks lost, and I was like,
he's fine.
Yeah, and I was like, no, he does. And this is early. Okay, this is early on. He was like, he looks lost out there, and I was like, no. I was like, I think you kind of, post justifying it, like maybe because in other previous games he has, and you think that he. And he was like, see, there you are. There, you just have a bias with Thad because you have your own guys. You have Derek White and you have Thad. And I'm like, what are you? No, he said you have White and you got Lonnie and Thad's one of your guys too. I was like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, what? What do you mean? I wouldn't even say Lonnie's one of my guys. I don't know what you're talking about. And then when it comes to Thad, I was taking an objective approach. Like, I was like, okay. And I even told the chat, I was like, okay. Because he bounced after that. And I was like, okay. Let me try to be unbiased as possible. I'm going to key in on Thaddeus Young. And I kid you not, he played wonderful. Like, the entire time. It was a few times where he screwed up. Yeah, it was a few times, but he was making the right passes. He was in the right positions to get steals. Everything he was doing was fine. I was like, he doesn't look lost out there. He looks okay.
He was I used to run my Facebook page and we were a big page. And he sounded like a lot of the people that were on there, man. It used to be so annoying because I try to interact with people, but nobody ever had anything good to say. It would be like, it's funny because in our 62 win season before the season Kawhi got injured, you'll post, I'd do game updates here's the final score, Spurs win, and whenever I posted that the Spurs won, nobody would comment or like shit. It would just be there. Then it'd be we lost on a buzzer beater by 1 point, and it was like 1,000 of the mad face and be 100 comments. People be like, yo, trade the whole fucking team, they suck. I was like, bro, we have the best record in the league. What are you talking about?
It's a lot of, I don't know why, but people sometimes just have I don't know. Some people are just so negative, man. They just want blood.
Well, negativity does sell more than positivity, which is, you see it mainly in the human condition. That's why the news doesn't really talk about happy stories. It's that just, they do it every now and then, but it's not what's up. It's really sensationalist negativity.
Yeah.
And that's usually when you hear people talk like that about, a team or certain things. That's what they're feeding off.
It's very just weird, going back to him, because it's very weird, because he's given super chats and stuff, and he's been interactive, but it's like this time when I talked to him, it was like, where is all this coming from? Like, it sounds like you got a lot of envy or something. It's really strange. Like you're going at Switch Hill. That sound very envious. You're criticizing every single thing from Pop. That sounds a little weird. And then when you started like going at me, it's like, but you've been on this. What, like, are you okay?
He was just like disagreeing with everything everybody said, and it was this air like, no, listen, you're wrong. This is right. You know, you stupid ass little child. That's where I was just like, okay, I'm gonna have some fun.
I wouldn't be shy. I mean, legit, he said that his page was mainly predicated towards just trolling for the sake of trolling. I was like, okay.
Yeah, that's not.
Well, and I saw that, so that's when I decided to troll for the sake of trolling.
I mean, once you tell me that, it's like, okay, then how am I supposed to take you seriously?
Yeah, it was. I don't know. It's very strange. And the sad part about it is, he does know like certain stuff. It's just I guess his interpretation of things is just a little off. I just don't get, a lot of times I just didn't understand where he was coming from. But going at like back at that, man, just thinking about it, like it wasn't, I mean, at the time I thought it was kind of funny, like how angry he was getting over this. But then after the fact, I was like, you know what? Yeah, I'm probably not going to, I'm not going to be able to let you back on. Like at all. I think I don't know, man. I don't want to pull because people in the chat said Spurs tube did it and it like blocked him. I'm like, I don't want to pull.
I think he like, I didn't see what he commented, but I saw people saying stuff that like apparently.
I saw it. He said DeMar depression.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't know. I saw that, and then on what did he say? He said in the other stream, and I pushed back on it. He was talking about Ben Simmons' mental health, and I pushed back on it.
Yeah,
because I was like, I'm not. Yeah, you were in there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm not. I was like, no, I'm very sensitive to that. He could be going through anything. For you to just sit here, you know, we shouldn't say, oh, this problem is worse than this problem. Like, this person's actually going through things. It's like, that's silly. You can't do that. Because that's what he said. He was like, this person's actually going through some stuff. This person had a phobia of planes. That's a real issue. It's like, okay, like, that's I'm sorry, dude. There is a DSM-5 out there that gives diagnosis of a multitude of things.
Something like that's, I don't want to say it's above his pay grade, but I mean,
No, that's what it
just is.
That's what it is.
It just is.
Dude, I'm in master. I'm getting a master's in
Listen, I knew about that from I knew about that in my 8th grade in 8th grade no, not 8th grade, in high school psychology. You know, that's why I first even read the book. Yeah. And so, but even then, you don't really need to even have a class or even know something like that to understand that there is nuance when it comes to mental health conditions.
Yeah, you know? I mean, when you start saying phobia, that's a very specific type of anxiety. Like, it's very specific.
He kept getting on mental disease as in it needs to present itself as a physical impediment that stops you from performing your daily duties, which that's not how it always presents itself, as we've clearly seen in other, forms.
Yeah.
And that's just not how it works.
Yeah.
And so when it comes to Ben Simmons saying that I'm having trouble functioning from a mental capacity, it's easy to pass it off as he's just soft. But we've seen what that is just soft or he's just soft type of mentality. I mean, I'm never like afraid to say this this statistic that, when it comes to death rates from, somebody taking themselves out, it's very high amongst men.
Oh, thanks,
even compared to women, and that's mainly predicated based on the fact of that same mentality that we don't suffer from mental conditions. We just have to toughen up, or we just have to keep pushing on, and just deal with our issues as they come. Which is
just deal with it, bro. It's just deal with it. And then they'll start talking about like people, a long time ago, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, they just dealt with it, and it's like, yeah, like clinical depression was stupid high there too. Like
there's
how
a
many
reason people his age are so angry nowadays.
Yeah,
and there's
yeah.
a reason why they don't live past 70.
Well, how many?
And my thing too is like I again, I don't want to sound like, oh, I know everything, but like, I mean, I come at this from knowing a lot of players in the league. And but people don't realize is, I mean, they're people. Everybody loves to talk about asset management in the NBA, but your assets are people. So it's very different from anything else out there. And like these guys, no matter what people say, they hear what people say about them. I mean, they just can't tune everything out. It's hard to do that. And on top of that, I mean, I've known some of these guys, and even then, I don't really know them. I'm not with them during the day, and I've noticed a lot of like commentary on what Ben Simmons needs to do and what this guy needs to do. And pretty much all I've said about the situation is like, I can see both sides to this. It's weird, but like, we don't know these guys. How the hell am I supposed to tell them what to do? How do I know what is best for them? How do they know what's best?
Well, piggybacking off of what Impeccable was saying, bro, you can't start getting into the realm of like, oh, this person, should do it this way, or that means you're weak, or that means you're soft, or that mean, like, even like women, right? Like people that are very traditionalist, and they say like, women need to stay in their place, like they were happier back in the. It was like, bro, like women were getting so many like medications, like it was so much drug addiction. Now today, like we see it, it's like out in the open, it's a serious problem, but back then it was a serious problem as well. Like they were super depressed. So it's like this idea that like you can go back to a time where people were tougher. It's like, bro, it never existed. You just think it existed. It never existed.
The fact of the matter is, we just don't know. And what we're clearly finding out right now, currently, is it was a lot worse than what was previously reported.
Yeah.
And I think that we spend way too much time disregarding what is legitimate and call it what it isn't, which is either weak, soft, or simply just does not exist.
Because I'm gonna tell you something. Like even that, like when you start doing like little nicknames and you think that's cute or whatever, and you're making fun of somebody's mental health, I'll tell you this right now: DeMar DeRozan, say whatever you want, but what he has done in his career takes a lot of toughness. The things that he's done, in those moments where he's willing to shoot in front of hundreds of thousands of people and millions of people watching them in the playoffs, and I mean that takes a certain amount of guts, and I know they're getting paid a lot, but it does take a certain amount of guts to stay in shape, to work at that continuously. I'm sorry, bro, like he's probably tougher than anybody would want to be. Like I don't think you get much tougher than a dude like that. So it's just this idea that it's like this idea that whatever's going on or any chemical imbalance therefore means that you're this or you're that. It's like when you prescribe that to people, I can kind of go ahead and assume all the other beliefs you probably hold.
Yeah, I mean, a guy like the Drew Show, and I'm not even going to say him in particular because I'm not going to make a based assumption. But what I can tell from what his demeanor was and how he speaks, he is from a completely different world than what a guy like DeMar DeRozan is from. Okay, and players like him are from, where they're coming from a depressed climate. They're coming from a depressed situation in which the government, their society, the people that they're around don't even look at them as people, really. And somehow he goes from that to becoming a multimillionaire and becoming not just an icon for people from his community, but becoming more than just a regular human being. He means more than a regular human being, right? Yeah. The demands are different, and all of a sudden now you're the face of something. It's a big change, and it causes certain things like if you already suffer from depression, it could cause depression. If you have survivor's guilt, it can cause that. It can cause a certain feelings of, you know, uh, just shock. It's a shock to your system.
Yeah.
And so, looking at like a guy like DeMar who suffers from depression, but yet has done what he's done in the league, has accomplished what he's accomplished in the league, has become the person, and not as a player, the person that he's become in the league, and speaking for the voiceless in the league who have never had the not the courage, but just the amount of the will to say and voice exactly how they feel. He's speaking for a lot of guys who are in the league right now who never felt as though they had a voice. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's not like they don't suffer from depression. It's just that we as fans of a team look at a team and look at players as if they're not even people.
Yeah.
Like Sushil said, we tend to just look at players as though they're just assets. And yeah, to a certain extent, yes. From an objective point of view, yeah, they're just assets. But then there's the subjective part in which I hate seeing a player get injured because I understand it's going to affect their money, it's going to affect their families, it's going to affect their careers, and it means something.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of the time we just, when an athlete is successful and they're at a certain point in their career, we disregard their personhood and we make them out to be either infallible or more than what they are, which is just like another human being, just like you or me. And I think a lot of times it borders on the line of toxic, to the point that you have fans like him who ascertain certain things, and it gets to a toxic level. It's not even trolling; it's just toxic.
Well, yeah, it's not even like trolling or like, oh, it's just memes, bro. No, not really. And when you hold those type of beliefs, yeah, it makes sense that you don't like Pop. That's all I have to say about that.
Because all he cares about is the people. Like,
yeah, that's like his main thing.
To a certain extent, I even criticize the Spurs because to a certain extent, I'm like, okay, I get it. You care about the people, you care about the person, not so much the player, which kind of bites him in the butt sometimes. But at other times, it's admirable because what a franchise cares about the people as much as the Spurs. Not that many.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
yeah,
this is how it is.
And Justin's like in the chat completely right. Like, you don't even think about the fact that he lost his wife, and that was like that was when all that weird Kawhi stuff was going on, and he was going through a whole lot. The fact that he even showed it, because I thought, well, maybe Pop won't show up, in the playoff. He came in there. It was like right after too. He was there, right? Wait, no, he wasn't. He was there, right?
No, I think he took like one game off.
Yeah. Then he came.
Because he had to like fly back to San Antonio in the middle of the series, and then he came back, and everyone was like, "Whoa, he's coaching!" Like,
yeah, we were like,
damn.
"What the heck? What are you doing?" Yeah, I felt sick. I was like, "Oh, why are you here, bro?" Like,
I think for Pop, and this is an assumption, I think for him, it's the best. I think he understands it's the best place he could be because that's the only way in which he could simultaneously disinvolve himself with what was going on, but find any kind of solace or comfort.
That's true.
That's his family away from family.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
I think that's the only place. I think if he didn't coach, what was he gonna do? He'd probably just go crazy at his place.
Yeah.
Or just be, of course, depressed over the entire situation.
Yeah, it's a little mind-boggling, to say the least. I just look, it's a lot of weirdness, and I guess that's just what comes down to like making sure the community's on point. Because I'm really considering because I don't block a lot of people. I mean, the only people I've blocked is like spam stuff. I don't even know how you really block on YouTube. I'm
not trying to say that you shouldn't do something, but I am saying because if somebody does show a certain history and propensity of being overall just negative to a community and doesn't really contribute to anything positive, I mean,
Well, yeah, and you told me to, F off on my own stream, so yeah,
I mean, that's a cardinal sin.
Yeah, I'm
You should make a video and it just says Tadusho, you blocked.
Hey, this is how you don't get favor with the creator.
What if I just react to my own like live stream?
Oh, hey, by the way, yeah, Justin brought up a good point, man. Did y'all see the like teasers for the jerseys on Monday?
I heard.
I saw the Coyote
from inside sources.
That's gonna be dope.
What it's gonna look like.
What'd you hear?
I heard they're gonna be very Fiesta themed, but white.
Okay, I wondered if they were gonna be more of like the little confetti type thing because they showed the like teaser with the cascarones in there. So I was interested because everybody felt like they were gonna be the same jerseys, just white, which I'd be fine with. But I kind of hoping they go like a little different direction and spice it up some.
Yeah, no, from what I'm hearing, it's gonna be very similar. I heard it's not gonna be the most exciting thing, but it's gonna be very good looking aesthetically. It's just gonna be white, and it's gonna be very relatively similar to last year. That's what I'm hearing from certain sources.
I ain't complaining about that. Those were great jerseys.
They were good. I liked them. I wish that there's a few things I wish we did. Like I'm still waiting on a playoff of the black on black jerseys that the late 70s, early 80s Spurs wore.
Oh yeah, the San Antonio ones.
Yeah, I've always loved those jerseys. I wish
those are great, man.
Wish we did something with that. I think it'd be very popular amongst the league, but you know, we got this far, took this long to get Fiesta jerseys, so.
Yeah, I know. We'll get those in 2040.
Yeah. Primo's about to retire. That just feels weird to say.
Brett Favre has made another return to the NFL.
Oh God.
Is that too dated of a reference now?
No, it's not. At this point, he doesn't even own arms. They're just robotic limbs.
Aaron Rodgers is still going to be deciding whether or not he wants to play with the Packers.
I see
Aaron Rodgers doesn't even look like Aaron Rodgers anymore. He just looks like old man Obi-Wan. He has transformed from Obi-Wan to Ben Kenobi.
Ben Roethlisberger is still trying to convince us he's a competent quarterback.
Oh Lord. He's gone from 20 miles per hour running speed to like -5.
He's like throwing the ball half a yard at a time.
He has redefined Dinkin dot quarterback.
He's gonna be referred to as Small Ben.
Y'all so stupid, bro.
You mean Little Ben?
Little Ben.
Oh. Ezekiel Elliott is now saying, "Feed me less."
Tuck me in.
Yeah. Here you go, guys. You ready? The big moment.
What's that?
About to block it.
Oh. No,
Wait,
you're not.
Actually, before I do that, let me see something.
Dog, is that him in the picture?
See, I wondered that. I thought it was.
That looks like the love child of Drew Carey and Nick Saban.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
You know, I was always thinking it was Gordon Ramsay. That's always what came when I saw that picture. I was like, that's not Gordon Ramsay.
What did he say? Trey Lyles, Alay's been dumpster Jewish?
Juice.
Dumpster. Oh, he's been dumpster juice. Always been dumpster juice.
Bro, what the fuck?
Huh. DeRozan meltdown. Let's see. Does he say anything in this?
Oh, jeez. So you got drafted by Utah. Then you. Unfortunately.
I said fortunately.
Oh, why was it fortunate?
No, I said unfortunately.
I don't know how this became so. It's just a talk extreme, but yeah, I ain't hating on it.
Fortunately, yeah.
You really wanted to come to Denver, didn't you?
I'm here for it, man.
You know, it's about
like we said earlier. Keemstar retired, so someone's got to take up the mantle.
You know, It's about time.
Does he?
It's about that time.
Wait, I don't know if does he comment on any of these? I don't think he comments.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't.
He just posts.
Want to play with the guys,
so he just posts.
Just try to.
Huh. Yeah, everything on here is just negative. Like he's mentioned, like what? LaMarcus Aldridge in Blazer colors. Yeah, he's
the
trolling.
worst part
That's
is
a Jordan.
Even when he's elevating somebody, it's at the detriment of somebody else, that's how you do it.
Yeah, you don't gotta hate on people's shine to make yourself shine brighter.
Exactly. And a lot of people don't get that. I don't understand how it's. It's not even that difficult thing to understand.
Can y'all explain this to me though? How come so many times he said he liked the channel, but then with a little bit of adversity, he's willing to act like that? Is that like a cultural thing where he's from, or like what do you think?
I think it's because he agrees with some of your opinions. It's the fact that he can't convince you of his own opinions that he has a problem with.
Oh, his descriptions read like Donald Trump's tweets.
Yeah, they're very. Hold on,
Phoenix Suns crew roast San Antonio Spurs Bryn Forbes. Fake hustle to impress Wash coach Greg Popovich. Fake hustle at its finest.
Like, oh my gosh. Hold on. Let's see if I can find him on Twitter. Maybe I can't. Maybe he doesn't have a Twitter. No, he definitely has a Twitter. He gotta have a Twitter. Yeah, there he is. He got a Twitter. Alright, I run Spurs fan Discord server community. I run a Spurs fan Discord. He does? Let's see. Turned out to be a real boy, that Harry Potter. Let's see. Okay, all this is Spurs stuff.
Oh, he literally. Okay, this is the funniest thing to me because he has one about Lonnie in training camp.
Oh, God.
I don't think he commentated over it at all. He just took Lonnie's interview. And the best thing about it is he took footage that Jeff G stamped his watermark over that wasn't even his. And then he Drew show upload. It's just like a festival of stealing content.
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie, we about 10 to 20 minutes away from a Barstool Sports segment. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not hating on him, but
I'm gonna block him, bro.
It is about to become a evisceration of the Drew Show moment.
What do you think?
The
Swish
Show?
What do you think?
Dude, I just blocked him on mine, and he don't even sub to me.
Yeah. Because I mean, it's like a really weird thing, but do you guys understand? I guess you already explained it, but it's just such a strange thing, right? Like it's like
if Clan, if you want my vote, I vote. But yeah, I would vote yes. Yeah, 100% of the time it's me personally. But you know, maybe he just had a bad day. You know, maybe he himself is going through something mentally.
Yeah, but he's not gonna address it.
Well, obviously,
because that would be weak.
That's pretty obvious.
That's
pretty obvious.
I don't know.
I think you should 100% go ahead and block it. I think it would be for the betterment of the community if you did it.
Yeah, you're right. Because a lot of some people in there
even if he's going through something, the way he's going at other people, it's to their detriment, and it's just a net negative.
Exactly. If you bring, and here's the thing: the risk versus reward of if he comes back on stream and has even a similar meltdown to that is just not worth. It's just not worth it.
I hit block, but it's not.
Because even worse, if he goes on to if he was to come on stream and you have somebody else on there, let's say just another fan or just another supporter on stream, and then you just don't agree with his opinion, and he goes off on that person, well then who knows how that person's gonna feel. It may never come back on.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Oh, that's a really good point. Yeah, because he was taking a lot of. I was so busy with the PlayStation thing, but he was taking up a lot of. He was monopolizing the group. Like he was kind of talking over people.
Oh yeah, no, I know that. That's what you're going to. Did even get a chance to say anything at certain points? I was like, well, that's. I mean, shoot, I'm not trying to even push him off because I know he's on his soapbox right now, so I'm not gonna try pushing him off. But no, if I'm not saying anything and nobody else is saying anything, well then, you this isn't really even a conversation. You're just trying to preach to people.
Yeah, it wasn't really a conversation. It was more so just talking. But I did notice Corrupt was trying to talk at times, and he would just talk over him, which that's probably my fault. I should have said.
Well, like, nah, it wasn't all your fault. You got shit to do, but like, that's the thing. Corrupt's like, I love Corrupt, man. That dude's so cool. Yeah. Like, poor guy was trying to bring the conversation back around to just like, what did y'all think of the game? And he just kept going, and finally he was just like, all right, bye.
Oh God! Don't tell me Corrupt tried to play mediator.
No, he was just trying to like get him to shut the hell up. And
oh, well, that's what I tried to do last time I was on with your show.
It was like vibes like that Vine. Can I please get a waffle? While the two people were just like beating the shit out of each other.
Let's see. Here's a comment he put a day ago. Pop said this was the Spurs idle season, meaning that it was going to be an 82 game audition for the closer, or if we even have the closer. It's only 5 games into the audition, so Lonnie will have an opportunity before the end of the season to become the next Spur idol, who is the closer. A lot of Spurs fans gassed themselves up for bitter disappointment when they went against the Vegas odds makers, saying the Spurs will win only 28-ish games this season. They said playoff team, playing teams, and very few said 30-ish to 35. I won't start worrying unless by end of March the Spurs haven't found the closer and built the Spurs execution we all. Well, that wasn't that bad. We all known and loved for 20 years. That wasn't terrible.
Well, I won't even say that he has. None of his opinions are bad. He has some pretty good opinions. It's just his personality. It just rubs people the wrong way, I think.
Yeah. You have good ideas. You just suck.
Yeah. Precise. You see, you worded that much better than I did.
See, right. See, this is where I'm confused. Great video clan as always. However, if Primo becomes, and he talks about Primo a little bit, and then he ends it off with great content again, though, and it's like, what, like, thank you, but like, when I just had you on this last time, and I know that it was a little like me saying no, you did say that, but I mean, you went to a whole different direction.
Nope, unacceptable. If you don't treat him like you did right just now, you set a dangerous precedent too.
Wait, say that again.
I said you'll set a dangerous precedent if you don't like set a rule or a standard.
Yeah, you're right. And then people be able to just come on and say whatever they want.
I don't want to say that you have to, create a general. I'm not saying that you have to make him into a general deterrence, but you kind of do, just to set the bar that, hey, even if you're a supporter of the content, even if you're nice, or even if you do super chats, you can't just come on here just saying any old thing you want or treating people any old way you feel like just because of certain such and such.
No, you're completely right. I mean, I value you and Switch Hill's opinion on it. Like, if you guys say I should, I probably should, then I will. I think with me it's like, oh, I just want everybody to be able to, talk, and it's like, nah.
Rodney King once said, "Can't we all just get along?" And the truth is, no.
Yeah, truth is no.
Because some people just don't want to.
Yeah.
In the words of the late great Colonel Sanders, I'm too drunk to taste this chicken.
Wait, what? What just happened?
You ever seen the movie Talladega Nights?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Where he gives like the super philosophical quote from the French philosopher. He's like, well, in the words of the late great Colonel Sanders,
too short to taste this chicken.
Hooligan said, what are your problems with the Drew show? Been hearing some not so good things about him. Go to the last stream. the watch party stream, because this isn't the watch party stream, and yeah, like he goes off at the end. He gets really angry. He attacks Switch Hill. He attacks me, and then he just bounces. And it's all because it was a misunderstanding of something that he said. And I was like, I thought you said that. It's like, wait, no, I remember you saying that. But he said it about something else, I think. But he never said, oh no, I said that about this other thing. He just instead just started like throwing insults. I mean, it was totally out of whack. Yeah. But yeah, that's probably what you heard. That he's probably been banned on Facebook groups too. I don't know. I get that vibe.
Yeah. Does he have a Twitter?
Yeah.
So I wanna.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I want to see here.
Nothing's on there. I thought it would be something. Nothing's really on there.
Damn, I can't find his.
It's literally just that at the Drew Show. Oh, and then underscore. DJ All-Star? Probably not.
Yeah, he'll be in the MIP race. That's enough.
Yeah. You still ain't found it?
Found one that handle is the Drew Eubanks, but
no, it's the Drew Show underscore. At the Drew Show underscore. He hasn't posted.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
He hasn't posted since like last year. I could have sworn we were going to see some weird stuff.
Dude, his pinned tweet is literally him mocking some guys, the Spurs talk guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't even read it.
He was like, so SpursTalk.com, the dozens of people who still post on your forum, the dudes from decades ago pressured you into banning me. Like,
oh, I didn't read that part. Huh. Yeah, he did say that. So he does get banned. Why is he? It's not that hard. Like I don't know. It feels like one of those vibes that, like the people that hate cancel culture. You're canceling me. It's like, bro, it's not that hard to like not get canceled. He said, what's the time where you don't want to know the time where I'm at?
and like it's just like calling out Ty and Noah and stuff like that.
He went at Noah? Can you tell me why the Spurs Twitter and some so-called media marks are shanking to... I'm confused. His game is from another decade and he's Cantor. Why aren't those same marks over for Enes Cantor? Oh, he did. Wait, Noah's not in there, is he? I don't see Noah's tag.
No, it's later down there. It's just like it's clear he thinks he knows everything.
Yeah, sure.
As long as Derek White did a great game, right? Tom Petrini. Oh, he did go with them. You guys must be so pleased. But that's the thing. He said he watches at the line. He watches. Do you hate watch? Oh, I see Noah now.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt if he does.
Hey, Noah, can you tell McDonald that just because DeMarcus Cousins is coming off the bench, the Rockets had a good... Okay. San Antonio are going to... Did he go at him again? Yeah. Oh, wait. Forgotten by who? NBA Twitter, NBA social media. He is in the Hall of Fame. What did he talk? Honestly, this is look at this. I don't know. Yeah, no. Yeah. It's probably best just to like cut ties with, he shouldn't be able to comment and stuff. Cause at this point, like Tom Petrini, like I like Tom Petrini. I had Tom Petrini on the channel.
Tom Petrini is one of the least problematic or toxic people I know on Spurs Twitter. If he's not even dealing with somebody, that probably a good sign.
And it's a little strange. He like tagged all these people. I think it's probably some type of. I mean, I'm just assuming maybe it's some type of like envy, I guess, like wishing. Like they're in those positions, so you're like kind of envious that they have an opinion.
Yeah, I would even say it's a borderline delusion of grandeur, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just say this whole sentiment that I see this all the time. They're like, well, all these people, they never call Popovich out because that's not their fucking job. Yeah. Like if their job was to call Pop on their faults, they would be GMs. You know, all their job is to ask couple questions about the game and get responses, and if you're rude to somebody like that, you're not going to get those responses.
Exactly.
It's not towing the company line. It's just, I mean, there's certain things I'm sure at at my job, there's certain things I know not to ask people and just not to say and all that kind of stuff. And like Clan, I'm sure like there's certain things you think about professors and stuff like that, but when it comes down to peer reviewing them at the end of the year, you don't say the things like that. Like,
no,
you approach it in a refined way, and I'm just like, it's the dumbest thing in the world that these journalists are not there to sit there and pick at things. They're there to just report facts and news. They're not analysts.
Well, I don't have this like weird dictator mentality or like this what am I trying to say? Like this envy towards these like people in these positions. Like, I think it's cool. Like even me talking about Skip Bayless, like I think that Skip Bayless, yeah, he kind of gives some bad takes sometimes, and it's based on sometimes nothing and just conjecture. But like with me, I don't sit back and I'm not envious of Skip. I still kind of like Skip, or I think that Skip does have some pretty good takes. He just goes too far sometimes, but I know what position he's in. I don't do this with these other reporters either. Like I don't try to show that I'm smarter than them or I know what I'm talking about and they don't. It's like, no, I mean, people have their different perspectives. If you disagree with me, obviously I'm going to think you're wrong. That's kind of the point. But like I don't sit back and just
the thing about Skip is it's all his opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And all that.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I admire about guys like Noah and Tom. If you read what Tom writes, there are opinion pieces he writes for other outlets where he analyzes, but his job is not to inject his opinion there. It's to figure out what happened in the game, get the coach's take on it, and relay that to people. And he does that admirably. Same with Jeff McDonald. That's what they do.
Yeah.
And
it's respectful how the level of objectiveness they have.
Yeah, right. And I mean, and Jeff Garcia, his job is not to commentate unless he's on his podcast. Most of the time, his job is to source reports about the team and just relay them to people. It's just like, they are not Jalen Rose on ESPN breaking down stuff, nor do they claim to be.
Yeah.
But,
and honestly, I don't know, man. I just don't have this weird thing where I have to like call out people who are, reported. Like it seems like people that created some type of platform for themselves, he's like going at them. But it's very strange, the whole thing. Like you're continuously like pleasant on the channel, but then like you're willing to just like go crazy on here.
You can ruin your reputation in just a moment. It's not very hard.
Yeah, and you're right, and you're completely right. Like, yeah, that would be like a very dangerous slippery slope almost. Like you start allowing that, then what else can you allow, Now
if you excuse with him, then what's stopping somebody else from doing something worse in the future than you? It's just how it is.
Yeah. It's
He can support from a distance.
Yeah, support from a distance.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He can support from a distance because what he's doing, unless he even if he was a flat out apologize, I doubt that would really even change anything because it kind of just shows who he is, his nature.
Well, yeah, you show who you are when you get angry.
Precisely.
Yeah, if I got angry in that moment and I started like calling him names and like making fun of his like accent or something, then it would be like, what the heck is wrong with Clan? Like, like, oh, that's who you really are. You just like go to insults. Yeah, he's probably been doing that so long, like critiquing like or criticizing these people that are in more prominent positions in Spurs media for so long, till it was just like second nature for him to go straight to that when it came to me.
Exactly.
Yeah, he just like went straight to that. But that whole, yeah, you're right though. I don't want the community to become like toxic or like.
Of course
negative.
not.
Yeah, you don't want people to start getting in here being negative. I like disagreements, but yeah, that wasn't respectful at all. Actually, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna go back and listen to it.
Well, of course, there's a difference between a disagreement in aid of conversation versus a disagreement in aid of just being disrespectful. And I think if you're spouting, toxic rhetoric online just for the sake of looking like you're right, that's just, you can't really excuse it. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Especially if it's not something that you even really apologize for. It's just something that you just say, you know what, forget it. I'll be back later, or I'll just say, I'll just leave. You really can't just like do something like that and then not just apologize for it immediately. Like it was just an outburst and you were out of control.
Yeah.
Just,
I'm about to see how bad it is.
I thought you would.
I thought you were saying he wasn't.
Uh-oh.
How could I have said he isn't? I've never even said he wasn't. What makes you think I said he was not a good GM?
I could have. I mean, I know that I was kind of like trying to.
Man, we're not sure, right?
I could have sworn.
So I said what?
That he was a bad.
No.
You literally
you heard
said
that
he was
too,
a bad
though, right?
No, you literally said he was a bad GM. You literally said that. You said that like 5 minutes ago.
I never said that. No, I didn't.
You literally said that. You didn't say that.
Sure, whatever, dude.
See, he's getting mad. See, I think I was right. I don't know. He probably still said it. I don't know. But hold on. Let's just move this over here for a minute. He probably did say it, but he was talking about somebody. But I was wrong. But you don't see my reaction as being like, oh my God, I'm so toxic right here. Like, I'm like still being kind of playful with it, Let me see. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Oh,
what
you said it?
What did I say? No, what did I say?
You said he's a bad GM. You said he's a.
No, I never said he's a bad GM. I never have ever said that. I said that he's one of the top GMs. I said it many times. If you haven't registered it, maybe because you're looking at your PS5. I don't know what's going on, dude. But I said.
Okay. And this is the part I didn't hear because I was like, okay, I gotta find what I heard.
That he's a GM and he built a super team and he'll do it again. That's what I literally said. And
wait, he built a super team?
He
okay, and this their argument.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
What you don't think the team that went, the talent on the team that went to the finals?
James Harden wasn't James Harden, though.
Team talent. What team? What?
James Harden wasn't James Harden at that point. He wasn't dropping 30
James
again
Harden
with the
wasn't James Harden at that point. You're on crack, dude.
Dude, he was averaging like 16 points a game when he was
crack,
with the Thunder.
You're on crack.
Oh.
Did he pick James Harden?
That's not what I'm saying.
Did he pick James Harden?
That's not what I'm saying at all.
I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what
Krupp
you're
cool as
saying.
a Krupp's so cool, bro. You hear how laid back he is? Krupp's like, how old is Krupp? Isn't he like 19 or something? He's like 19 and he's so mature, isn't he? Do you know, Swishio?
I have no idea how old he is.
He's a youngin, bro. He might be like 20. I don't know. He's a youngin. He sounds so cool. He's like, hey man, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is, he was like yelling at him.
And was not James Harden when he was with the Thunder.
Oh yeah, you're playing semantic stupid shit right now. And you can kick me out of your Discord, whatever. But that's what you're doing because you're dumb. If you're trying to say James Harden wasn't James Harden when he went to the finals against Miami, and discounting the fact that they picked 3 MVPs. He picked three guys who became MVPs of the league.
I'm so confused. What just happened?
I'm confused,
Wait, bro, but a super team is when 3 MVPs are on one team or 3 Hall of Fame talents, yada 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 yada.
Yeah,
and when James Harden was not an MVP when he was with the Thunder.
He built a team that has 3 MVPs. He's a good GM, and the fact that somebody's saying here, "Oh, dude, you said he was a bad." No, I didn't. I don't know what you're saying, dude. Maybe it's your comprehension levels or what.
I'm trying to. Oh, see, he's an insult. He's insulting. I didn't even hear that.
You can go back on your stream, and if you make a video about it, go ahead and make a video about me calling him. I don't know. No, I don't know, dude. I don't know why you're making this point, other than you're trying to be a contrarian. Like you're saying shit like
what?
DJ is what? No. You're saying stuff like you made a video about how DJ wouldn't be the guy, and today he shoved it right up your fucking face. He shoved it in your face. He put it in your face today. You made a video and several social media posts about how he couldn't be the guy, and he was the guy for today. Didn't he? Didn't he?
See, even somebody in the chat, you see the chat right there. Somebody said, Drew, honestly, I thought you were. Yeah, that's what I thought. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, that's what I don't know.
Well, didn't he?
Hey, Glenn, you ever think that those accounts that were praising him were actually just fake accounts that he had too?
Are you the one who said that before?
No. I just thought about it.
Did you say that before?
I don't think so, but I maybe actually. I'm not sure.
I don't know if it was.
I don't know.
Someone said that before.
I just think when I said something about it, I just think those accounts suddenly popping up and just praising him while trashing you the entire time was just
very strange.
Convenient. It was a bit convenient. That's all I'm gonna say.
It was very strange.
A bit coincidental. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, it was very strange. Right,
for sure.
Let's see how he leaves. You came into the chat earlier and said that Young was hot garbage, and then
he played like hot garbage up until the third quarter, the end of the third quarter.
I'm not throwing that in your face, man.
No, go right ahead and throw it into my face. But he played like hot garbage until the third quarter, and you didn't recognize it. He played like hot garbage until he warmed up with his tussin or fucking. He got some Ben Gay on his ass, or they fucking gave him some fucking.
Wait, what does he mean by that? What do you mean by that? Do y'all know?
I was trying to.
What do you mean by that?
I was holding my tongue right here. I was gonna be like, something like Thad Young has been gay on his ass, but I've been gay with his ass.
I don't know. But that's funny. But I genuinely don't know what he means by that. I'm like, what does he mean by that?
He doesn't have to mean anything, Glenn. It's provocative.
Is he trying to? Is that like what is he trying to say? What does that mean? They put some being gay. What does that mean?
He gets the people moving.
I don't even know what that means, but it's provocative. Get the people going.
Wait, genuinely, do you guys really don't know?
It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything.
I told you, I didn't understand anything that was going on. I was just trying to add fuel to the fire because I thought it was funny.
Okay, let me see.
But he played like hot garbage until the third quarter, and you didn't recognize it.
You know what's funny? I'm legit thinking about making a video of this. I'm legit thinking about it.
He like hot garbage until he warmed up with his tussin or fucking. He got some Ben Gay on his ass, or they fucking gave him some fucking.
Yo.
They gave him some fucking.
Did he say that? I thought I heard him say it. I thought I heard him say, "Oh yeah, he's a bad GM." Were you talking about somebody else? Did I just miss? Oh, see, I did bring it up. See, I thought that I brought that up after the fact. I did bring it up during it. I did mention it during it. I did ask him. See, I was being charitable. I did ask
words.
him.
You heard me say those words.
Yeah, you said that.
You heard me say those words. Oh, fuck off. You know what? Fuck off, dude.
Did I just miss?
So you heard me say those words.
Yeah,
you heard me say those words.
Yeah, you said that.
You heard me say those words. Oh, fuck off. You know what? Fuck off, dude.
Are you okay?
Whoa.
Are you all right?
What?
Yeah. Whoa.
What was that?
Whoa.
It's 11 at the night, bro. We chilling.
What was that?
Clint, is this a first?
Yeah, I don't know what was. Yeah, you see that? See, that's why I was like, okay, so I did. Yeah, I don't feel bad blocking him.
Corrupt goes, it is 11:30 at night.
What could possibly have this man so uptight like this? What could possibly have like
you heard? Yeah. See, I don't feel as bad blocking him now because I literally sat there right then, and I said, I thought I heard you say that. Were you talking about someone else? And then you said
so
you heard.
Easy.
Yeah,
it used to be so easy just to explain yourself and be like, "Oh, I meant this and that."
Yeah, I meant someone else, and I'll be like, "Oh, okay, my bad. All right." No, it didn't go that way. I said, "Did you say that?" And then he repeated back to me, "You heard me say those words." And I said, "Yes, I heard you say the words. He is a bad GM," and he could have been talking about somebody else. Yeah, that was something. And Corrupt, yeah, he got so angry with Corrupt about the whole like OKC thing. Corrupt had a decent point that, I mean, at the time, I mean, in hindsight, yeah, they end up being phenomenal players, but at the same time, they were top 4 picks. Like, they're going to be great players. But what he was saying was like, they weren't MVPs when they played together, which is true. They didn't win anything together.
They came close.
Yeah, they came close, but when it was all said and done, I mean, they didn't gel.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
like,
really needed it. To his point, like, you look at their roster that season, like Russell Westbrook's in his 3rd year that year. James Harden is in his 2nd year that year. Kevin Durant's in his 4th. And like, I mean, no, Kevin Durant had just like, hey, yo, here's my plug. Go watch my video. Because I just talk about how that like Kevin Durant had literally just shown that he could be a star in the league because he won the scoring title back to back. He was like the only real star on that team. I mean, their goddamn starting center was Kendrick Perkins. And like Serge Ibaka was just known as a defensive player, not really an offensive guy. Russell Westbrook was still, the question was still, can he be a point guard? And like, yeah, I don't think it was a super team at that time. I think he's saying he drafted players that turned into really good players, and that's true. But like, I mean, Corrupt had a good point there.
Yeah. It was like, you can't, that's just a weird way of seeing it. Because at that time, they weren't MVPs. Like, if they all got together now, maybe it would be like, oh wow, like you just got MVPs together. But at that time, Harden was not Harden at all. Like, Harden ended up getting way better.
I mean, he was 6th man of the year that year, but like that was his peak.
Yeah, that was his peak. No one expected him to be a superstar level player. It wasn't until he had his own team where you really started seeing him take off.
Yeah, that's why they compared him to Manu, because they had a little bit similar style then, and they were playing the same role.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I'm gonna make an announcement because I think it'll have people more interested to tune in on live streams. What should I say? I want to like apologize for it, but I don't want to be lame. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I just flat out say like, look, coming to my stream with respect. You know, don't start slinging insults the instant you don't disagree with somebody, because like we all here to chill.
Okay.
I think you should start it off very stiff and come out and say, "Better come correct."
Okay. Let's see. How would I say that? Come correct. How would I say
that? Enter in thou rightest way.
I like
Be
that.
polite or catch this right.
My left stroke just went viral. Right stroke put the Drew Stro in a spiral.
I'm trying to think how I should put it.
Keep calm or meet my palm. No, you should make something pretty basic as far as like, just be respectful. That's a big thing. Or respect the platform, because I mean that's at the end of the day that's a big thing. Is respect the platform.
Let's see. No, please. How I should put this. It'll come to me.
Well, that's understandable. Anyways, guys, I gotta go ahead and log off.
You're so selfish, bro. Wow.
You know,
I'm probably gonna go too. It's almost 6.
Wow, guys, really? Wow.
I mean, you got so quiet. There's just nothing to talk about.
Wow,
you know?
Bro. Wow, you just gonna leave me on the stream?
Oh, we've been on here for 5 hours.
You know, who are you out? Who are you out? You know, the Drew Show was right about you.
What's that? 5 hours. What's that to all the live streams I've given in the past? This is nothing. I did a 7-hour stream the other night, and now you're gonna bounce on me after 5?
Hey, Christian, you hearing this? You hearing this? Mr. Big Pants over here.
Big diapers.
Oh, he can't even win at Demon Slayer. What do you expect?
Hey man, come on, that's still a sore spot, bro.
You stopped. You trying to nurse his wounds.
You see my donation earlier? I said use this for some Demon Slayer lessons.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I just, I don't want it. Take your money back.
I'm gonna get banned.
Hey, this man.
After last night's fiasco with the Demon Slayer donation with Swishy.
But yeah, I'll talk to you guys later, though. Thanks for having me on.
Hey, I'll see y'all.
All right, y'all. All right, people. It was cool. I probably need to bounce too. I haven't posted this. Man, I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't even know why I'm not sleepy. This is very weird. But I'll give it to you guys later. Yeah. Thanks people that stuck around. Like, what the heck? What's wrong with y'all? Like 5-hour stream. Longer than that, actually, because the watch party. I don't even know if I should do a video. Oh. Should that be a video? Guess there should be a video. I don't know. I'll think about it. Alright, guys. I'll get with you later.